What's going on, LPL fans? Welcome to day 9 of the Demacia Cup. My name's Gordo. I'm joined by Rudude, and we are going to be taking you guys through IG versus WE to kick on off the night. Rudude, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing really well. I'm looking forward to this series. I mean, we're in Group A for today. We've got two teams that, conceivably could both make it out of the group stage and into our qualifying, into our playoff stage. So it's a big series for both of these two teams. And I think that the winner of this is going to stand themselves in, honestly, pretty good stead for making that next progression.
Yeah, absolutely here. And, you know, Group A, it feels like anybody can make it out at this point. Let's start things off with our format explainer. Take a look at what groups have been drawn, how they've been drawn. We are currently in Stage 2. Top two teams from each of the Stage 1 groups have joined up with all except for 2 of the remaining LPL teams and been drawn into 2 groups, of which top 3 will advance from each group. We are going to be visiting Group A, where WE and IG are going to be brawling up against each other, but seen plenty of action from Group B as well over these last couple of days.
Yeah, just a final point on the format. I will remind everybody that it is the top 3 teams that make it out, so obviously a pretty generous retention rate, as we would say, from one stage to the other. Only losing 2 of our teams, it means that you've got to be 3rd out of 5th to make it into the next stage. And I think that, again, for both of these two teams, it's something that they should be looking at. Obviously, we already know that one of our teams has qualified, and we'll get to that in just a second, but there's still plenty of spaces up for grabs.
Yeah, absolutely here. You know, it's like you said, it's 3 out of 5, so it leaves a lot of room for teams to move up and down, especially with only 2 or 3 games played, and Team WE is still only at 1 game played, so they've got plenty of left to be determined as they play over the next couple of days and determine whether or not they're going to be able to make it out. They are, of course, one of the teams that also was able to progress past the first stage, so we've already gotten 3 series from them over there. They were able to take down FRK and Ultra Prime to find themselves making it out of Group B Stage 1 alongside LNG. So a lot more footage out of them than there is of this new IG roster, which we will get to pretty shortly. But first things first, let's take another look at the standings here, as we have been making some reference to them, but might as well share them with everybody at home and see how these groups have broken out so far. Group A, EDG have already cemented themselves a spot out of groups with their 3-0 record thus far. Yeah,
they've come into the Stage 2 swinging. Obviously not having to boast themselves through Stage 1, but have done really well moving into this second one and making sure that the teams that, you know, maybe coming into the year weren't so worried about this EDG roster are actually now thinking about it. I think that as we look over at Group B as well, it's worth mentioning that there is a distinct discrepancy, I believe, between the strength of the rosters, and, you know, surprisingly that OMG are able to find themselves with a win. I think in that Group B is actually quite telling of how strong this new OMG roster could potentially be, or potentially some of the volatility that the LPL provides. But to focus back in on Group A, we've got IG versus WE, again, 2 teams that have received a loss, WE only having played 1 series here. Looking at the 2 teams that they're chasing, NIP and LGD, obviously if they take a win here today, that puts 3 teams at 1 and 2, and then WE at 1 and 1, so it'd be a really good win for them to get. And I will also finally point out that plus negative, the sort of game differential, if you will, obviously moving into the tiebreaker situations, NIP are going to be in a much better position than LGD, just because they've taken those series to 3, whereas LGD have sort of been less consistent in that aspect.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, WE also interested in making up that -2, right? Not dropping additional games, even if they are going to win, going to end up playing a big difference in who's going to end up making out of this group. At least it very well could, given how similar our records are so far. You know, some Group of Life vibes for Group A, perhaps, but still only going to be 3 teams either way. So, well, whoever it happens to, there's going to be some discussion about, oh, you know, Group B was so much harder. They still got to fight within themselves, and there's still going to be a lot at stake over these next couple of games, and this one going to be no exception as we check out IG versus WE. Let's take a look at who our starting lineups are going to be, because especially on the IG side, we have got some new faces compared to the IG roster from last year and all the IG rosters of old. It's Saboro, Wei, Renard, Fotic, and Shui starting for this Demacia Cup.
Yeah, so a couple of old hats of the LPL, a couple of new faces as well that people in the IG camp may not have been expecting to see, but that we get to see nonetheless. Obviously, looking at the solo laners in particular as something that could be a little bit new for IG, but we are, I believe, yeah, getting underway nice and quickly here. Hopefully, we'll get to see you. The WE roster as well. Cube, Monkey, Karis, About, and Yao Yao, that new bot lane coming into WE's roster. As, yeah, they have thrown us in here nice and quickly to get underway.
Yeah, I thought we had a lot more time. I'm not going to lie to you, Rude, but it's all right. You know what? No one's going to complain about getting into draft. They're always asking casters to start it one way or the other, so happy to get everything rolling here nice and early as the first picks have already come on through. Wei going to be prioritizing that Wukong. He is fresh off a really strong series up against Hong and LGD, and I think this jungle matchup is going to be the big one to watch for me as we get into this series. See if Monkey is going to be able to step up and start to synergize the Yao Yao a little bit more, or if Wei is just going to continue to dominate because he's, again, fresh off a really good series.
Yeah, and I mean, this is obviously a really good look for Wei to have that solid series, because the first time out we saw this IG roster, Wei was pretty redundant, didn't really feel like he was accomplishing all that much, almost at all. We're taking a look at some of the picks that we've got so far. B1 of the Wukong here, their most highly prized pick, is indeed going to be the Monkey King in the jungle, followed up with a Scion, so an immediately frontline oriented champion, and then a Varus as well, almost an LPL cult classic at this stage, that you will take the Varus as and when you can. Poke Varus is consistently one of the picks that we go to as a region even. One of the picks that I will quickly highlight as being up for grabs is Karis Akali, one of the picks that he looks maybe the best on throughout his time in the LPL in 2025. Still open and available if you would like to take it for himself.
Yeah, he's especially loved it as a counter pick into the Orianna. That gets banned away on blue side this game, so Karis going to go over to the Syndra instead. I do want to call out About getting his hands on this Varus as well, right? This is a pick that he has gotten a lot of respect on, and About, kind of one of the exciting up-and-coming rookies we've had in this Demacia Cup so far. He's drawn 4 Varus bans out of the games that he's played so far. It's been Fearless Away and others, so he's really gotten a lot of focus on this pick in particular. I'm excited to see how he and Yao Yao are going to be able to play a Varus lane, especially with an opportunity to pinch the bot lane pool here coming into the second round of bans. Supports targeted from both sides as Alistair and Rakan hit the no-play list.
Yeah, WE have an opportunity here to really pinch that support pool with another 4, maybe 5 picks to get banned away. 4 getting banned, 1 getting taken here. Honestly, for the Varus, you can take pretty much anything in that support role. You can look for another engage style champion. You can maybe look to get a little bit of disengage in, given that you see the Wukong and the Rek'Sai already. But there's nothing here that screams must take for Yao Yao, other than the fact that they'd like something to follow up on their Scion. But I'm actually surprised that we didn't see a bit more of a pinching of the jungle pool from IG. They only really elect to take away the Pantheon. It does give Monkey a pretty free reign of these picks that he might want to take. Obviously, seeing Talia the opportunity to go for an immobile or go for a mobile jungle that can capitalise on her immobility, certainly something that I would have expected.
And Monkey, I mean, getting a round 2 Ambessa here after the second phase of bans already comes through. He's plenty happy with that. This guy has gotten so ridiculously targeted in bans in most of the WE games. He's the player that most teams are the most focused on, and the fact that he gets his hands on this Ambessa so late, I mean, a lot of early round Ambessas have been taken in this tournament. Not going to be the case this time, as Siverel is the selection for IG, kind of ceding the laning phase to the Varus a little bit, it feels, and trying to go for a more scaling strategy. The strong front line, the Rek'Sai, Wukong, Rel are going to give them.
Give me Janna here, Gordo. Look at the dive, look at the engage that IG have drafted for themselves, and look at the peel that there is for the WE carries. I mean, we have Scatter the Weak and we have Chain of Corruption. This is not the greatest of comps to be able to protect an immobile backline in a Varus, in a Syndra. Instead, Yao Yao has opted to go double down on that dive, and I mean, if we do the same comparisons, in fairness to WE, the IG backline as well, looking pretty immobile as well. Outside of the extra movement speed that we're going to get from On the Hunt, maybe a little bit of peel from the Unraveled Earth and a double Cyclone, I do kind of favour IG at this stage just because their carries are a little better protected. But for WE, obviously there are tools for them to get access to that backline, but it is going to come down to a little bit of that execution through the early stages of this game.
Yeah, I would have loved to see Janna there too, dude, but Yao Yao gonna go to the old tried and true, the Nautilus, a man after his own heart. He has played that more than any other champion throughout his career, and it is gonna be one that he is happy to pick on up again here. Has served him pretty well, was a big factor in their win against Ultra Prime. Had a really strong Nautilus game in that series where he's able to lock down an Ezreal pretty consistently. Don't know how you do that. Feels like that's usually a matchup that does not go your way, but Yao Yao had the reads and was able to execute. Then he's going to be looking to do the same thing up against the Sivir, where he will have a similar problem trying to get his way around Spell Shield and around the really massive rail hitbox, but we'll see if he's going to be able to do it.
Yeah, it's going to be a trying time for him, and hopefully, obviously, Yao Yao can continue to link up. I think that one of the things that we're looking at in this series in particular, Gordo, is that support and jungle synergy, something that both of these two duos are going to need to begin to develop as we move into 2026. We saw Wei and Jue have a pretty stagnant performance in their opening series, and then obviously Wei kind of ran the rift a couple days ago. But for Yao Yao and Monkey, they came into this first series again pretty redundant, pretty muted. So this is a good opportunity, I feel, for them to make a bit of a statement.
Certainly, as we are getting on to the Rift for game number 1, Invictus Gaming versus Team WE for positioning and posturing in Group A. Teams, as all the teams in Group A are, except for EDG, very close to each other in the standings, and these individual matchups could very well make the difference between who makes it to the knockout stage and who is heading out of the tournament in Stage 2.
And I do want to once again draw our attention to our junglers. In particular in this game, I do think we're going to have a little bit more of a quiet time from them. These two junglers, both level 6 merchants, as soon as the Cyclone comes online, as soon as that public execution comes online. These junglers actually, begin to thrive, but more so for the story of these two players as well. With Monkey in particular, came into WE at the back end of split number 1 from 2025, and by the end of Split 3, became sort of their marquee player for how they were looking to take games and start to play out these series and do so successfully. So really one of the players that you need to watch on this WE side and see whether or not they can be successful with him. And for IG as well, I mean, just looking at the roster comparing from the end of 2025 to now, who's the only returning player for this Demacia Cup? Well, that is Wei. Again, one of the players that IG have looked to rally behind in this tournament.
And WE already starting off with a early lane swap. They're going to send a Bout into the solo lane and Cube into the duo lane. Want to see how they look to set themselves up for success through this kind of strategy. The lane swaps felt like it was an area where they really struggled against NIP. They frequently were outmaneuvered in that department, and it kind of left Cube out to dry a number of times, dying quite a bit early in that series. So this time around, it's going to be a Bout who's stuck on a bit of an island, and it's going to be on him to be responsible while also trying to deny Saboro as much as possible with that range advantage. The Rek'Sai, very well adept, being able to just sustain back up from some of that poke, and Sion going to be no slouch in being able to clear away waves, especially with the support either. So WE going to have to see if they can keep Saboro at bay for long enough to build up a real advantage. So you can see these trades coming through, and you can see the regen from the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, he's going to feel the pain on that one. And I will say as well, just wanted to point out where our junglers were pathing. We've got Monkey coming up to this top side. If Saboro doesn't get his recall here, could be in trouble, Gordo, as the Ambessa show's face is already full cleared. 3:20 on the clock.
Oh, a nice piercing arrow from a Bout. Yeah, gonna stop that recall, and this should be first blood coming through. Monkey flashes away to break the turret aggro, and WE on the board first.
Yeah, and that's just really a greedy from Saboro. He can't be looking to take these trades versus the Varus when your jungler's pathing away from you. You've got no control over what happens if Monkey shows his face, and that's exactly what happens here. The Ambessa shows up, dives on the third wave, and For the Rek'Sai, it's just a little bit traumatic. You know, you're having a pretty rough time of things laning up against a Varus, one of the most notorious range top laners that we have. And then obviously you end up taking an early death there, losing out on a good amount of experience and ending up costing yourself even more than you might have liked. And About even uses the teleport to get down to that bot side, has a tier, has a longsword. There's no recall window for Photic. And now with a wave in a very good spot down on that bot side, he's going to have a pretty good opportunity to extend that lead with an experience advantage, an item advantage, and probably an even bigger XP advantage once Photic goes back to base and misses out on all of the creeps here.
Yeah, and, you know, Dragon's going to be spawning here in 30 seconds. Monkey already on the Caulfield's Warhammer off of the first Blood Gold that he did pick up, so he's going to be well equipped to be able to show up down to this Dragon and try to brawl for it if that is something that WE want to focus on. And the fact that they've moved about down here does seem to communicate that. So all in all, WE plenty happy with how this has started off, and careful about taking some turret shots thereabout. You do want to make sure that it has time to clear out these minion waves.
Yeah, and again, I'd just point your attention to the XP tracker at the minute for both of these AD carries. Photic only just hit level 4, about well into level 5 here, so definitely something to keep our eyes on is the power of this Varus now. Again, as we move later into the game, Poke Varus becomes a little bit harder. Saburo taking so many turret shots.
Yeah, Saburo, again, just too aggressive on the trades. Takes 2 turret shots as the Decimating Smash connects, and guess who's back? It's Monkey, looking to make a second play happen, but Saburo, he's got the tunnels layered down, and he creates a mile of distance in just about a second there, so no problem for the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and with that show as well, Wei feels confident to step up and hit this Dragon. Now, this is also on a great timer for his bot lane, as well as Photic and Jue have been able to crash another wave. And you can see, kind of threatening about a little bit here on this wave, making him feel a little bit pressured into having to step back. Maybe that we might see Renard move down as he sort of hovers away from mid lane. You can see Karis doesn't actually know whereabouts this Talia is, and he's going to face check, forced to flash.
Yeah, really good decision to flash away from it, though. Now Renard a little bit caught out. He is going to have to retreat. The Dragon already falling down. Yao Yao getting focused. He's going to be the first one to drop in the fight, but Monkey going to be able to trade back onto Renard. Still, IG, way better health bars, way more damage, and About has got to bail. Already used the flash. Now going to get scooped back in by Jue, and Photic is about to cash out. Gets his kill in this battle, his second of the game. IG claim the feat of warfare, and they get themselves off to an early advantage.
Yeah, WE just weren't set up for this. Invictus Gaming more than happy to take control. They had the push in the bot side. They had control of all of the entrances to that fight. And it really felt like WE were just playing a little bit too much into IG's hands. Now, the value of these mid laner summoner spells is actually really high. Yao Yao's first hook doesn't connect. It means that Renard is able to space out. Piercing Arrow goes wide from About as well, which means that Monkey has to vastly overcommit. And then Nautilus has already died. He's not able to CC anybody else. And Monkey overcommits into the pit to try and take down the Talia. Obviously, that then costs him his life, and there's no real support, no real follow-up left, as we see IG able to quite easily take out About and slow that roll of the Varus that we were so worried about early on. 2-0-1 now on Photic. Yes, that XP hasn't quite caught up, but the Sivir, Caulfields, pickaxe in hand, well on her way toward the Essence Reaver.
Yeah, just a huge injection of gold into the Sivir, right? Who's going to be on those items sooner and into that really, really powerful later game stage much sooner than you'd hope if you're WE, and that's just kind of going to up your timer as you do look to build out an advantage in these earlier stages with the Lethality Varus. Going to see if Monkey's going to be able to challenge for these topside grubs, which are spawning in about 10 seconds.
So again, to go back to the draft that we were talking about here, we were worried for WE and their ability to peel one another late game and how easy it is for this Varus and this Syndra to get taken down. I do want to also point out how I feel about their damage profile as we move later on into this game. In my view of things, the Rek'Sai probably able to tank up quite a large amount of the damage that's going to be provided. Good interrupt here from Yao Yao. I don't think that's going to result in all that much as Saburo actually just going to trade back quite effectively. But the Varus and the Syndra are not really going to do all that much damage as we move into these later stages of the game, and certainly not going to do it consistently enough to get through all the health bars that IG have. Now, yes, we can maybe rely on Monkey a little bit here to get through some HP, but I wouldn't go out on a whim and say that it's going to be overwhelmingly easy if this WE composition falls behind.
Yeah, I gotta say, it feels like IG are giving up quite a bit here to get these grubs, as they do find themselves with a lot of turret plates going the way of About, and quite a few jungle camps going the way of Monkey as well, who is able to take that advantage to really flex some muscle on the bottom side of the map. They do eventually get themselves all 3 grubs, so we're going to have to see if they find opportunities for that to pay off for them in this Rek'Sai in the side lane, if he's going to be able to stay pushed in and really claim some plates and claim some towers. This is About TPing in, going to be right on top of the Rek'Sai, taking a really rough trade. That bite really hurting, and here comes the Void Rush underneath the turret, flashes away in time, and that was public execution from Monkey, missing very slightly. Saburo gets the solo kill, flash in from Yao Yao to hold him still, and Monkey going to look to try to finish off the kill. One more dash with a Drakehound step will cause a 1-for-1.
But it is a cause where WE are having to bail out their marksman. About they're going far too aggressively with that teleport, and it may not even seem like it. You know, you're TPing on the most far back minion, but TP is so well channeled and so easy to not even predict, just see where it's going to be. It's pretty criminal to step in like that and think that that's an acceptable place for yourself to teleport. You're still a Varus, and you're still playing up against the top lane champ who's built around this idea of being able to take you out early on into the game. And I think that that's a really big blunder that completely slows the roll of WE and it kind of keeps IG at this even pace, which, again, as we move later and later into the game, is going to be very favorable for them.
Yeah, About a new rookie out of the LCKCL, very mechanically talented. You know, he's shown us some pretty highlights so far. Got himself a pentakill even in the earlier Stage 1 series, but he's not on his own a lot, Rudude, and that's just going to be another one for the bucket. Really going to need to clean that up to be successful at the Tier 1 level. Still very early into his career, but, you know, you got to call him as you see him, and this has been a consistent pattern from the new WE marksman over the course of the past couple of weeks. For now, though, WE still at a faint gold lead despite the shenanigans earlier on, but as we've called out, they're going to need more than that if they want to be able to get underneath this scaling Sivir and find themselves a quick snowball.
Yeah, and let's dial back into that marquee matchup we were talking about for this series in the jungle in particular. Monkey with all 3 kills for WE here, nothing happening really without his say-so, and really trying to make the most of the majority of the damage that he's able to put out, whether it's diving in and taking out Renard in the fight around the dragon, or whether it's catching Saburo out on that top side. You can see he's constantly looking quite aggressively, has that 500 gold lead as well with the power of those kills. Karis able to just barely not catch too much damage from that seismic shove, and then misses a scatter of himself. But with the dragon alive down on this bot side, it is all jockeying for position down on this bot side. This pink ward IG will be desperate to try and take.
Yeah, top laners both just clearing out waves, no problem. They've gotten tanky enough that they don't need to concern themselves with towers and things like that. A very deep clear from Saburo, but here comes the unstoppable onslaught from Cube to rejoin the fight. Shows up to Photic, gets spell shielded away. Yao Yao's already been taken down, but it's a support trade, and Wei will fall down to the unleashed power of Karis. This thing does end up as a 2-for-1 so far. WE trying to back away. Monkey has to flash away from a seismic shove. They attempt to return fire, but they miss everything onto Renard.
Photic's still going.
Stay strong, firing rocks over the wall. There's a Void Rush in from Saburo, but he finds himself one shot, and Cube and Karis survive with a sliver of HP apiece. WE get away with murder and take a 3-for-1.
Yeah, good flash there from Cube. Actually pulls the Rek'Sai back in and means that she's overcommitted just that little bit too much. It's not necessarily a misstep from Saburo, more so an outplay from Cube. This whole time, though, and I'm really worried for what this means as we move later on. Photic was untouched. Renard untouched as well. The Sivir at this stage in the game not able to completely 1v9, but if that trend continues for WE, that could be very problematic, as Photic found himself with very good positioning, wasn't forced to use either summoner spell, and even in the back half of this, you can actually see that IG are the ones who secure themselves the objective, despite the fact that they lost out in the gold or in the kills. They're the ones that come away with the objective, putting themselves 2-0 up now on those dragons. And again, if we were thinking that WE need to snowball this game, want to find some early kills, want to find an early advantage, them having no dragons means that they're going to need to wait 20 minutes before they can actually get to a soul and to that real win condition, which we know at this stage in the game is going to be really difficult for them to find.
Definitely. Instead, just going to have to try to rush up that gold value that they've already secured. As you called out, they do end up with a gold advantage out of the fight. They're a little bit over 1K ahead, not too shabby for nearly 14 minutes into the game. And just going to try to take some opportunities to get some more turret plates down before they drop. Doesn't look like that's really going to present itself, but bot lane turret low, already vulnerable, and going to be a Rift Herald to fight over in about a minute. If they can secure themselves that one, could definitely use that to try to apply some pressure around the map, grab some standing gold, and build up that lead even further.
Yeah, I do want to point out that Photic moving straight toward that Infinity Edge second on the Sivir. The small amount of attack speed that you get from your W proving to be enough here, and I think that the positioning that Photic was finding, they're definitely very impressive. For IG, it's all about keeping their Sivir alive. If they can keep Photic up and pumping that DPS out upon that Infinity Edge completion, they're going to be absolutely fine in this game. They've got the health bars to be able to play with. As we do finally get a replay of that fight in the mid lane, and just look, Photic even absorbing the unstoppable onslaught here with that spell shield, and look at the damage he's able to do. Obviously into cube at this stage in the game, it's not going to be too high, but Ricochet's boomerang blades going the whole time, nobody threatening onto this Sivir, and you can see that IG feeling very confident, even looking to re-engage in a 4 versus 3, feeling like they've got themselves, despite the numbers disadvantage, the opportunity to go huge, and you can see just like one more Ricochet across 3 members could very well have done the job. As we bounce back to live, Way's halfway down on his health bar, but that Herald having spawned might just mean that with that little bit of a chunk, IG can take it.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, on the one hand, definitely could have gotten a little bit more damage to kill them all off. On the other hand, landing Scatter or Public Execution onto Renard could have made it an even better fight for WE. So very close slivers of execution determining some of these fights, and I think that's going to continue to be the case with only a 1k gold lead. Successful smite from Monkey will secure the Rift Herald, and that's a flash away from Yao Yao. WE already deciding they don't want no smoke. They're going to try to get themselves out of here, but Jue comes in with the Magnet Storm for the engage. Monkey going to be locked down, and Wei is all over him. He picks up the first of the fight, and Yao Yao about to join him as 2 kills go the way of IG, and Karis going to have to try to survive this dive.
Yeah, definitely very worried. TP necessary, just gets out under the flick as he, nimbly escapes death there in the mid lane. Can he find a little bit more? Maybe try and take this turret, but Photic's already looking to respond. There's a TP in as well, so should be absolutely fine underneath this tier 1. So now IG can look to extend that advantage, find themselves the tier 1 turret up on this top side. Actually going to be that first turret of the game falling 16 minutes into this one. I think that for IG, they're in a very good spot moving through the rest of this game already, with a very fed Sivir, with a Talia who's playing nicely with this fully stacked tier now, Seraph's Embrace in the back pocket. And again, we look at the profile that WE have, definitely not going to be easy for them to succeed this time round.
Yao Yao getting a little bit of Spider-Man action out there as he whiffs on the hook, but does manage to lock down Jue and hand a kill over to About. WE secure themselves a numbers advantage on the map off of that one. Still a ways to go before they'll be able to convert it into much of anything, but with a lot of strength down bot side, a minute to go until Dragon and a low outer turret. WE looking to play around the bottom half of the map.
Yeah, they still have this gold lead here, and it is because of those top side members where we've got obviously Cube, a little bit more CS, Karis, a little bit more CS, Monkey as well. Just barely out farming the Wukong, and I think that if that's what they're holding on to here, then they're going to need to try and leverage that quite nicely. I mean, Karis has been playing the Syndra fine in these team fights, but we haven't seen him find access on those crucial backline members. He needs to start getting a little bit more creative with his positioning, finds himself a little bit down in experience as well versus Renard, so him trying to get onto the Sivir, one-shot her, feels like the way that WE can win this game.
Sure, and needs to be able to focus down Photic. Photic with so much in his hands this game. Yao Yao looking for another engage. It's going to be onto Jue. He's able to jump back in time, and now Yao Yao cut off from the rest of his team. A nicely placed Weaver's Wall from Renard going to cut away the rest of WE and secure a quick kill for the IG squad right before the Dragon spawns. I think they're going to try to get in a soul point, Rude.
Yeah, and they should be looking for this quite safely. Yao Yao obviously not too long death timer.
Going to look for another fight here. The shuffle back, not going to connect. Cube can't find somebody with unstoppable onslaught either, and that's half his health bar picked away from over the wall. Meanwhile, Saburo still splitting on the top side, so WE left with no real good options here. Karis going to look to interrupt some recalls, does so on the way, but that is a very tiny victory, if at all.
Yeah, it's a very thin silver lining as far as things go. Now, they're probably going to be able to start this Dragon. Whether or not they can do it uncontested remains to be seen, as we do know that Wei is walking out from base. There's a TP from Saburo to try and stall this as best as possible. The dragon will fall, but what about the fight afterwards?
Yeah, I mean, Shui going to be deep behind enemy lines off the back of that portal, but Saboro's there to back him up. They're locking down Yao Yao, who's just not tanky enough to survive this for very long. Cube is, however, as he tries to back away. Wei finds a pass into the fight and will be able to one-shot Yao Yao, but now he's locked down by the Chains of Corruption, and the unleashed power will be enough for a shutdown to go back the way of about. It's a 1-for-1 so far, and Shui, without many pathways out to safety, might be the next target. Going to be able to fall back with the rest of his team, and WE going to make it a 1-for-1, but the jungler's still down.
Yeah, and overall, a slightly beneficial trade for WE as they do take the dragon, right? They stop that stacking, and in the midst of all of this, the Herald was placed down by Monkey, I believe, to try and find Yao Yao and out from the play, but it does end up sequencing its way down to the bot side, taking that turret as well, so it finds purchase and finds some use in the end, which is obviously very, very useful for WE in terms of keeping that gold generation up. But we take a look at the replay. This is the fight after the initial scuffle, so this is the re-engaged effort from IG, and Shui goes in very deep with this Hex Gate. Very surprised that he's not just immediately picked off and sort of taken down here, but he's got the support of his team. Flick misses onto Yao Yao, which means he's able to, again, buy time, space himself out a little bit before Wei does eventually make his way out here. If he was here to begin with, this fight could have been a wash for WE and definitely a lot harder, but you can see that Karis and About are spending double ultis to take down the Wukong, and again, as we move later and later into this game, you have to think that those need to be utilized or saved that little bit better to try and focus out Photic, take down Renard, these two carries in the backline who are going to be pumping out damage.
And, you know, for as much as we're talking about the late game for IG and how strong Photic is going to be, IG do not appear to have gotten the memo as Wei, and Saburo continue to try to hunt for fights pretty consistently and not always to their benefit. I think if they calm down a little bit here, it would make it a much tougher game for WE, but we'll see if that's going to change over these next few minutes, as nearly on 3 items, Photic is going to start to become a real threat for the WE lineup, and this Otacon looks like it might be on the menu.
Yeah, pushing this bot side, I think that the small advantage here leaning towards WE and the fact that they actually, you know, have that bot lane tier 1 turret, so the retreat for IG specifically is not as successful or not as strong as what WE have, just being able to rally around this tier 1 turret. But you can see a little bit of posturing around the Atacon, both teams just making sure that they've both shown up, both remembered that the objective exists, and then now they should be able to walk their way back and resume the ideals of League of Legends. Push your waves first, then start to look for the objective.
Cube in a little bit of a 1 versus 2 over towards mid lane. Does feel the pressure very slightly here, but should be okay. Doesn't look like Wei ever pulled the trigger, actually get that fight started, and as long as everybody is careful to not get plucked away inside of the Otacon pit, does look like both teams should be pretty darn close to full strength for this one. Renard pushing mid with access to the Weaver's Wall. Cube going top with his own teleport. Yeah,
it does look like Cube was forced to flash in that mid lane scuffle that you were talking about. That was off screen. Flash for a Sion, not the biggest tool. It's not like Flash ulti is a massive engage threat that people actually need to be worried about. You can typically see the Sion coming quite far away, but even still, not having that summoner spell to try and buy space or try and be utilizing it in a team fight, definitely something that can be a problem for WE. As we take a look at some of those items that have been picked up, Photic has hit that critical mass stage. He's been fighting with the Infinity Edge for a while and has pretty much slingshotted his way up to that Navori Flicker Blade as well. An incredibly fed member of this IG composition, so we will see if that Sivir can be either targeted by WE or protected by IG. Again, I think that this is the way that IG need to play in this game. Use the fed Sivir, rally around Photic, make sure that really he's the carry and he's the one who's keeping IG in this match.
And luckily for WE, they do have some very powerful pick tools on their team. Karis, Monkey, both fully capable of just dumping ultimates in towards Photic. Yao Yao in that category as well, and the long-range poke damage afforded by About do mean that there are plenty of threats to this Sivir that Photic has to play around, and that, you know, Photic needs his team to help support him against. So WE still with outs to play for, but yeah, that 3-item Sivir this early into the game is definitely the make-or-break point for both teams. and still continuing to posture around the Otacon, but neither team really willing to start it off quite yet and put themselves at risk.
Yeah, so 100 splinters for Karis as he just dings that before the Atacon fight. Definitely going to be a quick boost to his damage. And about here, sat on a ward. This could be problematic as it's not been swept. And oh dear.
Oh, Chains of Corruption come out. They land out of the Wukong clone and
Yeah,
about caught out by the Magnet Storm. Wei continuing to advance forward, but
still
About's
alive.
actually been bailed out for now. Does have some space to fire back, but Monkey already melted through. Cube TP's
no flash.
in, but he's just going right into the meat grinder. A quick double for IG as they finish off both frontliners and get ready to start off this Otacon. No smite available for WE.
And yes, About lives, but he is the sole cause for this fight and now has to try as best as he might to salvage this play. 8k on the Atacon, no jungler. I think for W, you just have to give this. Spotted on a ward, no real right for About to be there. It's an excellent ward placed down by Jue earlier on, just knowing, okay, well, we're playing around this bot side. This Atacon has proven to be a pretty big focal point for the last minute or so. Let's put down a little bit of lingering vision. Let's make sure that actually we can find any fights around it, and it happens to pay off big time as About is the one who is caught on this vision. You can see they're just clearing out the bot side, and they look very inconspicuous as they walk forward towards About, but he recognises, hold on, I am way too far up, and you can see Monkey has to dive in, tries to take out Photic, but again, Photic does far too much damage, and the Ambessa simply not there and ready. And really good heads-up play by Renard, knows no flash on the Scion, so we'll have a look at this and back at live.
Jue a little caught out here. Will they look to chase further? The slow comes through from the hail of arrows. One more shot from Piercing Arrow is not enough for About to close out the kill, but that chunk going to give them a little bit of space to work with in and around this Baron.
Spellbook Ghost paying overtime there as the public execution also went wide from Monkey, not quite able to connect on that one. Does give Jue an out, and that could have been the way that WE were looking for to get back into this game. Again, their ability to find access to that backline has not been great. You know, we've not really seen Monkey, Yao Yao, and Cube all succinctly find access to either Photic or Renard, both of which who have been pretty unchecked in this game. Obviously, Renard has died once, but it was for the good of finding 3 kills otherwise. So, you know, you can forgive him the one death when it netted them so much. And with IG, Photic being so powerful, so strong in this game, hasn't actually gone down at all. Still, this tier 1 turret stands, and I think that's going to be a sore spot for IG as they look to take it down pretty quickly.
Weaver's wall comes off, tries to cut off the bot lane duo, but they're able to just kind of dance around and work their way back over to the turret. Yao Yao loses a lot of HP, but About still in a fairly safe position with a fairly good health total to be able to clear out that wave and protect this mid turret for the time being. That it is on a very short ticking timer until it will drop down as it takes more and more damage from the consistent push provided by Photic. He's one-shotting these waves at this point. 3-item Sivir doing 3-item Sivir things.
Yeah, 90% crit strike chance as well. So he's very rarely missing on any of those crits, and you just have to think that for WE, their game plan is so simple yet so difficult as well. It's very clear what they need to do. It's just not clear how they're going to go about doing it. As fortunately, they still have that tier 1 turret to rally behind, and I think that once that falls, I think IG, if they can take this turret, put a little bit more focus on trying to take this turret down before they go to the Baron, their lives will become a lot easier, but they're also not particularly pressed to do anything, Gordo. Again, their composition feels better in the late game. They've got 3 dragons. They can just wait 2.5 minutes, play for Soul, and yeah, it might be a little bit slower. It might be a little bit less entertaining, if anything. But the game's in their hands, and they can just play this as slow as they like and make WE sort of slowly bleed out, slowly lose.
And it does feel like IG have gotten the memo now, right? We were talking about this earlier. It felt like Sivir at 2 items was where all the action was being forced by IG, but now Sivir's at 3 items and it's time to sleep. And that's perfectly fine, right? It's going to be even better at 4, even better than that at 5, and we'll just get better and better for your ability to play out fights as long as you are not getting one shot as Photic. But that was where it looked like WE were getting opportunities to come back into the game over forces from IG, and they've really cleaned that up over the course of the last 5-ish minutes.
Yeah, and it's good to see this development from IG, really. Obviously, that first series that we saw from them a couple days ago, nothing particularly good to speak of, but obviously looking at this series in particular, looking at this game, Yao Yao, I mean, he's had to summon a heal there.
Oh, but that's Photic forced to flash by a nicely placed Chains of Corruption from about. Monkey tries to throw himself into the back line using that public execution, and now multiple targets locked down by those chains. Joy going to be the first one to fall in the fight. Yao Yao going to be traded onto very quickly as Renard flashes forward, starts throwing out the rocks, and will pick up a kill onto about. A 4-man squad of IG, too strong for the remaining members of WE. They'll take this mid-outer turret, and they're ready to march over to Baron.
Once again, Gordo, who's finding access to Photic. Public execution doesn't quite connect, and the Civ is able to free hit. Really, really easy fight here for Invictus Gaming, as all they've got to do is protect their AD carry. Now with 10k left on that Baron, Saburo and Renard trying to run Anchor, run Disruption. There are 3 members of WE that are going to try and find access here, and Monkey taking a fight with Saburo on the top side. He's just losing it.
Well, Renard is caught off on the other side by Cube, and Karis is dumping in the damage. The Baron will be successfully smited, though, by Way. No contest there for WE, and Renard manages to escape with his life as well. Cube now sectioned off, focused down, and IG claim another man. Monkey and Cube now going to be down for the foreseeable future as IG look to continue to push with the Baron buff. Yao Yao finds Saburo, and Saburo finds the death screen as WE do manage to trade one back.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure here, Gordo, that this is just going to be game number 1 now for IG. It might take them a little bit more time. It might take them getting this soul, a little bit of extra time post this Baron, but they've got all of the tools here, and that gate is very aggressive from Yao Yao, forced to immediately flash.
Yao Yao going to get locked down, but he is not stopping, and Photic now going to be the focus.
Getting healed by
2
Syndra.
Stuns and an unleashed power. He just shrugs it off. He manages to walk away, but finally a snipe from About will land. The Blighted Quiver paying off big time as About turns it into a double kill and gives WE some breathing room once again.
And honestly, that's actually a really big stall for WE. I think it just delays the inevitable here with the Hextech Soul going over anyway, with Way and Renard still having access to that Baron. It just delays things, makes it a little bit slower as Photic, you can see, knows where Yao Yao's going to be, just walks forward, and you can see the damage that the Civ is doing already is absolutely insane. Dodges out on the public execution as well, and as soon as Monkey goes in, he recognizes, actually, we kind of need to play this as a little bit of a front to back. Dway, very importantly, sacrificing himself, knows that as long as he can start the fight, then the rest of his team are going to win it for him. But off the back of that, look at the structural damage that has been provided by that Baron already. 2 turrets fallen in the mid lane. They were able to take down a good amount of health out of that bot side as well. Didn't quite get access to the tier 2, but again, with the Baron still at their backs for another minute, you'd like to think that they can do something with this. So Renard goes back to base, finishes off that Void Staff, now 3 items strong on the Talia as well. Really not a bad position at all for IG to be in. Lord Dom's finished off for Photic as well, so this Civ just continues to get stronger and stronger.
And you can see WE starting to understand the name of the game, starting to focus on towards this Sivir just a little bit more heavily, but she just shrugs off so much. They just don't have the fully scaled one-shot potential.
Renard
comes in off of the Weaver's wall, just starting this fight aggressively before Photic even shows up. I guess it doesn't matter, though, as Photic arrives off on the hunt. Cyclone holding the members of WE down as Photic takes them out. 4 already drop. It's About in a 1 versus 4 situation.
He's
Manages
doing well.
to snipe onto Photic. Way already down as well, but Shrey and Saburo will get the job done with Renard's damage. 3 members of IG left alive after the ace, and they're just gonna march it down with the Baron buff. Invictus Gaming draw first blood in our series tonight.
Yeah, About does well, but cannot do enough. The 5-item Varus not quite a contender in these late game stages. Invictus Gaming able to rally behind their carries, rally behind Renard, and rally behind Photic. Both of which having a stellar performance here in game number 1, and IG as a whole successfully take down WE.
Well played, IG. Really solid performance there from start to finish as they get a very early injection of gold into the Sivir, and they never let it go. Photic playing safe at a very reasonable range pretty much in every engagement. Never getting one shot by the Syndra, never getting picked off by a random Ambessa ultimate, and that's enough for IG to play through and win the game.
Yeah, I mean, yes, there were a couple of piercing arrows that did the job in the back half of the fight, but by that time, the fight's already won. The game was already won, and I think that for Photic, a really solid game number 1 here, really well played throughout. pretty much throughout the entire fight, as he's only just lacking the damage to out-damage About, but who's playing a poke Varus, who's consistently looking to get that damage down. The time for a Sivir to free hit definitely a lot lower. And you can see that as soon as they got a hold of these team fights here, around that 23-minute marker, there's a really solid upwards curve from IG. They did an excellent job at making sure they were exactly where they needed to be in the game, and never really losing too much control either.
Oh yeah, doing a really good job of playing the cross maps as well. I mean, Saboro keeping the waves shoved up in top lane, constantly netting them very slight advantages despite falling behind earlier on. And we got the replays here. They did find some early moves to get About ahead, but they were not able to hold on to those as things started going wrong as early as the first fight in the bottom lane.
Yeah, around that first Drake that we're going to get to see here. And again, I mean, we talked about this at the time, but the value of these mid lane flashes was actually really big. Menard buys enough space, and actually just a miss from About there means that there's far too much overcommitment from WE to take down this Talia. And I do want to call out, the fact that we are seeing some of those problems that IG faced through the early game, right, with Saboro on that top side finding himself a little bit overextended, not quite respecting where the jungler is going to be, and missing out a lot on those fights, in particular on that top side. He was a little bit caught out through the early stages of the game, losing out on his life underneath that turret when it wasn't particularly necessary. But with that being said, they were still able to come away with the winning game number one. And they say that the power of good teams is that even when sometimes they play bad, they end up winning. So you look at this composition of IG players, and we're talking about how much longevity it has as a roster that we have at this stage when we look at some of the other names under the contract under the organization. But there are certain players that are making pretty good statements and that are doing pretty darn well.
Certainly, and there's expected changes to this IG roster once the true season gets started up, once we get into winter and spring, etc., but somebody who might be here for a little while is Saboro, right? The Shy's future a little bit in question for the time being, and how long his hiatus is going to be. Saboro, LCKCL rookie in his own right, coming in here and putting on a solid Rek'Sai game, but a player that if IG can develop further can really try to set this team apart.
Yeah, and definitely somebody that I would like to think the LPL would be excited to have, right? He's got that LPL flavor about him where he's going to go for those plays underneath the turret. He's going to try and, I guess, risk these early trades underneath Varus, or sort of in the face of a Varus more than anything. But at the end of the day, may not be the best idea in certain instances, as we do see Photic here securing himself the MVP for this match. Definitely no surprises, as that Sivir was a very large contributor to the reason that they won the game.
You draft for the Sivir comp, you group, you win, you do all the Sivir things, and you come away with a player of the game. So very well played there by Photic, who walks away with a pretty successful game number one. We're going to build on it in game number two as he comes out ahead of the young bot lane from the side of Team WE. We're very shortly going to throw it over to a quick break while we get ready for draft of game number two. But if you'd like to support LPL English, consider becoming a Coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English projects, as the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our Coffee, linked in the chat, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. That said, we'll see you guys after a short break. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the Demacia Cup here on LPL English, where Invictus Gaming take a 1-0 lead in the series after Photic gets to play Sivir and gets to scale into the late game pretty much unabated. Dude, what are you looking for in the draft in game number 2 as WE looks to try to even things up?
I mean, like I said, I think that, again, this is a similar situation that we found IG in actually in their first series, where they're drafting not enough damage, it just feels like. I don't know that Ambessa, Syndra, Varus is your consistent DPS threat, and I think that if there was a front line of IG, you know, the Rek'Sai did a good job as Saboro, but if there was something like a Malphite, like a Sion on the flip side, that could have gone in that position, they would have been even more hamstrung in terms of what they could have successfully done in that fight. I think that they're just not drafting the right amount of damage, and I mean that this will be a perennial thing. I'm always sure, or unsure rather, of the power around Poke Varus when you don't have a consistent DPS mage to back it up. Things like Azir are great, things like Cassiopeia are great. Outside of that, you really do struggle for those consistent DPS mages that are constantly meeting the damage that a Varus with Poke needs to have.
I think that's definitely fair, and if you're looking for it from another position, you know, the Rumble in the top lane been a huge pick for Cube all tournament long, but that's already going to hit the ban list, so options going to become increasingly limited there. And WE themselves are banning away stuff like the Yunara and stuff like the Akali that have been real staples of their play as well. About and Karis have loved those two champions, but WE clearly have other plans in mind as they get first pick.
Yeah, so Azir Orianna going to get traded here. Probably the Orianna picked up for Karis first out, as that typically is our go-to blind for the mid lane, and then the Azir most likely going to be traded here by Renard, unless he's got something a little bit spicy up his sleeve. We've seen him play the LeBlanc already this tournament out, so could be the answer that he's looking for to get a little bit more aggressive. Even still though, lots of mid lane champions have been sort of foregone here. Usually we see these two get banned out, and we'll see whether or not Karis can have the big stellar showing on an Orianna.
Renard going to show us the Ahri here, and Photic going to take the Misfortune. I wouldn't be surprised to see Monkey just rip the Nocturne here. They love Nocturne Orianna on this team. They picked it in a Game 3 blind pick game against Ultra Prime, so you know, given access to every champion on the Rift and no bans, they like to play Nocturne Orianna, so I assume when it's handed them in a draft, they very well may seize the opportunity. Though the Ahri going to make that a little tough, it would be good under the Misfortune. You will not really be able to effectively avoid it. Instead, going to be the Xin Zhao, though, snapped on up by Monkey here. And now with the mid-jungle duo already locked in, they want to try to lock in a priority top laner before the second round of bans comes through.
Yeah, again, we were talking about our junglers as sort of those highlight matchups for this series, and for Monkey here, had a good showing through the beginning of game number 1, but didn't quite have the opportunity to do as much as he might have liked on the Ambessa. Again, needing to get to level 6 before you can really have that impact. You can see that this time around Monkey wants something that can get him going a little bit earlier on. So we'll see whether or not the Xin Zhao is indeed that pick. Now this Jack's locked in, it's a flex pick here for IG. We've seen Wei play it in the past, and specifically versus the Xin Zhao. Notoriously a very good matchup for the Jacks. Obviously the 3-talent strike from Monkey, which aims to knock up the Jacks, can be completely immune using the counter strike. So yes, this could very well be a Jax top 4 Saboro, but also you have to look at Wei here and thinking that this Jax has a very high flex potential.
Definitely does, and I think it's a fine matchup into the Zahen, though. I think they'd be happy to give this over to Saboro, and it's a champion that can be really, really strong coming in on the flank later on, the Zahen, but in the early laning phase, especially if you're blocking autos and dodging them with Counter-Strike, can be plenty good, but keeping that flex alive, super valuable for IG as we come into the second phase of bans. In CWE, not quite buying that it's going to be a jungle flex at this stage as they ban out the Vi.
Yeah, and also, you know, worth remembering there that one of the Zahen abilities, the Q, I believe, acts as like a triple attack
Yes.
or something of that nature. So again, Counter-Strike has a lot of capabilities at blocking out damage there, so you're quite right here. The Jack's actually very good into both of the two champions the WE have elected to pick in that top side. And we'll see, obviously, as the bans progress, it's going to have to be IG focusing their bans toward that bot lane. The Corki takeaway from the Misfortune, probably one of the only ADs that can go toe-to-toe with a Misfortune in that laning phase. The power of Phosphorus Bomb, honestly, just a little bit too high, so a good ban there to take it away from about, and we'll see what it is that it is about can pick up for himself down there. Obviously, with a slightly more limited pool, the Corki having been taken off the board, the Unara as well. You still have things like the Ezreal that can maybe play a little bit at range. You've got the Aphelios as well that we've seen start to slowly crop its way back into the fold. But for about, obviously, plenty of options still, and I'm curious as to what it is that he takes.
Yeah, they baited me there with the long Ashe hover. I was getting interested in a potential Ashe support return, but not going to be the case. The Pantheon is snapped up by Wei. That's going to lock that Jax in for top lane. Now, WE need to bring us a bot lane, and they snap up Kalista to face off against Misfortune. So About and Yao Yao looking to bring the fight to Photic and Jue as they take a old school Kalista Renata duo. Is Renata too new to be old school?
Well, no, yes, okay. No, I don't know. When it was memed upon so heavily in the last Worlds tournament, I'm here for. Or was it MSI that we had the Kalista like 0-14 result? Yeah, the MSI Kalista bout. Yeah, I'm happy for About to try and take this one here, and I really like it versus MF as well, since MF is such a front-loaded champion, doesn't have a lot of consistent DPS, but is very, very geared toward bursting out your enemies. Obviously, the Renata bailout does a very good job at keeping people alive for much longer and really exposes Misfortune for that lack of extended DPS. Obviously, a very good wombo combo as well for WE between Grim Deliverance, Shockwave, and the Hostile Takeover. Lots and lots of tools that can be used in a big circle and can make IG be pretty fearful for how their fights are going to go.
Both versions of Xin Zhao coming through on the WE composition. Sorry for spoilers for anyone who hasn't seen the cinematic put out at the end of the season there, but going to have two different 3 talent strikes there on top of that. You brought up Dark and Glaive earlier. The Xin Zhao going to be in the same category. Makes the Jax super efficient, don't get me wrong. I think if Monkey makes his way over towards the Jax, that's probably going to be looked at as a mistake in many situations, but there's lots of lanes to play through here. You've got a Kalista-Renata duo in the bottom lane. They're going to want to play aggressively, and that is where I expect to see most of WE's attention coming into this game number 2.
Yeah, this game is about, for lack of a better phrase. It is really going to be on the AD carry here for WE to make that impact. You know, he's got a relatively sufficient mid lane. The top lane matchup has been counter picks. Maybe Monkey might feel a little bit obliged to go up there, but again, you talked about the fact that the Xin Zhao can't really do a lot versus the Jax either. So let's go bot lane. Let's punish an immobile AD carry.
Absolutely, and I don't think Cube's gonna mind that too much either. Welcome to Summoner's Rift, everybody, and we'll see. He's not really going to be looking to dominate lane up against the Jax anyway, right? He wants to just get a couple items in and be able to play coming in on flanks later on, stack up the necessary stacks of Cultivation of War, and reset himself in the team fight to be a second source of health and a priority to be focused. But he doesn't need a win lane to do that. Is Wei going for a little evade here?
Yeah, I mean, Monkey just kind of walked into him, and the Pantheon's more than happy to, you know, face check and take this 1-for-1. As, oh no, he's used his potion. Okay, 3v3.
Okay, slow up on Renard now as here comes Cube from the side. Yao Yao going to be here as well. Fires off the Q. Renard at 1 HP, and one more swing of the clockwork windup from Karis will claim first blood onto Renard.
Okay, well, that should be TP as well for Renard coming into the mid lane. It was a late engage there, and one that costs the IG mid laner very, very hugely. Now can't really be taking these aggressive trades. If I'm Karis here, I want to just continue to take really aggressive trades, use my TP advantage, and then come back into the lane and try and punish Renard for not being able to find a teleport or have a good recall window and utilize that summoner spell. So we'll see how well it is that Karis can look to leverage this advantage that he's been generated or that he's been given. As you can see that already on this bot side, we may be starting to see some of the pitfalls of the Kalista and the Renata, in that actually quite difficult to try and trade into the Misfortune.
Certainly, and especially when you're getting hit by double ups that execute their first target, those will hurt big time. Saw one of those thread their way through onto About earlier in that trade, but you know, we were talking about how good it looks to gank bot lane, how not so good it looks to gank top lane. For Monkey, it looks very good in mid lane now. Is Renard going to be without the TP for a while? So the options are opening up before him. So we do see how much effectiveness the Jax can bring in the 1v1 up against Cube, as life's already getting tough, and looks like we're going to get a little bit of a pause here.
Curious. We'll see what happens, and we'll see what that's all about. We'll get the info to you as and when we do know. But obviously, good time to do a little bit of a check-in and sort of showcase to you what the problems that this Ahri is going to face. Now, we know that the Orianna, one of the best blind picks that we have, probably the best blind pick mid laner that exists currently in the meta. Obviously, the range discrepancy as well. Now, they're both obviously 500, 550 units with their auto attacks, but Dissonance and Command Attack probably pairing up quite nicely with the Orb of Deception in terms of their ranges as well. So, in terms of how either one of these two carries are going to try to pump out that DPS, it's going to be relatively even, especially when you've not got a teleport to try and get you back to the lane even. Would expect to see Renard find this lane pretty darn difficult.
Definitely. As we do get back onto the Rift, we are not going to be delayed too long by whatever that pause was caused by, and going to see a return to form in the bottom lane as they continue to trade. Already Monkey showing his face down there, by the way, hanging out an enemy tri-brush, and actually going to be able to sneak his way in here behind Photic and Jue. Photic going to be engaged on right away, going to be able to flash away from both the handshake and the wind becomes lightning, and just like that, the play is turned right back onto Yao Yao. Wei arrives to the scene, gets the stun, and picks up the kill, and now about, at risk of getting taken out, needs to flash away. IG punish a play from WE that is just not executed cleanly.
Yeah, a couple of misses there on skill shots, a couple of flashes as well. Really good disengage from IG and a really solid re-engage actually from Jue. Recognises that one member in particular has flashed forward, is now officially caught on out. And I do think there, Monkey with a really egregious, audacious charge. This is like rule number one of playing jungle. Save your gap close until after the enemy has flashed. Walks up, he uses the E for the slow and maybe trying to use that to secure a handshake, but when flash is still available, I think that's incredibly illegal to go for and expect it to be successful. The fact that Photic gets out there and he doesn't even have to use his barrier feels like a situation that should never be found.
For sure, and just things going real sideways for WE in the bottom lane early on here. Does not mean that they are doomed, but certainly makes Photic feel a lot more comfortable, and I mean, kind of shades of how game number one played out as well, where WE just get a little big for their britches, engage a poor fight, and Photic ends up being the recipient of a massive injection in gold. So far, it's not that much like it was in game number one, but eye's going to be on if they can clean up these bot side plays and actually produce the results that they're looking for, because otherwise they're just handing gold back into IG. This Cube takes a rough trade with Saburo there, but will be able to extend it and create a health benefit for himself.
And I will, again, constantly harp on about this bot side, because I think that, again, we were talking about the junglers for the most part in the early stages of this game and the series, but Photic versus About is going to prove to be this crucial matchup for game number two. And we see the MF with already an early advantage. That Vamp Scepter going to work wonders as well.
Definitely. See a solid advantage being built out in mid lane, by the way. Karis up about 20 CS here. Yes, this wave's going to crash in, but he's going to be up multiple waves, even if Renard perfectly farms this wave. If he can just keep that going, this dominant 1 versus 1 seems to be paying off for him quite nicely, and is going to be a point of power for WE to play through, even if their bot lane hopes are going a little bit sideways. And Karis wisely playing back as he recognizes Jue is missing from the bottom lane and could be coming to provide Renard a little bit of relief.
Yeah, Wei working his way down toward the bot side as well. We'll know that this is roughly the same timer as the one that Monkey ganked on last time, so they should be expecting somebody down in that bot side, but whether they are or not remains to be seen here.
About pretty far up here, trying to farm away at the wave. Wei, I think, was spotted by the wave there, and will be backing on off, so no success for the Pantheon, but a little bit of prio in the bottom lane might feel comfortable to start on off this dragon. Monkey already clearing out vision, though, and making it clear that he is in the area, and he will tussle if it becomes necessary.
Okay, well, we've done our little bit of early scuffling, and we'll now return back to our regularly scheduled farming, as Saboro doing a very good job at taking these trades onto Cube. Bot side already quite active as well, as Dway without flash, not able to get access to About, who's dodging out on these Zenith Blades pretty successfully thus far. But you can see with Wei skulking around on this bot side, he's delaying his own reset a little bit, but will go back to base, find a bit of a window to walk out to that top side. And maybe try to clear up these topside camps. Maybe secure this Scuttle Crab.
Now, Monkey moving his way out of that bot lane way faster than Wei is going to be the first one to show up to this Scuttle Crab, but Saboro is on top of it with a 2-level advantage. Really wants to brawl with this Xin Zhao. He doesn't get the smite. Ooh. He does drop down, finally secures the Scuttle Crab, but Renard gets a kill back, and with it, gets himself right back into the game. My dude was 30 CS down, but that is a huge bailout.
Yeah, not sure that it was worth the flash there. I think that the Monkey was dead regardless, but I actually think that the point that you pull out there, that it's getting him gold back into this laning phase, is actually the crucial part. Whether he's flashing for the sake of getting gold back, or if he's flashing for the sake of putting down the Xin Zhao, are two very different things. I think the former, definitely commendable. The latter, maybe a little bit less so. But a strong idea there, and I'm definitely here for it.
Oh, wow. Nice solar flare connects on a Yao Yao, and he is going to have to bail himself out there. Gets a handshake to pull Zhui back underneath the turret, but Photic was the one tanking it up, so nobody going to drop down. And now about to get 1v2 tower dove, uses a very early cleanse, gets a kill on towards Zhui, but will be no such trade onto Photic. Now Monkey trying to make a play up towards Saboro. In comes Cube with the ultimate, but not enough to be able to fully stack up his passive. Ulti in from Wei to turn the play back, knocked away by the Crescent Guard, but right back in on a Monkey goes Saboro, and the damage from Cube is just not enough. Karis arrives to the scene. The pull back in from Cube is going to allow them to finish off Saboro, but Wei executes the top laner. One more auto from Karis will allow him to get his third of the game, and now Renard going to be the next target. Karis trying to chase him down, dodges out on the charm, but Jway is there. Karis doesn't care, flashes in, dissonance for another 4 kills strong. Karis trying to carry this game for WE.
And he's going to have to try as well. 3-0 on the Orianna. He's got so much of the team's gold after a fight on that top side that could have very easily gone a slightly different way here. A couple of charms going wide, not quite connecting, that could have saved and turned the tides of that play. Have to imagine that IG are going to maybe be kicking themselves a little bit here, that Renard's not quite landing those crucial pivotal skill shots, but for WE, the lifeblood of this composition currently is Karis on that Orianna, the B1, the blind pick that they took, knowing full well the strength that it has. Currently sits 3-0 in the state of the game right here, and I think that's going to be very important to see if he can continue with that and hopefully, I mean, carry what is otherwise a quite failing composition of teams.
I mean, if there isn't a sign of how strong Jax is into this duo of double Xin Zhaos that are facing him down, it's that last gank, right? I mean, you could see an engage started there off the back of the Zehen ultimate, and then immediately has to just flash right back out as there's a Jax staring him down, and Cube just can't tussle with them. Is at risk of falling down, and it just buys so much time that they're able to call over for reinforcements from Wei to turn the play right back. And if that isn't bailed out by Karis, that top lane is going to be cooked.
Yeah, and I think as well, you know, it speaks to the state of the matchup where Zehen, there you go, that's the slip that we've all been waiting for. Zehen is stood channeling ulti. Jax is stood below the ulti waiting but channeling Counter-Strike, and it's almost like, well, which one's the more powerful ability in this case, because the Jax is providing far more value than the Zehen ulti ever was. Second he lands, he flashes out of danger, but even still, the fact that this fight on the top side just barely goes the way of WE, I think is really telling for them. Obviously 4 Invictus gaming, they are in a little bit of a clock, I think. Something that's not particularly highlighted is the power points of their composition. The Ahri again definitely falls off as we move later into the game. Going to need to be landing very crucial charms. The MF as well, one of these picks that can be very difficult to navigate through the late stages of this game. We'll get a look at a replay of how all of this broke down, and again, look at the ulti landing, but you can see Saboro just sat waiting with the E underneath. Cube's the one who has to flash out of danger. And the subsequent play here, I mean, this is, for all of the world, looking like IG are going to come clean house in this topside skirmish. But fortunately enough, Karis able to make his way in there. I think the Shockwave only landing onto one there, and maybe a little bit premature. Might have been able to do, maybe even a little bit more with this fight. But with the red buff in Renard's pocket, maybe hoping that the auto attacks could have gone down and slowed his way out of there. But a great sidestep again. The charm missing, very crucial to Renard falling there.
Definitely, and I think that's the kind of play you're going to see less of as people get more used to competitive Zehen, because he stays out of the fight for so long, all his cultivation of war stacks drop off, and if you're not threatening to res yourself back up, this champion just doesn't do very much, and it certainly feels bad to have to play in those kinds of scenarios. So he goes all the way down to 0 stacks, and then tries to get back into the fight, and he's just not a useful character. They do get a recall forced out of Saburo, though, and they will be able to start pushing onto the top side. Now Saburo going to TP down and try to brawl with Cube. Let's see how Cube plays out. This 1 versus 4 going to be chain CC'd. Going to get hit with a point-blank bullet time and going to drop on down. No too surprising there.
Call me a miracle worker the way I predicted he would die there. That was pretty high intellect from myself, if I do say so. Now, it does come at the cost of first brick going the way of WE, but this is gold funneled onto, it looks like just Sobero, and a little bit of plating gold will go to Photic as well off the back of this. So this Jax is going to continue to be a problem versus the Zehen in the side lane. Same to be said for the MF with relativity to the Kalista. The only real problem point for IG is that mid lane, as Karis finds himself 1,700 gold to the good. So we will, keep our eyes on that. We'll see how much that ends up playing into WE's hands. And for IG, once again, they've got a simple job. In game number 1, it was protect Photic. In game number 2, it's kill Karis.
Certainly, and Saburo with nearly an identical lead too. Want to see how he's going to be able to perform in the side lanes on this Jax. Is very well equipped now to be able to have a big impact on this game, and he's been mostly relegated to tanks, but has gotten on the Jax before, and so far 100% win rate for him. Looking very strong on it once again now as he builds up a lead over Cube.
And now with that Trinity Force in his back pocket as well, he is well underway to having a very successful side lane. You can see actually that I like this from WE. It's stopping the bleeding here, but it is reducing your effectiveness. Putting Karis to match versus Sobero is going to stop the Jax from extending his lead, but it's going to prevent Orianna from extending hers either. Again, I think that if we look at this game as it goes a little bit later, neither one of these compositions has that true attack damage marksman that's going to be carrying them through the late game. But I would favour the Orianna just slightly, again, favouring the power that the Kalista can put out just with her manoeuvrability versus the MF. Definitely something that I'd be a little bit more hot on, but you take that trade up against a Jax, who I definitely favour over as a Zehen during the late game, and I do think that it comes down to where those strong pieces are instead of who has the better composition.
And that will be where we keep our focus. We are inching our way towards the Rift Herald spawn. Still a little ways to go before that is going to rear its head. For now, play around the mid lane. They're looking for Jue. Monkey dives in, already flash used, and Jue is done for. Question is, where does the kill go? To Karis as he gets his 5th. And this is a wealthy, wealthy Orianna, if I've ever seen one, Rooted.
Yep, and for WE, the game plan is also simple. It's protect Karis, right? This is Mr. President in the flesh right now, as we can see he's getting chaperoned up to this top wave. Sobro jumps in.
Getting on towards Karis here. They need to keep this Orianna safe. There's a TP incoming to try to cut him off, but it takes too long. He is able to create some space as Monkey dives forward. Q TPing in on his own. They're going to knock Saburo back into the team and finish him off. Karis with another execution as he now needs to create a little bit of space. Flashes back away to stay away from the bullet time. Now trying to set up this fight in front-to-back fashion. Renard dove onto by Cube. He can't get the cultivation of war stacks in time, and now WE are dropping like flies.
Still going.
Already down and way into the back line off the Grand Starfall. Misses Comet Spear, and that might give Karis the opportunity. He needs to get away, but Photic chases him down and finds one more double up. IG take the lead.
There's the shutdown, and that's Karis falling. That's that lifeblood of the WE composition getting taken down by the 5-0 Misfortune. We've seen so many games where Misfortunes have taken over, and that problem of scaling that I talk about doesn't particularly come to the fold because MF is in just such a good spot in this game. 5 kills, she's so far progressed even ahead of her counterpart. The Callista's never really able to do anything. Walks up to the top side, picks herself up a bunch of kills. Really good bullet time as well from Photic to force an early flash from Karis, zone out another couple of members. And this game just keeps on going from bad to worse if you are WE. You desperately needed to keep Karis alive right there. It felt like for all the world, everybody was piling in to bail out the Orianna. Unfortunately, About didn't get the memo, stayed mid lane, attempted to take the structure in the mid lane, didn't even do so. But was very selfish and very greedy to try and get himself back into the game. And as an AD carry, you have to be here. I'm not trying to downplay it or to discredit About for that. But I do think that you have to recognise the state of the game and recognise who your carry is and work the best to try and get them into the best position possible.
And, you know, we were excited for this bot lane matchup and wanting to see how this, you know, rookie potential star of About would perform for WE up against the Photic Jue bot lane. And there's now 2 games in a row where Photic has just kind of been handed a massive lead and gotten off to the races. He picked up the shutdown onto Karis there for another huge injection, and he now finds himself as wealthy as anybody on IG and with the greatest individual lead in the game.
Collector finished, working towards those plated steel caps as well, so you know, if Zahed and Zin or the Callista get on top of Photic, it's going to have that extra element of safety in the back pocket as well. This is a replay of the fight that happened and almost so long ago at this point, but again, early stun onto Karis, who's down to half HP here. You can see that his job is to try and get away. I think Yao Yao has done a very good job at peeling off Wei. And you can see that the IG jungler are having to play a little bit reserved here, a little bit slower, but by the time he actually does make it in, the fight almost, you would think, over. You can see that that hostile takeover, just interrupting the bullet time, stops Photic from being able to get a full channel down. And unfortunately for Karis, he just sticks around a little bit too long. He's thinking, can I contribute? Can I help? And by the time all of those thoughts have been had, the answer was unfortunately made abundantly clear. And just immediately into the Make It Rain, ends up falling. Not quite enough damage left in the tank for the Orianna to get out of that one.
No, not at all. And we see it again from Cube here. I think this is just something competitive Zahens will get better at, but it's all about managing your passive bar and just can't get the stacks there, but in too deep by the time he realizes he's not going to get the stacks and kind of just goes down without accomplishing very much. If he had kited back with Monkey, could have been an opportunity to try to peel that fight back, take it slower, and play around Karis, but that is not how it plays out. Now IG, 2K gold in the lead. Renard sort of set back up in the game. It feels like they have that spike in the mid game that they were hoping for with this draft.
Yeah, and I think as well with Renard, it's very clear what his role in this composition is going to be. It's try and find picks, right? He's got Malignance and he's got Lucidity Boots. It's use your ulti on cooldown to try and pick somebody where Photic is, where maybe Soboro is, where those strong members of your team are. And the longer that the Ahri is left isolated on a side lane, the worse it is for IG. Obviously, they'll be looking to group up and they'll be looking to make sure that the Ahri's build path can be taken advantage of. I do think the WE still have an opportunity in this game. Again, their ability to slow the pace of the game with an Orianna, not too rough. And you would think as well that they've got an opportunity to do something in the late game. I think if they make it to this 30-45 minute marker, well, they've got it at parity, could very well be an opportunity for them to try and find a fight. However, at parity currently, Gordo, they are not, and they'll need to get there first and have to try and battle their way through an IG composition who are very strong, very fed, and you can see from just one double up, able to take away 400 of my HP.
Those executions on the minions, man, they hurt so bad, and it's just what you have to play around when you face down the Misfortune. Photic getting a lot of damage in there. Blade of the Rune King a lit about. Tick back up without too much trouble. And Saburo, recall, this guy's a 1.5k ahead of Cube, but now Cube turned it back around, has the full stacks of Cultivation of War, and that is the signal for Saburo to back away. Monkey, meanwhile, was able to secure that Rift Herald, so WE getting themselves involved in the objective game and still in play for the Feats of Warfare if they can secure this upcoming Dragon.
I mean, it's a win on all sides, but we are seeing a big commit down to that bot side. Cube now in trouble.
Yeah, he's without those Cultivation of War stacks now. Stacked him up earlier against Saboro, but now that they fade away, Way comes in to finish the job, and IG now find themselves with 5v4 on the map.
It's almost an Ilaoi feature, right? Where if you remember how to play against Ilaoi, she presses R, you walk away. The second Cube gets those Cultivation of War stacks, you can just see that IG are so good at being disciplined and just going, yeah, we're not going to fight you now. And then as soon as they wear off, they go, oh yeah, well, now you're weak. We'll fight you again. And Cube not quite being able to counter that just yet. Finds himself in a little bit of trouble. Finds himself getting caught out. And as it's IG once again, just playing a little bit smartly. Making sure that they're not taking any fights when they don't need to. And making sure that when they do, they're going to get what they came for.
Indeed. TP now being channeled here. This is Saboro, or Renard, rather, joining up with the team in the mid lane.
But that turret's dead.
Yeah, it will fall on down as the Rift Herald charges in, but Renard now with a backline engage. They're going to ulti on the way, but here comes Renard trying to get on towards Karis. Karis still raining through quite a bit of damage from that lead he built up on the Orianna. The first kill of the fight going to come through on towards Way, and Jue soon to follow his jungler. Big flash in from Saboro as he finds a 3-man Counter-Strike Sun. Only going to be able to find the kill onto the support for now. Karis is in the bailout, but he will not be able to find the res, and Saboro just bonks each member in turn. That's an ace for Invictus Gaming.
That's the power that IG were waiting for out of the top lane. Saboro had been hiding himself in the 1 versus 1 matchup, but he turns up to the fight 2 items strong and cleaves WE with one fell swoop. It is an incredible TP flank. It's an incredible fight engage, and the re-engage that came through from this Jax, absolutely monumental. Renard able to make his way down to that bot side and push an extra wave. They take the tier 1 turret off the back of this, but take a look at this replay here, Gordo. It's a big engage from Monkey to try and get access to that backline. Q3 ready, flashes onto Photic, who's able to just walk it out with the barrier. Renard also makes his way in and catches a charm onto Karis to begin with, but About's free hitting this whole time, all until Saboro makes his way in here, flashes in, triple counter-strike with the ulti layered on top, takes down Yao Yao very quickly, able to wait for his cooldowns, and unfortunately About not quite strong enough to get through this Jax. And you can see, despite all of these Ren stacks being built up, one redemption comes in, keeps Saboro alive, and even unlive at this point. We are just seeing that Yao Yao's getting caught out, trying to ward up his jungle, and IG in a position to threaten him and punish him for that.
Yeah, Cube, or rather Yao Yao picked off in the picture there, and once again, Saboro arriving to the scene big time there. When Renard missed that charm onto Karis, I really thought that was an opportunity for WE to get back into it, but no such luck once the top laner arrives. And Saboro going to look to keep this train rolling. Picks off Cube. Renard there with the charm to back him up, and Renard will hunt down the kill. Photic, meanwhile, finishes off About, and IG just keep them on coming. 2 more to the red side.
This whole time, by the way, Way is just soloing Atacon. He took it down pretty much on his own. I'm pretty sure Photic contributed a couple of autos to begin with, but that's about it. Karis forced to teleport out of that bot side, as it does look like IG knew that there was an Orianna waiting in that brush. They take the Dragon, they take the Atacon, they take the mid lane tier 2. They actually didn't even go for the Dragon just yet. They're trying to get things that are slightly more high value, as those Cloud Drakes not proving to be all that important for IG just yet. But they're 6,500 gold up here, Gordo, and I think that they're feeling very happy about their state in the game.
As they should. They've gotten themselves out of the Kalista Renata lane with a 9-0 misfortune. They've gotten Saboro off to a massive individual lead, and he's able to pop off in these fights. And, I mean, even Renard's deficit has been largely mitigated. They're pretty much firing on all cylinders at this point, and they're having a lot of success just camping out within WE's jungle and waiting for some unlucky member to face check the wrong bush. They're going to continue with that strategy as they set up around Dragon number 3 here. Should have no problem finishing it off, but Jue already looking for his next victim with Renard in his pocket.
Yeah, just need to be a little bit careful. I think that flash probably warranted, as there were 4 members of WE all sort of waiting there, and I don't quite think that the rest of IG would have been ready to respond. But you can see with that tier 2 turret in the mid lane having been felled, the game plan for IG for the time being actually pretty straightforward. There are 2 tier 2 turrets, 1 in bot, 1 in top, both of which yield excessive amounts of gold if you can take them down. So before the Baron being live, there's not a right lot for them to do other than at least attempt to go for that siege. Overall, you can see how successful that's been, and versus, you know, Orianna versus the ability to wave clear, not too well.
Yeah, nice combo there. Saburo finds the Counter-Strike stun.
Oh, hi, Wei.
Renard finds the charm, and Wei is here for emotional support as they look to take down the inner turret. IG, with the very easy time of it here, we need to see WE try to overload somewhere and make some sort of desperation play to get back into this.
Yeah, it is going to be out of desperation here. You can see that the Kallista's just so far behind, 4,000 gold at a deficit of Photic. Now, in game number 1, WE did pretty well at giving about gold. The Virus was actually up in gold even at the end of the game relative to Photic on that Sivir, but in this game it's just not been the case. The Kalista not nearly been as successful when it comes to finding gold, when it comes to being a threat, being a menace, down 2 levels as well, and I think that those levels paint an entirely different picture for this game, where Karis spent the early game really far ahead of Renard, and yes, that gold has continued to be the same, but you can see the Ahri actually pretty darn strong in terms of that experience, in terms of even just Dark Seal stacks here. Gordo 10 ready to go. Locked and loaded, as it's the Magi's picked up, turns that into the book very nicely, very quickly. I think with the Rylai's in tow and with the safety provided from the extra HP, from the Malignants and the reduced cooldown on summoner spells and ultis, this Ahri should be feeling pretty darn safe.
4v4 breaking out in mid here. Jue going to throw out the solar flare. Doesn't connect the stun onto anybody. Saburo coming in on the flank, though. Comes in for another triple stun. Only gets it onto Karis, but Karis is the most important target anyway. Hostile takeover. Connecting onto 4. It's massive for Yao Yao, but it's just too little, and it's just too late. 4 members already down. Cube, the last one respawning, and he'll hit the dirt as well. An ace for 1 for Invictus Gaming, and they're ready to close this series out nice and early. Dude.
It's an absolute stomp from IG. 10-26, a 10k gold lead. Photic flashing on the double turrets.
And this is going to be the end here. 4 members pushing strong, nobody to stand in their way. And IG with a nice clean 2-0 to move them up to 2-1 in the group stage here for Group A.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important win. I think that IG, obviously a team that coming into this week, we had the pleasure of casting them a couple of days ago, Gordo. It looked like a completely different team where they were just drafting, you know, solo carries for really no reason. And it definitely felt like today they found themselves in a much better spot where they were able to lean on different people, lean on a lot of different members. And don't get me wrong, yeah, Photic had an incredible series here. He's playing Misfortune out of his mind. He was playing the Sivir with an MVP level, but I think that this game number 2, Saburo definitely stepped up, had the counter pick into the top side, and, you know, really made it work, really showed why it was that this Jax got picked, and really why you need to be looking to ban it.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see more of this guy on kind of strong side top laners, right? Because we saw his debut, right? Like you said, we cast him versus EDG. He played Scion, and then he played Ornn, and he looked very unimpressive in those games, but had a nice win up against LGD earlier this week on the Jax, and now another really strong Jax game here up against Cube. And I think we came into this with About being the LCKCL rookie that we were really excited about, and I think we're going to leave this series with Saburo being the LCKCL rookie that we're a little bit more excited about.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, we're going to get to see a lot of clips that I think are going to paint Saburo in a very favourable light here, as he's just quite happy to take on these 2 versus 1s, 2 versus 2s, and the longer form skirmishes that do come from this. Obviously, his champion very favoured versus the Zehen versus the Xin Zhao. But this is all to say that in this game in particular, we did get to see some bright spots from WA. I think that Karis here, you can see, I mean, that sidestep alone, it might not seem like a lot, but it is beautiful. And then we get to see this, the incredible flash play, triple stun. I think he was looking for the one-shot with his combo onto Karis, but instead just finds one onto Renata either way. Able to take down 2, take down 3, take down 4, and the 5th falls without really any recompense as well.
Hey, look, if you're going to take down 4, what order you do it in, maybe not the most important thing in the world.
True.
Misclicks aside, you know, that's in the eye of the beholder, perhaps, as we do see it just continuously running through fights here, and does a great job of finding quite a number of flanks here. You see it on these clips. Most of these flanks are kind of raw, right? He's not doing it off the teleport. He's just moving up through the side lane, navigating his way through the jungle, and finding his way in on towards the team. Fight after fight after fight, and WE never really find a way to piece together any kind of move with a kind of overloaded side or with an actual numbers advantage to pull themselves into the lead. They're going to give player of the game to Photic again, though, so he's going to pick up 2 of those on the night. And, I mean, those KDAs, they're certainly nothing to scoff at.
It's not like Photic didn't play well, right? I just don't think that he was the player of the game, right? I think that does go to Sobro this time. I mean, we've had a long-standing tradition of myself and the LPL broadcast disagreeing on who was the most valuable player for that one, but Photic not undeserving. I just think that Sobro definitely deserved to get a little bit more credit in this fight, in this game in particular. But either way, a good little look there for IG, a quick 2-0 as they take down WE.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure to watch, but that's going to do it for our section of the broadcast here, Rudude. We're going to pass it on off to Slayer and Gibetto as they bring you guys into the upcoming BLG versus OMG series. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more Demacia Cup after another quick break.
Back in a flash here on the LPL English Twitch channel as our continued unofficial coverage of the Demacia Cup rolls on. We're now officially past the halfway point of Stage 2, which is the middle point of the Demacia Cup tournament. There's a lot to explain here, but luckily I've got one hell of a knowledgeable man and a dashing man next to me to help us out with that. It is Jay Beto. I am, of course, Slayer. We'll be the casting duo taking you guys through the rest of today's Demacia Cup. And Jay Beto, I know you're hyped for one of our teams, especially before we get into this matchup, but take a quick crack at, just explain the format for anybody that joined in just to watch the BLG series.
Oh boy, so basically, format-wise, we've done Stage 1, that was last week. We're in Stage 2 now. All these matches are very important. It's a single round robin. All of them are best of threes. And, 3-0 would basically guarantee you through to the next stage, which is functions like a quarterfinals.
Yeah.
And their weighting will be AL and top esports. AL unchanged in roster, so a titan over there in the knockout stage. But BLG won their first match last night. They need to continue going forwards here. OMG, they've kind of been upsetting a little bit, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Not a team that I had massive hopes for, but have come out swinging.
Yeah, they have come out swinging indeed. Let's quickly, because we know the drafts come quickly here, get our rosters sorted for the BLG side. We'll start with Billy Gaming. This was an organization that had a full, Tier 2 lineup run in last Demacia Cup. And this time, they're not messing around. It's been starting top laner. Shun, the new addition in the jungle, coming over from JDG, the only non-starting member of BLG. There's no Knight. It's YXL, who was pretty impressive yesterday. You will see more from him. And, of course, Viper and On to round out a just title contending bottom lane for the year ahead, Jay Beto.
Like you said, we've got quick fire teams here, rosters. So I've got lots of thoughts about this BLG roster, but I think it looks really solid.
Yeah, I like it. All right, let's move over to OMG, who roster-wise, not as impressive, but again, they have been putting teams on upset watch. We'll talk about the squad they beat earlier on in this tournament a bit later, but is Harry in the top side, Rio in the jungle, Haichao in the mid lane position, Starry and Moham to round out of this roster that is looking to try and topple a very big, bad squad in this Billy Gaming team.
Yeah, a statement in LPL BLG is, I believe as well, OMG have Juhan as their sub. And I might be wrong with this, but I'm fairly sure they have been putting him in for some games. So don't be shocked if that does happen. But yeah, since we've got some time here, I'm going to dive into BLG a little bit.
Go ahead, yeah.
Looking back at 2024, we're going all the way back, right? Take your minds back. Shun was on that roster, right? It looked exactly the same. Obviously, Elk, so now we're with Viper. But that team was a Worlds finalist, and if you're a ball knower, they easily could have won that series. They were easily contesting best team in the world, best team for that year. Had a great year in the LPL. 2025 BLG had a lot of issues. Junglers, coaches, a lot of swapping around, and it didn't really come together when it needed to. BLG domestically didn't have a bad year, but one of the most disappointing performances at Worlds was BLG. And not necessarily because of their placement, but because of how good we know this roster can be. Now bringing Shun back in, taking out Elk, he's over with another team that we might be seeing later, and bringing Viper in, which was one of the strongest ADCs in the LCK. He's been in the LPL before, but in the LCK last season, in Humble Life, he absolutely destroyed so many games, and Humble Life again didn't have the most happy end to their year with Peanut obviously leaving, not winning that championship. Peanut would have obviously loved to have done that, but Viper was crucial and kind of required in some of these games to actually allow Humble Life to win games that they had no chance winning, or contest in matches where they had no chance contesting. I think we saw a lot of confidence be lost by BLG towards the end of the year, especially around Worlds. I think that Viper being in this roster, having a rock in that bot lane, can really provide something strong for BLG.
Could not agree more. The funniest part, though, Jay Beto, about yesterday was a part of that first BLG 2-0. Viper, he was good, but he wasn't really the star. I really felt like Bin was a really good proprietor in that game. Shun was back doing, that Shun you're talking about from 2024. He's going to look at the man himself. So the top side, YXL even looked pretty darn good on the Azir. Shades of Knight, one could say. We'll have to see if the top side continue to be successful, or maybe we'll get the Viper pop-off game we'll have to see. We're into our game 1 draft here, and some heavy hitters, as we've seen all tournament long, taken off the board. The one I want to point out really quickly before I give over the reins to you, Jay Beto, Jace continues to be permanently banned unless we get into those blind pick game 3s.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised about that. We saw Kiana and Aatrox really prioritized in Kesper Cup and at the beginning of Demacia 2, and now those two have kind of fallen to like an A tier. We've got Jace every game, picked or banned, and in blind pick, we're seeing oftentimes mirror Jace. There was that really nice Nocturne answer into the Jace, so I have to see if we get to a game 3 tonight. If we see something like that again, that was really creative. And then after Jace, it's kind of just the AD junglers, back to what we've seen all year. No standout surprises here in the ban phase. There is a Scion, which typically goes through to be picked, but banned in this game, the Yunara up first. I mean, if you wanted a performance from Viper, this is a champion to put him on.
I mean, his debut game yesterday, Jay Beto, this is the exact same spot they were in. Blue side B1. Just give Viper the rock. It's the same thing I repeated the first time we saw it, so never going to hate getting the Yunara out here for Viper. But this was the answer from 1XN. And all right, I'm sure people are going to talk about it in the chat. Starry, we're holding you accountable, all right? 1XN did not honor Viper by wearing his EDG skin on the Aphelios. We'll see if Starry does. We'll have to get back to that as the Kiana, one of those AD junglers you were talking about, Jay Beto, will be locked in here for Juhan, who is actually the jungler that has been playing mostly for OMG.
Yeah, the Aphelios has been rising a little bit more on priority. Teams are valuing that. I do hope we see the skin. But
come on.
It fell off a little bit towards the end of this year, but it was something, like you mentioned, that was picked pretty often into Yunara alongside Kaisar and Xayah. Xayah's really kind of disappeared entirely from the meta. No teams are really going towards that. But, I mean, this is a disgusting start.
Yes.
If you were blind picking against your friend, this would be a draft you'd be happy to take. Obviously, the Kiana is still a very strong jungler. It's, like I said, fallen out a little bit of the priority because of some of the 80 bruisers coming back in. Everyone really wants to play the Jarvan and the Xin Zhao, but I mean, this is just such a great team fighting start from BLG. Another jungler that's been rising up the Malphite. Ooh.
All right. I want to add answer, though.
I want to add here quickly. Who was it? One of the rioters who posts or streams all the time said the sharpest counter in League is Sylas into Malphite. You have a ridiculous % win rate when this matchup is picked.
That's a great shout. I mean, it's you can even just go back to the room entry rules to Sylas, right? If there's valuable ultimates to steal, Hijacks is such a best friend, and the unstoppable force is why I assume Haichao is going to want to gobble up every single one of these games. Interesting to see BLG kind of ban out the Alistar. I like the logic, right? We're already giving away Malphite Ultimate. We're not going to pick the Alistar for on here, so let's not give them the free pick next to this Aphelios, especially when we're playing that dive comp. It's really all supports coming off the board here, Jay Beto. So what supports are standing out to you that are going to become priority now that we may get 4 support bans in this second phase?
I'd say the first one's definitely Rel. Alistar ban always signifies a Rel to me. It is a takeaway from OMG, but Alistar and Rel is a typical handshake that favors the Alistar through most of the early game. You could go Rakan as well with the Lulu ban now from OMG. A lot of the time the support bans, they're takeaways, yes, but they're setting up for their pick. OMG with the Bard and this Lulu telling me that they want something that's going to struggle into range champions. So we're going to take some of those range champions away. There is a Karma still available. So that's a concern for OMG. Maybe it's a Karma pickup here with the Aphelios to say there's nothing that you can have into our lane here as the Zehen will be banned away. I've got some pretty strong thoughts about Zehen. I think he's over-prioritized a ton. We saw that in that last series. If
I would agree.
Everyone was watching what happens when it doesn't get rolling. But for OMG here, do they want to keep support counter pick or do they want to blind their top laner here?
That is a very dangerous question because Ben was my series MVP. His Ambessa was really sharp. That one is up and available, and they want to protect over towards Harry here. So they're going to leave up that blind for Ben. Leona comes across. I like it. You really need some reliable crowd control here, consistent crowd control with this OMG composition. So the Leona fits that bill, but you do open yourself up to a classic counter. I would love to see this Poppy locked in here 4 on. They may still go towards it, but they want to see what's the best option for Ben to blind here. And Renekton's never a bad shout.
Yeah. Not too much crazy into Renekton. I mean, the Jace that's now a jungler can go into that. You can play Gnar. It's a bit of a tough, skill-dependent matchup. I would love the Poppy if anyone's been watching me cast here so far, I've been talking about Poppy, and unfortunately, it's been picked and it hasn't looked very good. It was being banned every game. It's incredibly popular over in Korea, but if there's someone in the LPL that I trust or hope to trust to look good on this champion, it will be On. This is a very strong bot lane. Like you said, it's a great counter, and it's got such great matchups. There's the Gnar that I was talking about. This is pretty standard stuff. It's a tough skill matchup, but if Harry's got his wits about him, he can come out on top.
I would still like the Gnar more than this Cassante because, again, I think there needs to be kind of a team fight, crowd control-based threat here. Cassante does fit the bill a bit, but the wombo of a Gnar and a Leona can really set up Qiyana, Aphelios. Cassante's a bit more self-serving, but like you talked about, J Beto, maybe do you feel like the Cassante's a bit easier into the Renekton than the Gnar, like you talked about, the skill-dependent matchup?
I think that for the most part, Cassante will be more so a weak side here and will win later on.
Right.
The problem with Gnar is that it's a skill matchup, yes, but if you're really good at it, you know, we've all seen those great Gnars be played around Worlds, especially last year. And you just space the Renekton. You can't really do anything, but Renekton scales a lot better than he used to because of how the game is. You love those team fights. You love flashing in with the W, stacking your ult up before you get into a fight there. With a Cassante, you sacrifice a little bit of lane power. When you get Iceborne and Bramble Vest, you feel a lot stronger in the lane, and the team fights are just so much better. That's one of the issues with Gnar. It's a tough team fighter, so I don't dislike OMG going for something that everyone has been playing for the last however many years now. It's a comfortable pick for almost everybody. It has to be, and it's a lot more standard in team fights.
All right, so now that we've got our two drafts in front of us, well, I guess not in front of us. We're about to head into the Rift, J Beto, for this first game. Now we have the drafts in front of us. As we get on to Summoner's Rift, I want to talk to you about win conditions. Talk me through what this game looks like, if it's going to go well for OMG, if it's going to go well for Billy Gaming.
I think for OMG, they have to get the Qiyana rolling early. I think Juhan needs a good early game. It's really tough to play Qiyana later on anyway, and you're against tons of range, Azir, Yunara. You're against a great front line with CC, with this Renekton and this Malphite, and then Poppy's a great counter into Qiyana. It hasn't been played too much in pro play, but it is a good counter. So if Juhan gets off to a slow start, maybe gets off behind on the back foot, I mean, if anyone's been watching LPL, if you've been following Demacia Cup, you've seen how the Malphite looks when behind. I mean, if Qiyana can't get rolling, that's going to be really tough. Not that OMG have weak late game, right? Silas is going to struggle in lane, but OMG maybe setting up for a little bit of vision here. He'll just get warded off by On.
Oh, here we go. All right, Viper, here. Let's punish Starry. Yeah, he's like, listen, I don't see an EDG Aphelios skin, so I'm going to throw down some serious damage early. Finds that just little trade, but you know that's what we like to call mental warfare in the business, J Battle. I'm gonna send you back with less HP than me, and well, maybe not even let you back here. On's gonna cancel Starry, and he actually has to burn the flash over the wall. So from bad to worse there for the OMG AD carry.
I was gonna make a joke about Starry cycled some ammo. He's ahead in the lane, right? But that's a crazy read from On that Starry's just basing in the bush, walks forward, cancels it, and gets the flash out too. Now Starry has to base. He can't. He debated there. Do I walk into the lane? But yeah, now both AD carriers. This is how a bot lane should be, in my opinion. I'm an ADC player, but let's just roam around the map as ADC and let supports fight in the lane.
All right, I'm glad to hear that we're an all AD carry broadcast tonight. That's good to know, Jay.
True.
So we'll be very pointed towards our marksman in this.
I'm an Aphelios lover.
Okay, I'm not an Aphelios lover, so yeah, we'll be the same role together, Jay Beto, but we'll cover different champions. It's all right.
You can be the Yunara then. That's fine.
I definitely play a lot more Yunara than I'd say Aphelios here. That's also, by the way, both summoners out of Starry. I think he also burned the ghost. On top of that, that is not a visual bug. So yeah, I mean, this lane where Yunara can kind of struggle into that Aphelios range with the green gun. I mean, it's already so much easier, and it's got to be a lot more helpful for Shun, who is on this Malphite, looking to kind of just full clear and play towards a strong side. And it should be pretty easy pickings for Shun early in this game, looking at all the lanes across the board for BLG right now.
And you're still waiting on level 6 for Shun, obviously, to get involved. But with these lanes that are dominant, look at the push in every lane. Obviously, Azir's going to have push into Silas. It's a melee matchup. Renekton, early levels should have push. And because of that bot lane start, Shun here can just full clear. If they want to invade, we can invade. If not, it's a Malphite. We're happy to just chill around. Nice dash in there.
Okay, hi, Chow. getting some decent trades back. The Lethal Tempo gets a good amount of value for YXL. Again, Zir, very strong champion, but YXL was really proficient on this in the Game 1 win for BLG. Had a couple of really good Emperor's Divides, so it's not Knight, but hey, if you're playing well for a guy like YXL, there's nothing more volatile than the LPL free agency market, no matter what time of year it is. This is kind of a big tryout maybe for a guy like YXL, because you know you're not going to move Knight off his mid lane position. He's going to get moved off of his mid lane position in our game as he has to burn the flash, and just like that, First Blood's going to come across here to Haichao. Shun, though, going to find the dive trade to make Starry's life even more living hell here, and even the kill count at 1 apiece.
Yeah, YXL too far forward there, jungle missing, and your jungle is on the wrong side of the map to help you out there, but we're talking about these pushing lanes and Shun getting active early. Great early dive. I mean, you need to shut down the Aphelios early. You were talking about the range disadvantage that BLG are at. Well, it doesn't matter when Poppy's such a great dive champion. Malphite's not bad at it too, and Electrocute early game means you kind of need to be going for these dives, so I love the early look from BLG.
Get the kill on to Shun. Maybe like to get that going for Viper, but again, I think it's even bigger of a win that Viper just gets a very clean reset off. We don't see any sort of lane swap shenanigans coming across. We are a bit early for it. Jay Beto, do you expect to see any sort of swaps, especially maybe from OMG, knowing they have that weak side Cassante to lean on in a 1v2?
It is a rough one because I'm not sure if you necessarily want to lane swap the Aphelios into the Renekton. I mean, Renekton's going to hit 6, you're level 3. There is a timer there for if Moham's roaming like he is, for the Renekton to, for Bin to solo kill Starry here, but YXL...
Oh my god, Moham flashes right on top to layer all the CC down. YXL, no flash, remember. It's a flash forward here from Juhan to make sure they have more than enough damage, and there's one of Jay Beto's early calls. Get the Kiana rolling early. Has a first kill early on here as Starry is going to get dove. Doesn't get slammed into the wall, but On is taking enough to tank up that turn, and this time Viper does claim the kill. You may get the rest of your map fed, OMG, but Starry is drowning on this bot side.
You can see where OMG's game plan is. They've highlighted the, in the nicest way of putting it, the weakest position. This is, not Knight, and that's a massive part of this, right? But BLG showing the dominance in the bot lane that I've kind of been hoping for ever since this roster change has been rumored and now coming to fruition. Love to see the pressure BLG's bot lane is putting out. Elk and On were a bot lane that was synonymous with having dominant early game performances. The problem is a lot of those were on the Caitlyn Elise, and they were the best in the world at that. The issue with that, though, is that it doesn't scale very well. The Yunara Poppy is a very different look here, and I trust Viper on the Yunara very heavily. Now with a 700 gold lead, OMG do have leads in important areas. Silas being up is important. That's a really, really tough lane to start out with. The Silas versus Zir. And Juhan on this Kiana does have a small lead too, but if BLG's bot lane can continue to create cracks in OMG's defense here, they're going to need to answer it somehow.
And you think even further, right, about the Aphelios especially being behind. We talk about damage profile. You've got two melees are ahead, right? And if this Aphelios can't really threaten any range, it really sets up Viper and YXL with that good front line that you've been talking about to be able to just kind of punish that melee-centric damage-dealing comp in these later fights. We'll have to keep a tab on that as Shun gets access level 6, and what does he do? He flash ults right on top of Harry's head. Didn't have a chance to flash, use any other abilities. It's a kill over to Bin.
Well, Shun showing, I think was it Junjia or Jeje, one of the two, how to play the Malphite ult combo.
Yep.
The correct way, hitting the flash R properly, but nice opening here in the top lane. Again, something that went wrong quite significantly at World for BLG was Bin was an underperformer, and that's not something you'd love to see. Bin was one of the scariest top laners in past years. It's only Demacia Cup, but BLG, it's going to take time for them to regain their confidence, especially in Bin, who suffered in Fearless. Picking him something like a Renekton, getting a decent matchup is a good start, but giving him a gold lead, 1,000 gold lead on this Renekton. Yes, the Cassante will do okay later on, but Renekton at 2 items with like level 11, level 2 ult is one of the strongest zoning champions in the game around these objectives. Speaking of objectives, Dragon has been completely left to the wayside. Both bot lanes now rotating up to the top. Viper will lose wave prior was on, actually covering the mid lane, so Bin can pick that up because Bin doesn't have any TP here.
Yeah.
So they both want the double TPs on the bot side so they can easily rotate to the Dragon if necessary. Viper
should be fine with no solar flare. And yeah, Starry had some pretty low-range guns. They do have Juhan in the area. I like the call-out, though. Put the stronger Renekton closer to the Grubs. YXL's far behind. He could just safely farm into this Cassante. And because it's double melee solo lanes, so Bin is also safe to farm up here. But it's actually OMG that are going to press the issue a bit, as Juhan is going to secure that first grub. And it looks like OMG are going to respect Billy Gaming and just take one away. No smite available for Juhan just yet. There's the smite out of Shun to go 1-for-1. And yeah, they're just... It's all bark but no bite right here for OMG. And maybe I spoke too soon. Moham's going to re-engage. Oh, that is not the greatest Kiana ult to find any sort of slam. The Moonlight Vigil also comes out. And On just casually mogs his opponents and takes both the ults and nothing else happens.
I think BLG got everything they wanted there. Azir's free farming in bot lane. Bin is unconcerned with the mid lane. And then OMG, the engage from Moham looks a bit curious, but what they're doing is they're trying to force cleanse out of Viper as Juhan is rotating, so maybe they can go for a dive before the grubs. Viper, Mental of Steel here, doesn't use the cleanse at all. He's aware he's safe, despite his support not being anywhere capable of saving him. OMG get one grub, that's all they can get. BLG, they don't flinch at the bluff. They hold strong and they get 2 grubs. It's a very nice start here from BLG, and they've got some great scaling. And a ton of range too. They've got the Yunara, the Azir, and the Malphite that needs a lot of tank items on board later on. But On will just do a bit of cheeky base cancelling. BLG happy with this early game. I think for OMG, like we were talking about before, Juhan really needs to start picking up the pace. He's got his first item. This Dragon needs to go down. Some fights need to go OMG's way.
Dragon feels like the trade that OMG should be able to grapple with. Also want to keep with pace for these feats of strength. I know there are mixed opinions on how impactful they are towards the game. I still think they're pretty valuable, and more importantly, I want to focus on them because, guys, they're going away pretty soon, all right? So love them or hate them. These are the last couple of games we'll see this whole feats tracking going on.
Yeah, I think one of the good things, though, I think First Blood Gold's coming back, and we will be quest tracking, so... That's a whole other ball game in itself. The game will be slowing down with the plates added and everyone trying to complete their quests. Obviously, top and bot, kind of the winners of the patch. We should be seeing the patch notes in pretty soon, actually. But BLG grouped around this river. They're around Dragon early.
Still have Summoners up for Viper, protected in this mid lane from any sort of solar flare. And as you mentioned, trying to make it so OMG aren't too comfortable trying to go for this Dragon with that Profane Hydra. Juhan shouldn't have too much trouble soloing it out here, but they're not comfortable starting it up. They still have some vision to deal with. There's a ward in the back of the pit there from On to make sure they'll spot any Dragon start. It's kind of just a lot of awkward dancing around, trying to claim some vision. On won't get hit by the Zenith Blade there from Moham, but he still commits the Solar Flare with Juhan nearby. There's a Supreme Display of Talent. Unstoppable Force does get canceled. Viper can't touch Starry with that range out of the green gun. The Arc of Ruin not going to save him. Dodges 1Q, but still has to flash away as Moham cuts down On for size.
Viper was zoned away by Starry there. It looked a bit awkward on the top side, but what happened is Viper had to cleanse the ult from Juhan and then instantly Starry pressed root with Gravitum. So Viper was stuck there tanking damage. At this point in the game, you'd be happy for Viper to take that trade, flash away from maybe the Starry ultimate or some of the burst damage and actually win out on that 1v1, but instead forced to flash away. OMG, catch On lacking. Shun tries to help over the wall, but that's a nice fight back there. It's not a big gold lead for this jungler just yet, but the Dragon will start the ball rolling.
And it keeps, like you mentioned, the goal competitive. And that is going to be an integral part here for OMG with how much these next couple minutes are crucial towards their game plan. Want to get this Collector done for Starry, but the Profane Hydra and the Rocket Belt are going to make a lot more proactivity available for OMG here. As On is trying to be a bit pesky with Juhan's camps. There aren't really any ultimates available from that last escapade just yet. So this team should kind of settle in here a bit more. Keep our eyes towards maybe the Rift Herald in the next couple of minutes. But again, Jay Beto, every minute where it's kind of just feel like farm it out plays more and more into the hands of Billy Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, look at the strong members of OMG right now. Like you mentioned, the Hydra and the Rocket Belt completed, and they were completed for that Dragon as well. Kraken is now finished for Viper, but YXL doesn't have an item, and neither of them had an item around that Dragon. Not spotted on this ward here just yet. Shun will be spotted out, so no dive potential here as you'll see Zhuhan just run up to the top side. Harry will be aware of this. The health bar is low, though.
It's always a dangerous game, diving the Cassante. We all know the copy-paste meme for a reason, so I would hope to see that this doesn't really come to fruition. Nastra's Tooth is done here for YXL, so at least matching in power. But all right, Shun really wants to go for this. He's come around the wall here. He has the unstoppable force. They're going to go just for the all-in.
Wow.
Harry's health bar is low enough. No Cassante outplays around the turret here. It's another rinse and repeat kill from Bin and Shun.
That was perfect. I mean, Harry's only counterplay there is to flash the initial engage, but once it's hit, he CC chained to the point. Hold on.
Oh, on full Leona combination comes down. Haichao also with the hijacked ultimate, but YXL gets a ton of time with this National 2. He's going to push Haichao into the air as they finish off Moham. There's the Keeper's Verdict knockup as well from On. He'll trade his life, but that's a happy sacrifice as he throws up the thumbs up because his mid laner just picked up a crucial double kill.
BLG look confident and comfortable up there on the top lane. They CC chain Harry so he can't get into ult. That's so crucial on this Cassante champion. But here, let's have a look here. So Moham goes in with the Zenith Blade and the Solar Flare, but none of it hits YXL. So he's just able to free hit the entire time. Poppy provides so much space and holds the ult the entire time here. Hits it right at the end. So Haichao can't continue to hit, and unfortunately On does go down, but YXL with the double kill evens up the gold. Haichao being at that position in a matchup like this is speaking a lot to how this lane has gone in favor of the Sylas, but YXL will even it up, and I mean, yeah, BLG again, they look comfortable, they look confident, and that's scary.
They're even winning the 50-50 smites there. You saw Shun secure his own red buff over Zhuhan. Throws up the respect thumbs up. And now we've kind of reached that point where we felt like OMG could make a pretty big stand, but these last couple of plays have inserted a lot more gold into the BLG camp. Rift Herald has spawned up on this top side. No feats of monster slaying to be secured here, but could definitely help crack open that first brick, and that would give the boot upgrades over to BLG Gaming if they can secure it. And you're already seeing everybody but YXL crowded around this top side for BLG.
Does have TP, but there's no Keeper's Verdict available for On. Does have Cleanse ready for the fight, knows that Moham will most likely be looking for him, but just a bit of vision sweep out. I think this Poppy champion is super strong. I mean, you see the base damage. Please cancel the base. Oh, no.
Hey, you mess with Shelly, she's not going to let you go for free, all right?
I mean, you clear the vision, Shelly's got to get something back on you, all right? Rudolph Herald here. But, yeah, Poppy's got insane base damage. You saw it in that bot play, and it's a very creative champion. It's a champion that you can do a lot on if you're creative. Hold on, Bin, force a dash away there from the chains, but OMG and BLG now around. TPs on both the members in the bot lane if they want to fight for this Herald.
He's got his Bash Bro with him again. Shun's here with unstoppable force. It is a 3v2, two separate fights kind of breaking out here. TP's coming behind. That is YXL. Zhuhan gonna have to flash away from Shun. There's the hijacked unstoppable force into the supreme display of talent. Really good ult layering coming across there from OMGs to get the kill onto Shun. YXL on the top side trying to get that lethal tempo going. His bid with the dominance pop. Really can't find a target until he sets his sights on Moham. Cuts him down to size. Starry is ghosted in. The all-out comes across from Harry, sending him into a 1v1 with Viper. Just like yesterday, Viper doesn't have a shot in hell as the Cassante forces a 1v1, and it's all on to Bin and YXL. YXL gonna have to do the heavy lifting with the Graviton root flash forward into the Moonlight Vigil from Starry. Shuts everybody but Bin down. OMG, open our game back open.
A huge fight from OMG. They pull it right back, and now they feel pretty strong and in control of the game. They're not up gold, but look, it's the stolen ult from Haichao. Bin is trying to zone, but once that ult's been taken, it does so much more on Sylas. This is why the matchup is so strong. I was originally ready to talk about how great Viper's roam here. He's early. And watch this steadfast presence from On. So On is standing on top of Viper, and Viper feels confident to walk in. There's a steadfast presence to stop the dash, but Viper walks too far forward. Nice flash from Harry, catches him over the wall. We all know what Cassante does in ult right here, and that's the catalyst for this fight. If YXL and Viper can stay together and alive and healthy, chew through the Cassante, the rest of the fight goes well. Bin was also zoned away from that fight, but BLG, despite losing it, will get the Herald for themselves. OMG will trade the Dragon, and Bin will get that first brick we were talking about a little bit earlier, so should be feats of strength over to BLG.
Yep, they do pick that one up. A little bit surprising to see that Shun is able to get that Herald, but you can see the priority for Juhan and the rest of OMG. They want that dragon stacking, and, well, they've been rewarded by the dragon gods, I would say. They get the Infernal Drake to play for, so that is a big point of contention. We'll have that third Drake coming up, but before that, the classic Otacon we talked about at J Beto, we're having to say so long towards the feats of strength. We don't get too many more Otacon games as well, and the classic LPL coin flip, I feel it coming in a game this close.
Moham's setting up some vision. Pardon me. Setting up some vision around the Otacon, aware of aforementioned Otacon throws. But I will say it is tough, right, for these teams to give them some credit. Otacon came in. It's a very destructive objective. The prot shred is very detrimental, as well as the location. Teams are not prepared for this. You have to set up for it in a really weird way. Going through the lane, the vision setup is strange. Especially with the brushes in bottom top, you can really get creative with your setup.
Totally.
If Otacon was maybe in Baron Pit or Dragon Pit in between, maybe then it would be an objective that we wouldn't see as many throws over. Teams would be a lot more ready to play around it and for it. But personally, I know you spent an entire year watching those Otacon throws, but I am a little bit sad to see Otacon go. I think that it's a fun objective to add to the game.
I truly enjoyed that aspect. I don't know. I guess that's an unpopular opinion. Maybe I just love the coin flips because I'm the play-by-play, and coin flip fights are usually pretty fun ones. So I guess that's why I like it innately. But yeah, I think those are some great points to make, especially about the shred. I think a lot of people forget about how much resistances you lose whenever you start tangling with that Otacon.
I think as well, like, I liked it because, as a colors perspective, sometimes it can get boring when things in the game are boiled down to a science, like builds and objective setups, and everyone knows exactly how it's going to go. So bringing in a couple of new objectives, and Otacon being the massive one there, to really change up how the game feels and plays, it makes players seem human and not perfect in the way they set up for these objectives and how they take the fights. It can be frustrating at times, but I think it's really fun and shows a different side of players. But BLG have had a lot of time to deal with this Otacon. You can see the vision setup already going pretty well for them, setting up a deep vision in the river and collecting this mid wave with Herald too.
Classic little maneuver here. Gonna force all of LMG's attention towards this mid lane. Might even be able to get this. Yep, they will get that mid tier 1 secured. Shun, I think, is going to... Oh, he tries to... I think he wanted to ride that out towards the Otacon. That's a really smart smite there from Juhan to make sure that Shun has to walk all this ways away. And I think that timing alone, yeah, BLG, it felt like they wanted to make the mid tier 1 play into an immediate Otacon start, but they'll be happy to just take that standing gold and map pressure off the board anyways.
Haichao standing down and clearing out the bot waves is a big part of that too. You really would love to have, like, lane priority. Your wave shoved into tower, so that gives you vision of the lane. You could walk through the lane, and because Haichao had cleared out the wave, he was the one with the wave prior, so OMG had the answer to go through the bot side of the map and enter Otacon. But for BLG, it's kind of just poking and prodding here, right? They're seeing where OMG's vision is, how strong their setup is, because for BLG, they know they need to defend this dragon. It's Infernal Soul Point if OMG gets it. That's the strength of Soul Point as well, is that once you're on it, every dragon is very threatenable. I can't remember the stat, but it was something like 70% or something of the time that you get Soul Point, the team that gets Soul Point gets Soul as well. I think Chronicler was talking about that, but it's a very strong point to be on, and for BLG, if they did fight there, something went awry. You know, the engage didn't quite go as well as they wanted it to. They're at the risk of losing not only the gold lead that they've built up for themselves, but pressure all around the dragon that they still have because of their strong laning. And this is a thing with these tier 1 teams, is they won't make risky calls all the time. And that's a conversation for certain teams at Worlds that do really well about making those risks. But a lot of the time, teams will play the simple style and play conservative. We've got 30 seconds on this dragon, though, and for BLG, they're pretty strong. I mean, talking about this Renekton, 2 items, level 14. You've got 2 items on Azir and Yunara as well. Here's the TP in to force this bot prior, actually, that I was talking about earlier. So BLG might be wanting to go for Otacon.
They're not doing the greatest job at aggroing it. All right, that's Moonlight Vigil out of Starry. Allen's just going to tank it up. He's at about half HP, but I wonder how much of a willing trade that is for Allen to make here, because he's more than willing to sacrifice his health bar. Haichao, good call out there. Want to watch out towards the flank side as well. There's a solar flare coming across, hitting absolutely nothing. The Otacon is now down below half HP. Haichao's going to come through with the flank. He wants the unstoppable force to steal away. There's the engagement. Moham gets thrown over the wall by YXL. He gets himself out. Haichao hijacks his own Shuriman shuffle, but he doesn't get onto Viper in time. Haichao finally executes him. Sabrina's playing talent comes down as well, but YXL's been left untouched until Juhan finally hops on top of him, but he can't deal with the Azir on his own. He needs the help of Starry, who cuts down Shun for size for a multi-kill, and he's flashing after YXL. The dash to buy him some space, the slows coming across, and it seems like YXL is going to be able to limp his way out of here, but OMG just committed highway robbery. They get the Otacon and pick up another fight win.
They will be able to get the Dragon too. The health bars of OMG are a little bit low though, so maybe waiting on these respawns until that next fight. But the flank, it's a little bit gross here. It doesn't look as nice as you would have liked it to. But Viper does still get hit, right? You would have loved it if you got YXL as well, but his dash over the wall was great. The fight doesn't look pretty, like I said, but at the end of the day, the flank from Haichao is beautiful. He does sacrifice himself for Viper. That's a crucial part of this fight. And Juhan with a massive ult hits everybody that's left alive. YXL, I mean, he stays alive through the entire fight, but he just can't finish off these low health members here. Starry zones away from Harry. If it was a 4-for-4, maybe you'd take positive odds, but the fact that hold on.
Oh, on. Solar Flare down. All the stuns coming through from Juhan as well. But the unstoppable force. Shun throws the big rock right towards Juhan's head. He thought he had a magic pick onto On. Might have happened earlier in 2025, but this PLC is not going to let their support go for nothing. And now they have a critical dragon they could secure as Ben goes toe-to-toe with Haichao. Shuriman shuffle from YXL throws Moham into the waiting arms of Viper. And BLG look to have finally found their form after getting knocked around at the Otacon pit.
Yeah, we come back onto live seeing On get caught, but this Poppy champion is just so slippery, and this time BLG are there. OMG aren't. So Juhan is the one who's targeted out, and once he's dead, hold on, Bin.
Okay, Bin. I mean, he has Dominus. I don't know how much Haichao wants to commit to this. He has that hijacked unstoppable force, but knowing how powerful their Renekton ultimate is, he won't push any further. And we can settle back down and take stock of, well, like you were kind of getting into, J-Meadow, flurry of the last couple of minutes in this game one.
Yeah, there's a lot of fights that have just kind of broken out. The first 10 minutes was relatively slow, and now we're very deep. What is this? A kill a minute, I believe we're at. So a lot of action in this game. BLG still favored with a little bit of gold, but OMG with the Dragon lead, still something to talk about. And the fact that they not only got the Otacon, but how good that fight looked when they were able to find a nice flank onto Haichao. Again, it's kind of an unfortunate situation for OMG. Haichao had the Malphite ult there, but wasn't grouped with his team when OMG tried to pick onto On. Baron has now spawned. We're 25 minutes in, completing some of these very nice items. We're coming up on 3 for a lot of people. We've got 3 under Juhan. He's got the only real relevant, I'll say, gold lead for OMG. There is one for Moham, but that doesn't mean anything. And BLG sweep out some vision, make the map dark. Their vision control so far this game has been really solid, but OMG have been finding these ins in these fights.
And, you know, these last couple of fights, Viper has been an obvious target. But at a certain point, YXL is going to scale up. He has the Seeker's Arm Guard. He's getting close to 3 items, to a point where if you ignore him, the sellout for Viper, the Azir damage is going to be that big problem you talked about with the range here. So OMG, they still, J-Metal feels like they need to play with that pace because this game is on a timer for them.
Yeah, it's still on a timer for BLG too. They need to be worried about the Soul, as Ben will try to rotate up. Both top laners do have TP, so I would be surprised to see them walk up instead of TPing up. You could see BLG here pull the Baron to try to get Harry's TP out if Ben is able to push a wave and go into Fog of War, but that's tough because Harry's the one with wave prio at this point in the game, and Juhan will be able to get his Raptors to himself. This game is not only on a knife's edge, or hold on, Baron started completely Darkslayer.
Yep, there's the
nice blue.
They seek it out with the blue ward there. On's going to try to play Protector. How creative could Juhan get into this pit here? He doesn't have a blast cone anymore. He has to flash over the wall, but they immediately ult top of his head. Both jugglers trade their ults. YXL throws it back towards the rest of his team, and he cannot smite the Baron away. Once again, they have to sacrifice Viper to make this play work, and now it's going to be Shun at 1 HP that picks up the Baron, but at what cost, Billy Gaming? Your backline is gone. Your entire team wiped to the wayside. OMG, ace home.
OMG! My goodness, with that fight around the Baron. It goes awry for BLG though. Keeper's verdict whiffs. Look at this. Over the wall. Juan flashes it, then finds the ult on 2 and is high chat with the stolen ult onto Viper here. There's just nothing he can do. This is why this matchup is so strong. You've taken one of the strongest ults in the entire game on a champion that doesn't really have a great kit outside of that and put it on an AP assassin. This is something that is a risk with playing the Malphite. We haven't really seen it so far. OMG slam the Sylas. They're not concerned about any of your mid lane matchups with this Azir and how hard the laning phase is for Sylas here. They've taken, this is very aggressive.
Hi Chow, he has his own teleport. He's channeling it. On's not going to be able to get there to cancel, so they do end up trading those TPs. But not much more for BLG to find there. Again, it's such an interesting thing, Jay Beto, because you talked about this comp for BLG being so well equipped to kind of protect Viper in most scenarios, but there's always been some more bigger objective, something more hectic, requiring Shun's attention, requiring On's attention. And Viper just, like you mentioned, there's just no space to operate on this Yunara.
I think for On, the Keeper's verdict has to go on Sylas if he's taking Malphite ult like this. The comms need to be, okay, my ult is allowed to be stolen here. Viper has to be peeled because YXL isn't enough at this point in the game to get it done, and the base damages of OMG with the melee champions, the late game of Aphelios is really coming in, and now OMG will have the Baron for this dragon play. I mean, BLG have Prio. Hold on, wait.
No, BLG grabbed the Baron.
No, BLG got Baron.
Home. Yeah, Shun smited home right before he died.
No Barons here.
No Baron.
Objective never happened. I don't even remember it. I don't even remember the Baron. It didn't exist.
Nope, didn't at all. You know what does exist, though? Fourth dragon of the game, Infernal, back out for a second time, and BLG really using that priority to guard this pit. They know that a huge win con is Infernal Soul for either team. How can OMG once again slip their way into a winning fight position? They're a little late this time. Shun and Viper have burned down this dragon. And for the first time, OMG can't wiggle their way in for a big objective. It's BLG that even up our Drake count.
And back on the map first with some good wave pressure. Push in their lanes and get priority around the Drake pit. And my eyes, every fight slayer now are on Hai Chao. Where is he? Where is Viper positioned? What ult is he taking? If it's the Malphite ult, it should be low enough cooldown now where all the important fights will be Malphite ulting. 3 minutes on this Baron. I wouldn't be surprised to just see a very slowdown of the game. I don't think BLG can realistically threaten any of these towers. I don't think OMG can do the same onto the two side lane towers that are available. A lot of this is going to be scaling, getting these luxury items on. Starry's on 4 completed items. Viper needs this Infinity Edge to be important. YXL's got 3 up against the 3 from Hai Chao, and Juhan's done a pretty good job for himself collecting up the 3 on this Kiana. We're really getting close to this late game now where those full builds are coming in. I wouldn't be surprised to see most of these players just slow it down, clear out these camps, and honestly, even give up some of these camps to try to give Viper this 4th item.
And talking on those 4th items, and the sort of downtime will be in J-Beto, which ones do you feel like are most valuable for both of our teams? Talking about Viper, maybe getting, that more damage to YXL's kit. What 4th items really scream out to you need to be completed before we start battling again?
If any GAs are finished for OMG, that's a massive pickup. If Starry is able to get that, he might go Bloodthirster or... actually, he probably won't go Shield Bow because he's full crit, so I'd imagine it's probably BT or GA for Starry. Right. Juhan, if he gets a GA, that's terrifying. He's already such a threat in these teamfights, and this is a very supportive style of the Kiana. It's not damage carry, it's hitting big ults at crucial times, involving good players out of the fights, as the top laners will have a bit of a scuffle, but this is late game, these top laners are not going to be killing each other, and for Viper, it's this Infinity Edge. It looks like Pen for YXL, what is it called? Bloodletter's Curse, I think it's called. That's the one that he's going. So that makes sense. Getting a little bit of magic Pan helps out Shun as well. The Cassante is becoming very tanky now, but I mean, it's the Infinity Edge for Viper. If he's able to get that, it's a very expensive item in the next minute or two, depending on if these teams want to fight around Baron or not. That could make or break a team fight. I think On should be protecting his AD carry this point onwards. We're grouping up around the Dragon, though, for something, maybe to see if OMG check in or... I mean, this Cassante, you can try, but he's very tanky.
All right. I mean, there's no assistance that's going to be coming anytime soon here, and Harry does use the sweeper, so at least spot it out maybe a second ahead. Unstoppable force drop through. All Out does not pull far over the wall. On's going to get the stun. Harry's going to have to flash. Ben's going to flash after him. Can he get the stun through? Yes, he can. No unstoppable for him. It took a lot, but Viper does pick up that kill, and that may be a really big push here for that Infinity Edge we're looking for.
Yeah, this is a big risk, though. If Viper doesn't have it in base, does he have Infinity Edge completed in base? He's just taken a base, he's coming out. He does have it. Okay, that was huge, because you're risking, you lose the top tier 2. Guaranteed you're all showing bot lane. You've lost Bin, Flash, and the Malphite ult that should be back up relatively soon, but you've invested a lot of tools for this Infinity Edge on Viper, and he does have it completed. This is a massive point.
All right, Ben TP's in early here. Yeah, BLG, they're just going to... Yeah, I mean, look at it. We're 34 minutes
starting
in.
This.
Harry's death timer is still 20 seconds out. He'll have teleport, but this Baron may very well be done before Harry can even get back out onto the map. Haichao TP's on one side. It's Mohamed Starry, the bottom lane, coming up from the other. It has to be these creative flank angles for OMG.
Sketchy.
Down a man. They're going to throw themselves into the pit. They go after YXL. He goes into the stasis. Viper has to flash away from Haichao. Can he get enough damage? Now it's a huge Emperor's Divide from YXL to buy Viper just enough time to get this fight done. Starry way too low to compete with anybody, and Shun's going to chase him down. The Baron not needed. It was set up for Billy to finally find themselves a fight win.
It's scrappy, Slayer, but BLG, their backline finally plays together. Viper and YXL found some synergy in the team fight here. The engage comes through from OMG, but the Emperor's Divide sweeps it all away. This is a risky position for BLG. They have no way of getting out here. Flash in from Moham. The Zhonya's is really nice from YXL. Here comes the ult. It doesn't hit onto the important members. That's crucial here. Here comes the engage, the follow-up. The Emperor's Divide shuffles away the damage, and Haichao does pick up Viper. We're back on Baron at live, though.
Yep, let's do the same dance again, minus some summoners and a lot of ultimates. Azir and this Renekton could do so much work on this Baron, and I mean, how do you get in if you're Juhan? It's a Dominus popped Renekton playing bodyguard. Really smart call there from Shun to get BLG right back out onto the map and lock down the Baron as this Infernal Drake spawns on the other side of the map.
Yeah, look at these pings, Slayer. OMG, no, they're not going to be able to get around there. The bases, though, for OMG, they're slow. They're coming out of the base quite slow. Juhan's going to sweep out some vision and maybe try to get a flank angle here, but BLG are going to shut him down.
And they're going to hop right onto the Dragon themselves. If you thought their Baron shred was fast, Dragon would be as well, but they just want to get Juhan out of the picture, get rid of that Kiana ultimate. And Juhan has been routed, hiding in the invis for only a matter of time. Viper picks up that kill. What a couple macro plays we've seen BLG pull out to separate themselves in a very scrappy game one.
Haichao's over the wall, though. There is a ward on the Dragon. He's not going to go for it. BLG pushing in will break this top tier 2 over. Slayer, I remember hearing you on the LPL this year talking about BLG post 30 minutes win percentage being really low. This looks completely different.
Yep, this is a new look BLG. Good call there, Jay Beto. And then break up with the base of OMG here. Moonlight Vigil only going to get that Infernum shot onto On, who just drops the Redemption, heals himself back up, and the inhibitor's next to fall here. Juhan's still out for another 20-ish seconds. And BLG, they want to end this game now. No more risking around with an OMG upset. They're on to the Nexus turrets. First one is going to go down as they bunt out Haichao, just like you wanted to see, Jay Beto, and they knock down Moham. Unstoppable force under the turret from Shun. Maybe went a bit too far here. They need YXL knock down the turret. He does it, and he glides on in to cut down Starry for size. But they do lose Viper on the backside of this fight thanks to Harry in the all-out form. YXL goes down as well as Juhan finally respawns. BLG bit off way more than they could chew, and they've opened the door once again for OMG to keep our game alive.
Slayer, I don't know if the game might be over. It's 40 seconds until On's alive. There's no super minions in mid lane. OMG might have a chance to push down. Starry's dead though. It might be too difficult. You're against Soul Point. If you die here, the game's over. But Haichao does land onto Viper eventually. He bides his time so heavily. He's provided so much for his team. We punt away, like you put it, this Silas, but ult misses, the chains don't, and Haichao one-shots Viper through all of it, and YXL goes too far forwards. This is really, at this point in the game, 2 carries, and that's it. The Renekton does not do enough damage at this point in the game, especially against a Silas, a Cassante, and an Aphelios, to really do anything in these fights. Again, the backline is split up, and Haichao gets onto Viper isolated, and that's the fight.
I don't know how that happens, Jay. On needs to play protection. He gets distracted for a mere couple of seconds, and that is the window that Haichao needs. Definitely, maybe what we were expecting On and Viper. Don't know how many games they've really played together as a duo so far. Obviously, this is our 3rd game of a stage game, quote-unquote, as we're a remote tournament for Demacia Cup. Maybe some of those growing pains we were expecting to see here from BLG, but we definitely don't want to discredit how much work OMG has really put into this game state.
GA just finished for Starry. Viper actually has the Seekers, so a little bit of that AP damage, but the GA finish for Starry is a huge pickup. BLG still in control, though. Watch Haichao on the left.
He's trying to hijack one of those powerful ultimates. He's always looking for Unstoppable Force, trying to take that one away or that Keeper's Verdict. Not going to be able to have access to either of them right now. We are once again kind of stuck in limbo, but this time it's Infernal Soul. They'll be up seconds before our 3rd Baron comes up here for BLG. So we're back to those really big decisions to be made here for both our teams in the next couple of minutes.
And we are neck and neck in gold at 40 minutes into this first game, Slayer. What an absolute banger. But it's exciting, it is. It's also kind of a testament to how well OMG have been able to pull back this game from losing position over and over and over again to be within the same thousands column of gold at 40 minutes nearly. Yes, they're down Soul Point, but if OMG can get this Drake and BLG don't get the Baron, or maybe they do get the Baron, lose some members, the BLG Baron setups have not been clean. They do look different, like I was saying, for the year, but that BLG Baron setup, it has kind of been indicative of how their year did go. They look a little bit more solid on the macro front as they start setting up around the Soul. I think for BLG, if you had to choose, you probably take the Soul for Baron trade in favor of Soul.
You don't need too much more pushing power. It's really just one more fight win that you need to finish this game off. Star gets a ton of damage down onto On. Moonlight Vigil going to be committed. YXL can easily chop that one down. Redemption gets a ton of value here for BLG, so they trade one ult. Mohawk going to go right on top of Viper, though. Gets into the stasis, and it's YXL that gets rid of Starry. Both AD carries down early, but Viper doesn't have enough damage to trade out Juhan. YXL doesn't have enough to trade out Starry either, though. There's the hijacked Unstoppable Force from Haichao. YXL has to flash dash out of dodge, but Haichao is looking to hunt him down and will find that kill. It's only Bin and Shun left up. Make it Shun as the GA comes out here. OMG, maybe do they finally have the shot to pull off the upset? They've got the waves, and this hype train of OMG is going to keep on rolling. They cut BLG down to size and shock the Demacia Cup with a Game 1 win.
This is absolutely a game that BLG are favored in. The odds would be insane for BLG, but it's the GA from Starry. They land onto Starry. The GA is massive. And Viper, we had one fight where we were all together, playing together, YXL and On, standing close. Again there, Viper is on the complete other side to YXL and is instantly the target. You can see in the early game, OMG were targeting out YXL, but in these team fights, it's been all onto Viper as quickly as they can go.
What a game here from OMG. I mean, everyone was freaking out about them beating up a Weibo squad that we're going to talk about a lot over the year as a very maybe dark horse LPL contender. Nah, they're now on match point against the team that a lot of people are calling the best team that may come out of the LPL this year as we get a look at some of these damage graphs. And that is an LPL gold graph, if I've ever seen one.
Yes, it is. That's a lot of damage as well. I will say quick, I'm going to vote Haichao MVP. I think he had an outstanding game. Every fight that was won was Haichao. Juhan, an exceptional member too there, finding some really good ults to stun out the front line so that BLG's team fight wasn't as cohesive as it has been. BLG is a great team fighting team, right? And if you're able to put a dampener in that team fight and zone away multiple members, the game ends up looking like this, but a phenomenal performance from OMG. I would have never predicted that.
Nope, but you know who would have? That unnamed rider that you shouted out with the most winning counter pick ever, right? The Silas into the Malphite stays winning, and you're going to see why in a lot of these fights. Yeah, there you go, right? You're going to see why in a lot of these fights, right? Because none of these fights has Viper ever allowed any sort of room with this Yunara.
Yeah, and even in this fight that we just saw then... Oh, actually, this is the one that goes wrong. Haichao misses Viper, doesn't hit... Or actually, no.
We've had so many Barons.
This is the other one.
Yeah, right. This is the first one.
There's been a few. I mean, you can see it right there, right? Instantly onto Viper. There was that one where Haichao didn't land onto Viper and YXL was playing with Viper. That was really the only fight that looked solid. I think it might have been this one. Let's find out. Yeah, this is the one. Haichao misses onto Viper. Viper flashes away. YXL and Viper are together. They win the fight. That is the formula for this team comp. The backline, the range we were talking about earlier, with the frontline CC and protection. But if BLG are going to keep playing very split up, this is how it looks. Haichao had a ridiculous Silas game. Yes, the matchup is really good, but finding those flanks, constantly landing onto Viper, one of the best AD carries of all time, is a ridiculously good performance.
Yeah, this was where we thought BLG were maybe able to find the win. It started out so well on playing bodyguard. Keeper's verdict knocked the Silas out, but you step away for seconds, and that kill is found. The final winning fight that you just missed. The difference between going GA and going Zanya's, that last item between our AD carries, really showing through.
And here, Viper is just... His team is not next to him. That's the problem. He flashes away. No one is helping Viper here, and OMG are going all guns blazing onto Viper. Starry lives through the GA. He does a lot of damage, sure, but Viper would do very similar damage if he was positioned with YXL or if YXL was with him. I don't want to take too much away from OMG, though. I am being quite harsh onto BLG. I think that OMG had a very good game. They found the avenue that they needed to get in to the backline, who to target out, where the weakness was. Great MVP. I'm happy.
Hey, whoever is on LPL socials today, the man is not awake, but somebody tell Matthew Cubby Samuelson that Haichao just got player of the game, dukeying on Viper. That is what we're preaching here in the Demacia Cup in 2025. Wow, what a start to our shift here, Jay Beto. We have started with a BLG falling in the first game to the red-hot OMG. That is 3 game wins in a row against Weibo, and now BLG. Can they find themselves 2 series wins to lock themselves up for Stage 3 of the Demacia Cup? Can't believe that's a real sentence. I'm going to let you guys process that at home because we have Game 2 coming after a short break. All right, everyone. Hopefully you've had time to process what just happened. Yes, the score bug is real. OMG, I don't want to say super convincing win, long game, but very audacious gameplay. Hai Chao's winning player of the games against BLG. We are in for a very wild, calendar year. I know we have to refresh the calendar, but you know what I'm saying, Jay Beto. I'm manic over here. I don't know what just happened to BLG and Viper. So,
yeah, I am not sure if BLG quite know either. That was, in my opinion, something that should have been answered in the game. The fact that it happened earlier on, Hai Chao started popping off, and BLG, like the names on that roster, yes, YXL is not Knight. It is what it is, right? The rest of the roster is solid. World champion contention / winning, right? In some cases here.
Yeah.
And they can't adapt in that game one is maybe a testament to how well OMG played their engages and found them, or maybe BLG needs some time to, really fully settle in. I think that matchup is just super tough, though. Like, giving Silas Malphite ult, we're already in, but very different bans here. Yeah, Orianna, something that BLG might look to go towards here. They've banned away the Syndra, which earlier today we saw played into the Orianna and has been rising up in priority as well as something that teams are liking into the Orianna. But OMG with the pretty stock standard red side bans here, Nico, Rumble, could be a Zahan, even though I'm not the biggest fan of it. And Jace, that's the other one.
I was going to say, I was curious if we're going to get through a ban phase without Jace coming off the board. I expect to be banned away. LMG should definitely ban it. It won't be BLG banning it here. I would expect OMG to pay that price. So we're kind of opening up into, maybe like a Wukong B1 I've seen a lot of the times if this gets through. Yep, there's the Jace ban.
I was thinking maybe OMG could leave it up and take the trade. They take one, we take the other kind of idea, but I guess OMG not wanting to open that up. They will. This should be Orianna. I like the Wukong. It is a concern for me if they give over the Orianna, so it makes sense to me. OMG could swoop up the Wukong. They could, get a good mid matchup. Hui is left open. Victor has been at times the matchup. We did see, I think it was, Ari earlier today that looked quite strong, but the Pantheon's banned away, right? So maybe you go Ari, Vi, or Talia, but this is a classic. Huh. It's a tough lane, but it wins on side lane if you want to go towards it. It will just be the Wukong for now, though.
And Juhan's going to grab that one up. Hey, listen, Hai Chao, you're feeling the melees. I don't hate picking the Akali. The Ahri makes a lot more sense here. This would be the more meta comp. Don't fall for the I'm not going to fall for the hovers. All right, there we go. Hey, I like it. I just got MVP playing Melee Silas and dropping nukes on that, so let's pick the Akali where the same thing can happen. Very powerful damage out of the mid-jungle here for OMG.
Yeah, this is a lane that is tough for the Akali early, but really wins on side lane, chasing down the Orianna, finding her in fights. For Shun here, Xin Zhao works great. The Trundle is good too against Wukong, so both of them are fine. I would imagine a top side here could be a Scion that was banned, I believe, in game one. So a very nice weak side. OMG already don't have a ton of tank damage here. They've got the Shred from Wukong, but Akali suffers into that instead. This is a pretty standard idea from this year coming in with the Orianna and the Varus. The range potential here against the engage from OMG. So BLG want to keep OMG away, and we've seen Sivir a lot in this tournament as an answer into Varus.
Classic. And, Sivir is interesting because, I guess the Orianna isn't like too much of a bigger range threat. I always think of if you're going to play Sivir, how reliably can you get down auto attacks coming across a fight, front to backing and not getting poked out. I think it's a good shout, especially if we do get maybe an on-hit Varus. It could go either way, the current iteration of Varus. This is a pretty good look here for the Sivir. Also locks down the biggest scaling threat of this draft so far, I would say, from both sides.
Yeah, it also gives a lot of that sustained damage that might dissuade BLG from going something like a Scion. Obviously, OMG can ban it here. What they need to do, though, is ban or pick away Alistar. Sivir on 3 is great. It either has to be played with Alistar or Alistar has to be banned because that matchup is completely unplayable for Sivir. So I imagine that BLG will just either force OMG to pick it or ban it. And then, I mean, what would you play into that? You could coin flip the Rel. So it's like a 50-50 handshake matchup. The Leona's ban, you could go Braum, which is a bit of a tough one. I think for OMG, though, it's either pick or ban the Alistar.
The Sivir also very good for on the hunt, speeding up the Akali, speeding up this Wukong who want to go into that team. A lot of value coming across here. Let's see if we get any sort of Alistar bans. There's the Braum ban, so trying to get rid of some extra peel. I feel like if you're Billy, you should just kind of eat the Alistar ban here, especially with Braum off the board. It's probably the best option, and OMG, like you talked about, really don't need the Rel to lean on to. This does also give Harry another likely counter pick spot here if they can pick this support here. So, OMG, I'm liking how the back end of this draft could look for them.
And there's the Rel ban away. So I'm surprised. I'm surprised if this ban goes through. I don't particularly understand what BLG are saying here, because it's going to force the Alistar, but then what? Is it Renata? Is it Lulu that you have open here? Is it Nautilus? I don't like this, though, because Sivir's great into it. So you've given over a great engaged support that's going to allow Wukong and Akali to play even more aggressive. It's great with tankiness. And then you're going to pick the one support that you can't impact the Sivir from range with. Yes, there's a lot of poke. There's a lot of catch on the Sivir, so Spell Shield is kind of a desperate need for all of these abilities, but still, I'm not necessarily sure if I'm on the same page with BLG here. Could still be a Scion locked in at the top. It's just going to be that Mbessa.
This was what got Bin a player of the game yesterday as they finished off that series against LNG. He was masterful on it. You are blinding it into Harry, so that's always a risk. The Zahen's up and available as well. Has Bin want to take his, try at the new champion finally on stage? I feel like if he locks this, the Mbessa might be the answer. I feel like we're just going to get Zahen and Mbessa likely regardless, but it's Bin's first game on the latest champion to hit the Rift.
Oh, this could just be a hover again. This is what hovered last game too, but I guess it's not a terrible matchup. This is the blind that I would expect. Zahen is favored in this matchup because it's like an Mbessa thing with the pen from ult leveling up, but Scion is, in my opinion, just the best. When I say blind pick, I just mean pick into whatever. / weak side champion in the entire game, slotted into any team comp anywhere. There's just not enough damage in the game before Giant Slayer gets added back to LDR. You need, Kai'Sa, Azir. That's not really getting picked up. The LPL hasn't been favoring Azir in Demacia a lot. Kai'Sa has completely fallen out of favor, and this is the region that's going to pick Kai'Sa if they want to play it. It hasn't really been getting picked up. None of the % health damage is really viable at the moment, it seems, or prioritized at least, and Scion is still as strong as he was at Worlds.
I will say, though, with the Scion coming through, it's, the Scion, you have this Alistar, it's a melee mid, it's a Wukong. This should be a game. I actually think it's griefing if Viper tries to go lethality into this game. It will have value in the mid game to spike earlier, but, I mean, that is so much health to chew through with just piercing arrows. And also, the same way we talk about Sivir with reliably having low range comps to auto-attack into, J-Metal, this is a perfect comp for you to try to go lethality Varus. There are not really any range threats to have to worry about.
Yeah, I think that if the on-hit is built, it's purely because we're worried about our damage into Scion later on. I don't think that's a worry, though. I think that BLG can play the Zahen. It is going to be on-hit. They're going to play the Zahen. They're going to play the Orianna and the Black Cleaver on Xun and just play lethality. I agree. I'm a massive on-hit fan. I love seeing some kiting Varus after a kill with, 3 attack speed. It's ridiculous. But the problem is the range advantage is just too much to ignore, especially when you're playing with Orianna. Xin Zhao is going to go forward. So is the Zahen and the Nautilus. And you're going to be, hopefully this game, playing with your mid laner or playing together and poking out OMG from a long way away. The worry, though, for BLG, though, is if OMG land on top of you with anything, you don't have that consistent damage to chew through the sun. You don't have any survivability for the Akali, for the Sivir, for the Wukong. OMG will just tear you apart.
Not the spot we thought we'd be in our second series of the day here. OMG with the opportunity for a 4-0 start to their Group B campaign, knocking down Weibo and BLG. But we have to get through this game 2, where we're already seeing Bin start to min-max the advantageous lane that is the Zahen. He nearly gets the Cultivation of War stacked up on that trade alone. That is, J Beto, you alluded to it a little bit earlier, but I want to hear more about your opinions on this on Zahen, and obviously how much his passive revolves around his success at the pro level.
I think the passive is the best bit. Honestly, the worry for me with Zahen is it's basically an Ambessa champion with not as much mobility and no CC. It has the pull, fine. That's nowhere near as fast, as reliable as anything else you can play in top lane. My worry is thinking about things that some of the best top laners in the world might play, and Bin is one of those. A lot of the time, you value the Renekton, the Ambessa, the Aatrox, even the Camille further down, the Sion, the Cassante, and then things like the Gragas. All of those champions have in common is easy to land CC and gap close onto the backline. Zahen has neither of those things. He has a very telegraphed ult, the dash is very weak, and the pull is kind of just for lane. If you can dash in and get a nice pull, sure, but Spell Shield on Sivir. How does Bin actually, outside of flanking, find a fight? There's a lot of consistent damage from OMG with the Sivir. You see Zahen succeed in low-range comps, which OMG have, that don't have fast damage to take down the Zahen, so he gets the reset off of. The other thing, I'm not sure if you saw this or if people didn't watch this game, but where Zahen had GA and passive up and had 3 lives, and he just stood still because he was constantly getting CC'd. There's not a ton of CC this game. Alistair, yes, a bit from Sion. So this is not necessarily the worst Zahen game. It's great in lane against the Sion once that ult gets through. And first item, level 2 ult, second item, that'll really start winning on the side lane against Sion. But my worry is I've just seen so many times where Zahen can't get onto the backline, gets CC'd. I mean, this is a good start to the lane, though.
Yeah, take your pick of bruisers into Sion. They usually find success just like that. But it's BLG, again, kind of like game 1. They're winning early trades. They're getting successful push. Haichao, again, has to play melee into range early. Never fun for his health bar either. This game, though, we're not playing full clear Malphite Merchant. We're playing this Xin Zhao that can look for scrappy angles, but it's actually... Oh, I thought Juan was going to pull the trigger there. That is a really good flank angle, but... Oh, he's going to cancel his back. Maybe look for it now. Shun's onto the crab. He's going to get pulled off of that, or unless he can smite it home first. And all right, well, Juhan has baited us all. He is actually going to stick to that reset.
He must have been worried about Xin Zhao's position there, because there's no reason. Raptors respawn also coming up here for Juhan, so there's no reason that Juhan wouldn't just look mid, pull flash off of Orianna, and then base, and not even go for the kill. Unless he thought that Shun was mirroring it, which, great call, he wants to defend his Raptors, and topside doesn't want to get invaded, so instead goes for the slower, more safe play in taking the base there, just spotting out the vision on the bot side, got down a ward there, and Juhan is up in top.
Spot on another ward, though. Bin is not reset yet, so it's TP out of Harry already to get back here. He's trying to cultivate a pretty good wave position. Bin, ever aggressive, wants to look for more of these trades and is willing to trade a lot of his own health bar, knowing he has that TP advantage. But the real win here for Harry, I saw that Bin, -1 on the cannon minion.
Ooh, and it's frozen too. I mean, maybe, is this a lane swap scenario for BLG? They push in this next wave, then lane swap against the Sion, because, no, it's just a TP back. Okay, he's going to try to force the break of that freeze, which is pretty hard to do against Sion. Also, Juhan is topside, so there's a risk there, but Bin happy to play the weak side well and do nothing about that. I'm interested to see, though, in the first game, we saw the Dragon take a long time to get taken. It was Grub's prioritization first, and then the Dragon was, almost 10 minutes, maybe even later.
Yeah.
Dragon has spawned now. I'm interested to see, with the kind of the amount of pressure that bot lane can bring out, as Viper's TP'd back to lane, Starry can obviously force a lot of pressure with the Sivir bounce orders, if we see more jungle investing in bot lane.
All right, well, they're going to get the flash out of Moham with Shun showing just his presence there. That gets the pretty critical summoner out of Moham, and Alistair not going to be taking anytime soon, so that could be a punish angle. Juhan is down here as well. We'll try and get rid of that pesky pink ward on his own. Doesn't have access to the Cyclone yet either, though, so off of his second clear, looking for a reset. I see Ping's Haichao is moving over first here. So they could have 4-man plays. The headbutt pulverize goes on to On. And he'll walk off with about half HP. Don't think without any real key ultimates up, this will be more than poking and prodding.
Well, Shun tried to get in there, but couldn't really decide which way to go around the wall. He did end up basing, and this is OMG using their pressure that they can generate in bot lane with the Sivir at any moment. The good early fighting, the good early skirmishing before Varus has any lethality on board, and starting up the Drake might just end up being the Scuttle. And this is a series so far that has been very slow on the objectives. Both of these teams, and yes, OMG scale really well this game. BLG happy to wait. They're going Roa on YXL, so you want to wait out that item too. But both teams playing very slow, don't want to flip anything. And this is a bit of a difference that we saw in Game 1. The one difference in Game 1 was that Viper and On, were very aggressive in the bot lane. That didn't really result in a whole lot, though. I think Viper had about a 700 or so gold lead. And
yeah.
Then, obviously, we saw what happened with that game. But this game, the swaps come in again, but neither team pulling the trigger anywhere.
And what's weird about the more passive play this time around, I know Alistar and Sivir can make it pretty hard to look for engages, but this is like lethality Varus and Nautilus with access to that lockdown CC on anybody. So I would have assumed that this would be the game they look to play more aggro than that last one with the scaling Yunara. Maybe they'll look to do so on the top side when these ultimates come online. Still a bit of ways away for that to come. We have the grub spawning in about 15 seconds. And no, guys, I'm not falling for Harry sacrificing his entire health bar. This is how you play Scion. This is not a real trade. It's the grubs that we're all going to pay attention to that are going to be on the Rift in about 5 seconds.
The concern here for both teams is who gets prio of the top wave. Sivir has a great time wave clearing, and that's kind of why it's been getting played into the poke Varus style. But Alistar, all it really does is, like you mentioned, stop the engage, and On won't look for it. So the wave clear is kind of even here, but Juhan's here first.
Going to clear out the vision, try and force the river into a dark state. On, don't fall for it, man. I know you have the depth charge. That's a very risky pixel brush. And is not going to walk into Moham or Juhan. OMG maybe not recognizing, hey, we need to get our ult on our support here before we can ever think about fighting over these grubs. Wonder if they can get it on this wave. That's the shockwave whiffing from YXL, though, as Shun is on towards these grubs. He gets the first one secured. He trades On's flash for it. So it's OMG forcing their way in here, and they're going to come away the victors in feats of monster slaying and overall turret pressure with 2 grubs to 1.
Yeah, YXL did hit the ult on the Haichao, which would have been a decent chunk, but also did get the full wave to rotate in. But once that ult is down, Shun got 1 grub and now pass down to the Drake. I think that's a pretty good trade for BLG. Ben has permanent prio in this lane now with that level 6 already completed, so has the pen passive. OMG aware of that, though, and they're setting up this dive in top.
All right, there they go. Cancel. Unbreakable Will comes down, layering all the CC over with the Cyclones. Shades of Corruption is going to snipe out onto Juhan, but he doesn't have turret aggro, and now Viper's under threat. That's a big tower chunk that Stara eats, but Viper dies with his support. They get a 2-for-1 when all they wanted was On.
BLG, that's not what I meant when I said play together. I didn't mean die together under a dive that you didn't need to die for. Viper has flash as well. He chose to walk up. I think the idea there for Viper that he's gambling, Juhan takes aggro, Chains of Corruption hits Juhan under tower. Maybe he can get like even 2 kills there, because that would have been massive if Juhan had taken any aggro, but he hadn't. Moham was the one taking aggro. He walked out of tower, and the kill was completed before Juhan could have potentially been tanking the tower. So it ends up being ult off of Viper, and both deaths go over to Juhan. Both kills, sorry, go over to Juhan. That's first blood, second blood. At least Shun was able to get the dragon. That is a nice punch back. But for BLG, it's concerning that this is becoming a trend here. On's dead. Viper doesn't have to. I think he's gambling that Juhan takes aggro there with the Cyclone continuing to spin, but it was just not timed. And again, that's a risk. You might get 2 kills there. You might get just 1 and then die and give over a kill to Sivir. Is that really worth it? It's a tough call to make, but BLG come up short.
And now they've got to really worry about Juhan in this mid game, right? Because Wukong is one of those Triforce sprint out first item champions, giving all that gold over. He's nearly got all 3 components of the Triforce, which basically means the Triforce, done and dusted. So by the time we rotate into any more skirmishes in this next minute and a half after the full clear, Juhan is going to have a clear item advantage with that Triforce completed, even if it's against the Sundered Sky. But what really is going to be the focal talking point, I feel like in this mid-game, Jay Beto, side lanes, such a huge part of this game compared to game number 1.
You can already see that BLG completely agree. They're putting the Zehen against the Akali, which is a much tougher lane for the Akali. I was talking in draft about Akali wanting to side lane against Orianna. OMG do not get the side lanes they want. So Haichao, hold on. Juhan,
right.
Here's a heal.
Oh, he's going to flash over the wall, headbutt pulverize onto On. He's going to try to drop the depth charge, but the Cyclone dash forward is going to get On very, very low. Crescent Guard comes across. Oh, the Cube Boomerang finds the kill there onto On from Starry, and now they can turn their attention towards June. Headbutt pulverize comes right back up for On, and there's the bat with the staff coming across here for Juhan. Not enough damage behind that piercing arrow. It's a 4-0 start for OMG.
There's nothing else to say, Slayer, other than OMG are just more proactive in this series. That is OMG looking for a pick on mid lane when BLG are overstepping. They're aware of flashes being down for On, so we can potentially punish him here, and they absolutely can. No base cancel, but the heal out of Moham for the movement speed is great. He goes over the wall, and then Shun with a potential hero play attempt as we take a look back here. So they see On the ward. They know he has no flash. Heal comes out. It hits onto Juhan. They flash headbutt pulverize over the wall, and there's just not enough damage at this point from BLG to get anything done. The bounce is beautiful there from Starry. And Shun, he tries to get anything back, but this is kind of the thing with Xin Zhao. Yes, you have incredible gap close, but once you're in, you're in.
There's just, again, Viper being a bit behind the 8 ball. Who knows if that piercing arrow at least finds a trade kill into Juhan. They're not at the same level as OMG in tempo like you talked about, and now it's manifested into gold as well. You can see, the items are all first item completed across the board, but right now for this skirmish-heavy mid-game, Jay Beto, just looking at mid-juggle alone, it's obvious which first item spikes you favor more.
Yeah, definitely. The Sundered Sky is what I've been liking to call the mythic of 2025. But the Trinity Force on Wukong is kind of a better start, to be honest, because the Xin Zhao really needs a long fight to get Sundered Sky procced with a lot of different targets, and that might happen later on, but it's the Rocket Belt with the Dark Seal picked up now too against Roa. Yeah, Lucidity Boots will help, sure, but that's going to take a long time to get online, and OMG just in general favored in the 2v2 now because of the Akali, even if this was a bit more of a damaging or nice TP behind.
Bin maybe under threat here. Harry going to get the knock up. Bin is slowed up. This is a 1v3. Bin's caught out. Talks so much about the side lanes. He throws the Grim Deliverance out. It doesn't matter. Bin now picked off on the side lane. Haichao cashes in on that Dark Seal. We are just rolling this OMG train down the tracks at rapid speed.
And there's honestly nothing Bin can do there without having Sweeper, which he doesn't have, and sweeping out all those brushes. But that's investing in the Sweeper for maybe no value. What if there's no wards there? Then he wastes it. Great TP and read from OMG, plus the gank from Juhan. BLG still feeling okay. They have TP on Bin in 5 seconds to join this dragon fight. That will be 2 for them. Base is cancelled though.
Oh, man, and that's first brick on the bot side. That's feats of strength over to OMG. They get the boots upgrade. Dragon's still going to be forced, but this really feels like a bit of a desperate issue here from Shun. They do eat the depth charge on Moham. They force the Unbreakable Will out. Now the TP is going to come through. Can Harry cancel this? Yes, he can.
Canceled.
No, Orianna can join this fight. Starry on the top side, trying to find some space to get some of these autos down. As Haichao jumps on a very low HP Shun. There goes another kill. 5 kills to nothing for OMG, and they're looking for more as Viper eats a perfect execution to the face. Make it 6 kills to nothing. Finally, it's YXL. It's going to get them on the board, but Harry, a valiant sacrifice, make sure it's a 4v4 and more importantly a winning fight again for OMG.
Well, Axel's got to be careful here because the Scion will do a lot of damage. Oh, that was nearly disaster. It still will be disaster. He's just dead here.
Oh my god. Haichao pops on out. The minion wave is doing YXL dirty. You got to think he wants the execute. He might actually get it here. I wonder how close the timer is. Oh, the rocket belt. There it goes. No execute. Haichao, another kill towards his Dark Seal and towards this monumental OMG gold lead. And they're looking for more here. Zon searching for some vision in the enemy jungle. All right, the depth charge gets him out. But the headline here, Jay Beto, that is a 3.5K gold lead for OMG in a shutout game 2. And maybe they're finally now looking for more here. Headbutt pulverize, stuns land on top of On, and they've got more than enough damage in the Wukong Sivir combination. There's the 4K gold lead for OMG.
The TP from YXL was nice, but the beautiful cancel from Harry so that it doesn't come through. And the Crescent Guard buys time, but Viper is low. He's separated. There's just no damage on this team for BLG at this point in the game. OMG together every fight, and Haichao again is putting on a masterclass of how to play these melee mid laners. 7 stacks on Dark Seal, 2 items. Who can stand up to this Akali?
You've also accelerated the Sivir so far for Starry, 3-0-4 already at the 2 items. Sivir is such a menace at 3 items. Everything going right for OMG here, and they're not slowing down anytime soon. They drop the Rift Herald in towards the mid lane. It won't break open the tier 1 turret, but that is not a never broken. It's only a matter of time until they open up that turret as well. I mean, it is no shortage of nice things, very awesome things to say for OMG in this Demacia Cup.
2,000 gold lead on Starry. This
Another
TP.
flank.
It's ambitious. It's a support.
All right, Mohawk.
Okay.
There's nobody here to help. You know what? Low-key
That was
worth.
Aura.
He trades Viper's TP.
Yeah, he pulled TP from Viper. I guess they thought that it was a double TP and that someone needed to come over and help, but Aura TP Mog moment from Moham as he TPs in, but OMG showing up with numbers. There's no tier 1 tower, so they can be chased out.
All right, unstoppable onslaught forward, and they section off YXL, straying the sheep away from the pack, and you have yourself lamb for dinner. Nice 3-man shockwave there, YXL. It doesn't matter. You are still fodder towards the cannon that is becoming Starry. Give him a 4th.
Again, the gold lead is just climbing and climbing for OMG. Game 1 was at least close to Slayer. This game feels like BLG have fallen apart at the seams. Haichao, Silas, and now the Sakali have torn holes in the tapestry of BLG.
All right, you talked about how the Zahen's a much, not as nice matchup, but I really wanted to see Haichao go all in there because he's so far ahead. I want to see if there's no more 1v1 matchups that you can have for the Sakali on the side lanes, but feels like we'll stay tuned as we get a look at the player gold. You talked about it for Haichao, but again, I really want to stress, we are the 80 carry caster duo here. You are this far ahead on Sivir at 19 minutes. Oh boy, BLG.
It's a tough one to come back from, even from a superstar as Viper. Again, this is not full roster. We can only draw so many conclusions about this BLG team. YXL getting caught out there on the top lane is something that I would hope Knight wouldn't be caught out there, straying away from his team. And it is tough to say. We're not in the comms. Is Viper getting left out to dry a little bit? Is it his positioning? Is it YXL? Is it On? But the overarching story here is that BLG have issues they still need to sort out. It's very early in the season. This is their 2nd game. But OMG.
Oh, that is a gank of heavy proportion. Another casual flash taken off of On, and will be revisited later. See a turret back over for Bin, gets it on the top side. Atakan is spawning in mere seconds, though. I believe on this, I can't actually tell if it's going to be bot or top side currently.
It's bot.
All right, it's bot. I was curious if OMG might try and force the issue here with those Hex Gates back. There's a couple of pinks coming over. Starry may be on an item here. So there's no reason to panic force an Atakan at this point. Let's get those better items and then expect OMG to force BLG to the table here.
Oh, okay, not quite yet. If Starry had 3 items at 20 minutes, the game is just over. He doesn't quite have it yet, but Moham will find Shun.
Oh, all right, Shun kind of just stood there.
Get away.
I guess it worked out. Just full spell cycle. Atakan on the board here. Krampus. Nobody wants to deal with Krampus for very long. OMG don't either. And they are bringing everyone down here, except Harry, who does have that teleport, but does this already feel like a fight that could potentially seal the game? Maybe not just yet. Juan will take away the easier objective here. They do force Harry's TP, so Jay Beto, are you expecting more than one objective to be taken here for OMG with everyone on the bot side?
I mean, Viper should... Sorry, BLG... Hopefully not Viper Life Esports anymore, but BLG should give this Drake. It's not a requirement for them to fight. If they do fight and Starry gets Mortal Reminder this early, the game is kind of just done. There's nothing BLG can do. The concern is if they get double objective here, BLG do have to answer. Atakan is much stronger than a second Drake. You see the TP in from YXL, but look where Shun is. He's so far away.
Oh my god, my jungler's clearing his Raptors with an Octacon on the board. All right, they're going to try and show up late. Depth charge on a High Chow. He goes into the Shroud, and the anchor goes wide, and he just gets headbutt pulverized in the back of OMG. Oh, that's the yawn that I did not like to see on the world stage a couple of months ago. And it's immediately a 4v5 with no real engage tool. How do BLG get in here? It has to be Shun go for the hero steal. Hightow's going after Viper. Flash for flash. The shockwave hit nobody. The Crescent Guard's not by any time for Shun. And now OMG can just crumple BLG into a piece of paper and throw him towards the waste bin. It's the solo lanes that are only left up. Octacon was taken. OMG have their cake, and they're eating it too with a big old smile on their face.
High Chow is the player of this series. I'm not sure if it's Pog this game, but he just solo killed Viper. High Chow just solo killed Viper, and he made it look easy. In this replay, if we do get it, if you're a BLG fan, okay, avert your eyes away from On, because not only does he miss the hook, but watch Shockwave, it's on him. So the hook misses, and then Shockwave goes off too, and it all just falls apart here. On's dead. There is no more engaged. This is my problem with Zehen. What does he do in this fight? If this is Mbessa or Renekton or Jax, he can do something, but they all just run away from him. Look, Bin's in an island, and then High Chow just absolutely TikTok smurfs on Viper. What is going on?
What's going on is we're about to have a 2-0-4-0 OMG at the top of the group of death that we called Group B, and they've beat who? Weibo and BLG to do it? All right, yeah, this is casual. Nothing to panic about here, Jay Beto. At what point do we stop the, it's just Demacia Cup, guys, and really start to worry about some of these fixtures we're getting?
I mean, I think for BLG, the complaint or the cope should never be it's just Demacia. They got outperformed in World significantly. The game of us 100 Thieves that they played was
shout out NA.
Nothing like BLG. Yeah, shout out NA, repping my caster friends over here, but was nothing like BLG I've seen in the last even 3 years, right? Looking back to it with Yagao was on the team back then, I think.
Yep.
This roster hasn't looked that bad in a long time. So BLG should be taking every game, every scrim, every opportunity to play 100% seriously, and they are being swamped by OMG in this second game.
Because like you mentioned, game one, it was back and forth for a lot of points. It was 40 minutes long. This game, it's 24 minutes in. It's 13-1 on the kill count. Maybe they have an angle here, but the redemption, there's just no damage from Viper or YXL at this point. They are just freshly on 2 items, 2 scaling items for YXL. OMG can do whatever they want on the map. The jungle is theirs, and soon the base of BLG will be under real threat. We haven't even had Baron spawn, and that's just coming up in 30 seconds.
That's insane that we haven't seen Baron spawn yet, and we're this far into the game. Starry has completed 3 items. In this next team fight, if he isn't killed instantly, which I don't see happening, BLG just have nothing to deal with this damage coming out of the Sivir. They've kind of thrown away their early game potential that they have with potential pushing lanes and outplay in the mid game. This Sivir is 3 items deep, building towards Infinity Edge. If that's completed at any point, it gets even worse, but again, I'm concerned for this Zehen champion. Okay, they've only had 1 kill, so he has no kill participation, but he can't get involved in any of the fights. OMG just space him, and they don't have range, and they don't have a ton of CC. Bin is an amazing player. I don't care what anybody says. He is one of the best top laners ever to play the game, and he can't make Zehen work in a game like this. I think it might be time to hang this champion up.
But Jay Beto, he's up 2k gold over his lane opponent, right? Is that the cope? Or
yeah, maybe. I mean, he did get a counter pick and has side laned the entire game, not been a part of a single fight or done anything in the game.
We're gonna ignore that, all right? Let's only focus on the number that makes my point more
true.
emphasized. Is that how we're supposed to do analysis in the Big 2-5? I thought. That's
yeah,
how
I love like retrospective analysis and just stats-based analysis too. The worry, though, is that one of the reasons, like going back to a serious point, that Sion is so strong is he doesn't care about the 2,000 gold.
Exactly.
He's 2 items in. They have no AP damage. He's got so much armor. Ult, 1,000 stacks on W. Baron's being started up for OMG, and BLG have to give it up.
That is what they should do. What they will do
High Chow again.
For a disgusting High Chow flank. I can't believe I just said that out loud. Disgusting High Chow flank. Here it comes, folks. You are not dreaming. Oh my god, there's the unstoppable onslaught.
Oh!
Knock-up. Immediate double kill for High Chow comes across here. Starry hasn't even stepped foot into this fight yet, and it's already is done and dusted. Shun goes down. Everybody wiping down in the name of OMG. They're not going to even need Baron. All they're going to need is the shock and awe of this series score. Nice Grim Deliverance. Nice Cultivation of War stacked up. Hey, you finally got the big passive here, Ben. What is it going to get you? Not even a trade kill. Just a stall out as OMG clean ace BLG home.
High Chow again with a flank of a century. How does he find these angles? OMG, their convergence, their dive, their team fighting is so good in this series. High Chow. High Chow.
8 level difference.
Oh my god.
No, sorry, 9 level difference.
Look at the camera. He's put his hands up in the air. He's celebrating. He knows he's dead here. Is he? I mean, he should be, but... Oh my god!
Okay, all right. Oh, High Chow, you absolute demon. That he almost gets out of that. All right, listen. All right, Viper's on the board. 1K shutdown. How do we even go back through this fight, Jay Beto? I mean, the shockwave is massive, but the damage is already gone. The flash onto YXL, Starry, like you said, wasn't even in the fight. Viper has just been left out to dry. Whether that's BLG not playing around Viper that well, I don't think this game there's anything they could do. I think OMG have played so well around Viper is the star in this tournament. We need to kill him every fight first. I mean, again, it's a 5v1, but Zehen literally can't do anything. If this is Sion, Kasante, and Bessa, he gets at least one there. I'm going to get off the point. I don't like him. I think Zehen is overrated, but OMG, absolutely underrated. I mean, no one could have told you that this is how they would have gone going into Demacia before stage 1. Now we're in stage 2, and OMG looking to go to stage 3. Victory march is in. They've got the Baron power play flowing. They're taking down these structures like they're made of paper. There's a tier 2 turret down on the bot side. They set themselves up pretty comfortably for this 4-1. And you know, if one more fight goes down, it's the Nexus exploding next here. What a Demacia Cup we have here. I mean, it's just classic LPL fashion. That with all these hype roster moves, you know, these new contending teams, that we're going to sit back here and talk about the great High Chow game. The great High Chow series on the Silas and the Akali to usher us in here to 2026 as OMG look to take more camps away, more turrets away, and they're just playing the patient game knowing what a win here means.
There will be stories told, Slayer, about the great OMG High Chow performance of 2025 as BLG try to get anything in this game.
Yeah, and they're chasing a full armored up Sion with 2
rough.
AD bruisers. Yeah, that's a pretty rough task to answer for. It's going to allow for Starry to catch this top wave, and they're going to usher in and flex the 4-1 over towards that top side. Just really calculated plays here from OMG with their Baron. Last couple waves, they should knock out all these tier 2 turrets.
Baron still 20 seconds. Maybe we can get a top tower here, but for OMG, this is about slowing the game down, maintaining control. If BLG make a big mistake, though, you could end the game, but High Chow still over the wall, doesn't want to go in too early. If OMG do throw a big fight here, then maybe BLG can end the game or get a bunch of gold back, but OMG playing slow. Baron wars off, the tier 2 falls the exact same moment. OMG, though, still pushing up a little bit. Looks like they are starting to shift away from getting these turrets. It is the smart decision. You've got 2.5 minutes on Baron and Sol here.
Guys, this doesn't work. He's all armor. He doesn't take any damage. And Shun's going to pay for his transgressions of dashing in. Crescent Guard shouldn't save him from this Wukong, and definitely not High Chow, who flies on in to grab himself the game-leading 9th kill of the game. Bin with the flank here, trying to get the Cultivation War stacked up, but Haichao is
Haichao!
1, Haichao is 2, Haichao is 3. He's looking to see if he can maybe get himself a Demacia Cup pentakill. There's the revive on the Cultivation of War. That is still very broken. Bin gets a full refresh on his health bar, and it may not be the quadra kill on the official scoreboard, but it's 4 kills nonetheless for Haichao. And most importantly, the headline to read here, folks, OMG are 4-0 in Group B, the group of death, knocking down Weibo Gaming and Billy Gaming in sweeping fashions. Welcome to the Demacia Cup, everybody.
My headline slayer says, oh my god, that was insane. Haichao and friends say we don't care about your star-studded roster. We pull up with the boys and we take you out. It looks so easy.
All right, LPL English schedule makers. I don't. If you want chaos for the rest of the year, put me and Jay Beto together because I'm blaming us. There's got to be something crazy going on here for BLG to get wiped down like this, man.
This is a roster. This is Demacia Cup. This is day 2 of stage 2. This is a roster that was World's finalists in 2024 and one of the best domestic teams in 2025. Yes, they disappointed. Yes, they didn't rise to the peak that we know they can get to. But OMG...
My Alistair out-damaged my Sinzao. My Alistair out-damaged my Sinzao.
Look. This is a bit of a maybe too soon joke, but Shun, I'm sure you know what happens to BLG junglers when they don't perform.
Oh, God, that's true.
I don't know.
The leash is a lot shorter. Oh, man, that screenshot's going to go crazy. So, Shun's going to have a bad game in June, and some BLG fans going to post the time that Mohawk out-damaged him in a Demacia Cup game. You just know it's going to happen.
What do you even say about that? OMG played so well. Haichao, like, again, who's MVP? I think everyone from OMG played well. It could be a Haichao back-to-back, but everyone looked great. Starry had a great performance. Moham found engage after engage. This engage here specifically, it was ridiculous to see this angle. No on, doesn't have flash. That synergy from a team that is really good. Like, to note, on has no flash, go, heal, send it, we kill and win the fight after that too. Decisiveness like that from a team is scary when they've got it. BLG need a lot of time in the lab. They were split up in the backline. Viper caught out. Whether that's just growing pains for this roster, it's yet to be seen. Knight is not on the roster. Again, remember, that's massively important, how much Knight can bring to a team like this. We've seen what he can do in 2025, in 2024, but still can't take away from what Haichao and the boys just did.
I think for MVP shot, I mean, this is discussing a Kali damage.exe right here. Yep, there goes the AD carry. I think the other MVP shot, personally, again, I know Cubby can't hear me. Love the guy. Worst Haichao hater of all time. For my personal gain, I need to see a Haichao double MVP because that'd be the funniest thing ever. I do think Juhan, might get it in this game. He gets that really great start on the Wukong, and I think really got the ball rolling for OMG. But like you mentioned, this is just like a team win. The only person that I'd be mad that gets MVP here is like Harry, because he didn't actually do anything. He didn't have to do anything, but he didn't do anything. That's how big of a win this was for Game 2.
This could have been a penta. If Haichao, he hits the E, then tries to Q Viper over the wall, and you can see it in the cam, he knew it was a penta brewing there. If he had got the 4th, obviously it's a hand revive, means that penta is a bit tough, but we take a look here, and it is Haichao back-to-back. So if Cubby's the Haichao hater, are we the anti-Cubby? Is this the Haichao hype train?
I don't know. You threw a lot of H's at me. That's all I heard. I'm with. If he plays like this all year, sign me up, Jay Beto. That's all I've got to say. If this is the Haichao weekend 2026. LPL's gonna be a very fun one. It's been an absolutely amazing start for the beams, for the brand. The Viper fans and us are definitely hurt, Jay Beto, but I think we'll trade that. And now we go into the series we thought would be the most entertaining, which is coming up. A really big bout between this new LNG roster that I know myself and Jay Beto are very hyped about, taking on a Weibo team that now very much so needs to win, or they are out of Demacia Cup in Stage 2, our final series of the night, coming your guys' way after a bit more of an extended break. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL English Twitch channel here as we get set for our second series of the night. Nothing else happened. We're moving on. LNG versus Weibo here to now really help figure out what the rest of this Group B of Death can look like. LNG off of a disappointing 2-0 to BLG last night, and Weibo, the latest victims of the freight train that is OMG. Jay Beto, we're going to move a bit quickly here because the draft is coming shortly. So talk to me about this Weibo Gaming roster that is another roster that has a lot of people excited for LPL in 2026.
There's a bit of an Unk roster, I will say. You've got Unk himself of the LPL Xiaohu, and Elk coming over. A lot of conversation being had around Elk on this team. How well is Elk going to look outside of BLG? He's been there for so long. You have amazing solo laners. You have on the team. You've had some world-class junglers as well. And now, away from that, yes, you have Xiaohu, but you do not have Knight and Bin anymore. So it hasn't looked as good as it was, as Elk has looked in the past, but I still think this roster is exciting. I think it has a lot of room to grow.
Yeah, it's cool to see. If we can get the roster up here really quickly so we can see all their lovely faces. I don't know if it's the graphic may be griefing him. There we go. All right, we got it up here. So that is LNG that we are looking at first. We'll go LNG first. That's fine. So this is LNG. Sheer on the top side, he will be taking on the former team Zika, who we were talking about a bit ago for Weibo. He swaps out for him in the top side. Croco and Bulldog, the Bro Boys, moving over here from the LCK, looking pretty good in their last couple of games. And then my golden child, 1XN, on his best roster ever, paired next to an MSI winning support here and missing. So, Jay Beto, talk to me more a bit about LNG now.
I mean, it has been a while for missing, but I still think the level that missing has been at the past is always something to note. But 1XN, maybe it's a bit of a name thing. It's not a household written down name for us, but I think this player is really good, has shown a lot in Demacia already and continues to rise better. But Croco and Bulldog from the LCK is a massive point here.
Yeah, and their synergy is going to be very integral. Here is Weibo. This is the fun part. It's Zika versus his former team in LNG. I think this was a great addition to Weibo. You mentioned, though, two Unks in the mid-jungle, JJ and Xiaohu going up against Bulldog and Croco. And then it's Elk at his new home alongside Erha, who there was a bit of support carousel with Weibo, and I'm glad to see Erha is back starting for Weibo. He looked pretty, dynamic in his time during Split 2. But you heard Jay Beto talk about it a bit, and I want to get it in before we get to the draft. The new homes for these two AD carries, because it's such an interesting conversation to have. As it's definitely a lot of packing that Elk has to do, Jay Beto. Maybe isn't too happy to move off BLG, but for 1XN, again, the best team he's played on so far in his young career.
We don't have a whole lot of information about the whole format of how the drafting went for these teams, but one of the biggest parts about it is it allows things like this. It kind of forces these teams to come together and play on, you allow players like 1XN to play on teams that they would have maybe never gotten a chance to in the past. And that can result in weakness at the start, but it allows these players to build up significantly and develop talent over time. We're in the draft. They've been quick, Slayer. I've had a couple of horrendous pauses. My first one, day one, was game 1 to one team, and then into 2 FFs after that for the other team. But we're in draft.
My camera's gonna shake and knock on the wood of my desk so much. I have been clean through six LPL games by now, so let's hope to keep that streak up. Maybe I can help balance out some of the, or maybe you took all the bad juju from me earlier, Jay Beto, in the Demacia Cup.
Hooray!
Do
we balance it out?
Yeah, I'll balance it out, right? Draft is flying through. All right. Rumble. Mistake number 1, Weibo. You gave Sheer one of his 2 good champions. He gets the B1 Rumble. That's my analysis.
This is a thing that's been banned on Red Side every game, but Weibo seem that they're aware. This draft is going quick, and that's not just on our side. They know exactly what they want. We give LNG Rumble. We want Ornn and Answer. That's a pretty classic. It's that or the Galio. Really, that's it. And we want Talia. We want this roaming potential mid. It had a ton of playtime in the LPL last year. Wukong Ahri. Ahri's rising back up as well. We've seen not a lot of changes in the meta in terms of numbers, but a lot of champions that had fallen out come back into the meta now.
if that volley bear got locked in instantly, this would be the quickest first phase of picks I've seen in the draft of all time. The Vi Talia is going to be the combination. So some really big power in mid jungle for both sides, but so far the dynamic with these top lanes is going to be very interesting, right? The Rumble going to have a lot of success in the lane, spike mid game, but the Ornn has that back pocket scaling and team fighting. As we move into this next phase of bans, we're already seeing supports targeted. Jay Beto, is there any champions that you want to see targeted from our two teams?
Let me take a look at these drops. Let me have a think here. For Weibo, they need damage really badly. So I would imagine LNG ban ADCs. Well, okay, they're going to ban some supports. I think that Weibo needs some strong AD carry. So the Yunara that's still left up and hasn't been banned or picked in the first 3 is kind of crazy. This is not a bad Kai'Sa game at all, right? There's not a ton of crazy damage coming out of LNG. There is the Rumble, but Kai'Sa looks good here to me. It allows you to get a good support at the end. You know, Nautilus is still available. You can still go something like the Leona. But on the support end, I mean, for LNG, to be honest, both these teams kind of need damage. LNG need more catch. They need more. All they have is Ahri here. They've got Ahri and Wukong. You need a Nautilus. You need a Leona. Something that allows you to continue that chain. Or Weibo have got so much already. The Vi Talia is a great start. Poppy ban tells me they might be looking for... Oh, hold on. Is it going to go through? Yes. Okay.
So maybe looking for a Rel? Or
could be
Alistar?
the Rel.
Alistar's
Alistar's banned. There's the Yunara that I was talking about before. The Leona's good. The Rel's good here. Rakan's banned away. That really, to me, is the only 2 engaged supports that they want to go that are left up here. Would be the Rel or the Leona. Like, Renata makes no sense to ban away that. And outside of that, that's kind of the support pool as of recent. The worry, though, is that if you go the Rel here, I mean, Weibo could just slam a Lulu. Oh, do LNG go the Lulu, actually? I think that's a mistake. I think you need... Okay, nice.
All right, wow, Thresh. Man, that's a missing classic, it feels like, right? But breaking out the Thresh. 1xN, this is going to... I wonder how much this team will continue through. Obviously, the game's going to change a lot in 2026, but Aphelios is consistently the answer to try and punish the Yunara in her weakest phase. The Lulu may alleviate some of that, and it will be the, what is it, Pocket Kitten Enchanter duty here for Erha with Elk on the Yunara. But let's take stock of our draft style that we sped through here, Jay Beto. How are we feeling? What are those win cons that I like to hear from you?
Late game. Talia, 4 items you need. Yunara, late game. Lulu, late game. Aphelios, late game. There is early game. Vi is it for Weibo. They've got losing top. Talia is pretty good into Ahri. That's a tough matchup. But Ahri has better team fighting early. And then, to be fair, you've got pushing bot for the Yunara and the Lulu as well. But the late game is destruction for both of these teams. The Aphelios, the Thresh scales up as well. You've got Lulu, which is great late game. For LNG, though, the Wukong, the Rumble will dictate a lot of the early game. That core 3, in fact. Wukong, Rumble, and the Ahri should be dictating a lot of the pace of the game. If LNG sit back a little bit, let the Talia come online, get the globals active, the game becomes a lot more even. The meta in general, though, Slayer, has been a lot about AD carry. This tournament in general, even more so next year. That's fun as an AD carry player. I like watching AD carry heavy metas. But if you're a top laner, it's just on into Rumble. I mean, but the worry here for Weibo, in my opinion, is pre-level 6, they are very weak outside of bot lane. Bot lane should have push. It's double range matchup. Sorry, what's her name? Yunara. Why am I forgetting that? Yunara has push with the Q start. Vi is really weak level 1. Horrendously weak level 1. So is Talia, and so is Ornn.
We'll have to see how this early game goes. I'm right there with you. There needs to be some integral pace setting, especially coming from these junglers. And after, some shaky starts for Kroko and Bulldog, I especially have been a fan of how Kroko has been willing to engineer some feistiness in these early fights. So we'll have to see when he decides to go with that with the Wukong. As you talked about, the Cyclone. We are on to the Rift here for our final series of the night, game number 1. And the stakes could not be higher. Jay Beto, let the people know at home once more what a series like this means, especially for Weibo.
And these teams are both 1-1, if I'm not mistaken. And, I mean, after that unnamed shock performance, like Martin Scorsese movie that we just watched in series number 2, that I'm not going to spoil if anyone is not hasn't seen that and wants to go back and watch, these two teams need to pick up wins. Either of these teams face potential not making it to stage 2, which is insane to look at the group before we were talking about this. This is kind of a do or die game. Going down 1-2, playing against, I think Weibo still has to play against BLG, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
and okay,
Yep.
BLG didn't look the strongest in that series, so maybe Weibo could upset BLG. Like, imagine we don't see BLG in stage 2. That would be insane. But we've got a series in front of us. This might be a long one. I personally think that these teams pretty evenly matched. Weibo have kind of gone through the ringer, though. I mean, they beat JDG. That looked really good. And then, the stage 1 hasn't been, wasn't the best, getting run over by the train, like you put it before. This is a bit of bias from me, though. I mean, I love the LNG draft. I just like the champions, to be honest. I love Aphelios. I know you particularly don't, but I love Wukong Rumble. I think it's a great combo. The Thresh coming back a little bit because of the Aphelios. I missed out on Aphelios all year, man. Fearless came in. We went to best of 5s. Sometimes you saw Aphelios, but oftentimes it was like, yeah, we're just going to play Ziggs. Some people were going to play Victor, APC.
Yeah.
Like, where's the Aphelios been?
Yeah, I will say I don't hate Aphelios. I will always flame myself. I just could never figure out how to play him, so I got annoyed by him. But watching him, yeah, I'm with you. Aphelios in the game is always fun because of how much flexibility there is with a champion like this and how much he changes fights depending on those gun combinations. Saw, though, that Elk and Erha, as you called out, were able to get that shove in pretty early. Sets 1xN a bit behind in the CS department, but we'll have to gravitate towards our junglers because they're both finishing up their first clears relatively at the same time. But JJ is going to have a lot more power compared to that Wukong. The Vi with that Vault Breaker can make things happen. No ultimate needed.
Croco is here first, though. JJ hasn't pathed down. It's going to be a flip around the scuttle, though. Missing has rotated up and will spot the ward, but JJ walking in.
Okay, going to reward. Croco does not have smite, neither does JJ. It's Erha and Elk. They're trying to move on up here. The hook lands on Erha. They're trying to burn through the Lulu first. There's the double Graviton root, and that's enough to set up Croco to grab first blood. 1xN gets himself out of dodge, and now JJ doesn't have the spells to come back up. 1xN gets his revenge, and it's a beauty of a start here for LNG. They even get Elk flash over the fat wall as the cherry on top to a 2-0 start.
Missing played that so well. Found the hook to stop the engage, then threw the lantern to 1xN, and then went in and flayed everyone so that the fight could... All right. Oh, that's close.
Flash out of Zika, going up against his replacement top laner for LNG, and we've talked about it. Sheer is one of the best rumbles we've seen all Demacia Cup long.
It's a decent start in the top lane, but let's look back at Missing. So finds the hook, and then throws the lantern to bring his AD carry in, and then flays the Wukong in. It's so well played from Missing. 1xN does damage, flashes out. Jeje could flash, he does have it available, but no punch means can't chase. Then 1xN comes back in, gets the kill. Croco flashes away. It's a flash kind of war here. LNG lose a lot of theirs, but the flash off of Elk is super important. Both of these supports do peel in their own way. Thresh is with the Lantern and the Flay, and Lulu with a little less safety, but a little more strength in the team fight. So both of them are stronger, but I think I would value the Yunara flash without ult better, or sorry, higher, because of the fact that Lantern exists. Missing still has his flash. He can flash away, throw Lantern down, get 1xN out of dodge, and now Weibo Gaming should have prio, but because of that, and we're talking about here, they have to play safe and under tower. They have no vision anywhere, and Croco could be around any corner.
And just look at the item difference right now for the AD carries. It's a Cole versus, that serrated Dirk. That is just flat out such a damage difference right now as we see 1xN land that Graviton again, and all right, there goes the cleanse out of Elk as well. So this weak early game Yunara, even further down into a hole, and we'll see how much more LNG can use that to their advantage. I already see a ping towards this dragon. You've got the prio. There is JJ in the area, but item-wise, you just can't really force a fight 3v3 again against this LNG composition.
Yeah, no ult for either of these junglers. And Crocker is closer. So if he's able to get some of these camps, but they're all down. So he's not going to be able to tick over to level 6. Jeje has stayed in bot though, spotted on the pink.
Okay, missing here, going to go for the hook again. Grabs Erha first into the lantern to set up the flame. That's a great fault breaker from JJ. They're going to have the Weaver's Wall come across first, so it is Xiaohu available to aid his team. Seismic Shove is going to catch the Croco Trickster clone, so nothing more to be found there, but a flash and 0 kill. There wasn't even a flash. That was Xiaohu's flash, so LNG don't even lose anything really there.
I mean, mechanical play there from both teams was pretty high. Missing found the hook, then the flay, then threw Lantern over to Croco. Missing's played really well so far on the Thresh, but Jeje punches Croco out of the Lantern, so he can't take it. And then obviously the roam down from Xiaohu is really nice, out rotating Ari with that ult. Will go down about 7 minions, but that's that's what you kind of happens. It's kind of what you have to do when you're playing for your side lanes like that. So good invest from Xiaohu. Yes, he loses flash, but Weibo kind of bailed himself out there. If Jeje didn't play that so well, if Xiaohu wasn't around, that could have gone very badly. But LNG feeling aggro.
Rocco, okay. Oh, he cancels the Vault Breaker there. So we've seen a couple of great cancels you've been calling out, Jay Beto. There's another one and another flash. So a lot of that playmaking you pointed out for this early to mid game is a little bit less powerful with Xiaohu and JJ's flashes being off around the same time.
And we have to be careful here. They're a lot weaker. Croco's flash is coming up. Bulldog has flash up, still has ult. Yeah, Croco did use ult there, but LNG with missing rotating up to the mid lane, 1xN taking over the top lane are way stronger around these grubs. Looks like Croco, nice shove.
All right, missing, he does have to flash out of the Seismic Shove, so we're getting that really valuable summoner spell coming off of a lot of champions at about the same time. And at the same time, as this grub spawn, JJ has the support of Erha and Zika. Ooh, that grub resetting, though, is pretty painful. I think the ultimate advantage for JJ is what's really assuaging LNG from committing to this one, but they'll be happy to take this time because Sheer on that Rumble that you highlighted, I mean, what, couple of wave advantage, 2 solo plates. This is a very, very strong Rumble.
Onwell Wig side, okay, but I mean, even from wave 3, we saw Sheer force a flash out of Zika, nearly get a solo kill of his own right. 1xN having to push at the top lane. Missing was in mid, so 1xN couldn't join his team safely. Means 3 grubs do go over to Weibo. Neither of these teams significantly favored in pushing a side lane. Both really want a team fight. This is a massive team fighting game, so we've got a lot of team fighting ults from LNG, a lot of roaming potential with the Talia, and obviously catch potential as well with the Vi-Talia combo. But again, it's another series where Drake has been started up, hasn't been started up at all in the first 10 minutes.
And again, I think that Croco off his full clear, especially with 1xN and missing first back to reset, they should be able to get it, but Sheer wasn't really expecting Erha and Elk to still be here, so he has to commit his flash. I feel like I'm a broken record saying committing flashes to get out of kills there in this early game. At some point, it's going to catch up to one of these two teams.
Yeah, both teams know. Nice ult on the wave there to stop any potential dive. Not enough vision to really know if JJ is around the corner or not, setting up for a dive, so Sheer plays it well. Both teams know how important this series is. So, yes, you're pulling flashes, you're not over-chasing, playing very slow and methodical, and trying to take off little pieces of the other team. A flash here, an ult there, cleanse maybe, and set up around this Drake now, as looks like Croco has just planted himself on the Drake. This would be obviously like a late trade. Now here's the Jeje cover of this top lane dive. If Sheer, no flash, no ult, he needs to be aware that this is a potential.
Nice, Sheer. Yeah, you even see Xiaohu's off the map at this point. So alarm bells have to be ringing, missing both of those two members. Dragon secured for Croco. Yeah, it's plates for Elk and Erha, but it's really big there for Sheer to keep himself protected and not give any kills over to that scaling Yunara. I don't even think Bulldog's going to miss a wave out here. So smart map play here from LNG is going to kind of keep them in the driver's seat coming out of our early game.
Yeah, it's kind of both teams with the smart macro play here. Weibo, knowing they don't have any business contesting the bot side. Croco has flash and ult available, so they go for a dive. Sheer plays it really well, gives what he can, and then LNG answer, bringing up both Missing and Bulldog to escort Sheer back into the tier 1 tower, so he's able to pick up that wave as well. So this game has remained fairly close. It's a bit of a gold lead for LNG, sure. in jungle top mostly, but split evenly over multiple members. So the total gold lead is a bit significant, but in these pieces, it doesn't really favor one person over the other. Rumble's going to have a gold lead just inherently. I think that 1xN, the 300 gold at this point in the game, the completed item is important, but Elk went Cull. That's 300 gold right there. Once he gets that full completed item, it's an even game. He'll get the 300 gold back, and the mid lane, again, it's more team fighty. There's no real kill potential here. As long as neither player tries to all in the other, it's going to come down to these dragons. The dragon stacking, LNG have won already.
So we continue to talk about that mid-game skirmishing too. Mid lane, I do think the items really does make it a lot harder for Weibo, right? Xiaohu has to go for the Mercs early. Oh, Kroko, love it. Steals away that Gromp from JJ, and he has to cower under his turret here. All right, well, okay, yeah. TP comes back up from Zik. I was curious if they would even force a dive. As Sheer is rinse and repeating these waves. Are they still looking for this dive with Zika here? No, they shouldn't. They do have Ari roamed over. Hook's going to split the uprights there for a field goal, which means no kills for missing. Back to the point I want to make, J Beto. The Blackfire Torch already done with Xiaohu prioritizing these boots and this tier. There's a lot of innate damage on Bulldog's side, and Kroko knows that he's looking for Xiaohu. Doesn't commit the Cyclone.
Tries to get out maybe the flash there, but Xiaohu just too close to the tower, so won't end up falling down there. But LNG aware of the strength in their team right now. We're waiting on the Leandri's pick up for Sheer. Should Rook, and it should be on this base here. After this, LNG is super strong. We saw the Trinity Force versus Sundered Sky first item spike. In damage terms, the Trinity Force is way stronger. Vi needs a long fight, a lot of healing to get through, but this is a catch comp, right? Vi has no safety in that aspect. If she's caught by a charm, by a hook, by a knock-up, by a gravitum root, she'll die. The Sundered Sky doesn't matter at all. Hook goes just short there of her, as I'm sure he clenched up a little bit there. Doesn't want to get hooked, but saves the flash. LNG with these item spikes. Still haven't finished the Leandries, though, for She. He does have TP available, so I would imagine it's just around the corner. Went the movement speed boots. Oh, nice play.
Beautiful flash flay, and you'll always take that trade if you're the support. Support flash for AD carry flash. Elk going to be a target for that snap engage in these next couple of minutes.
LNG with just great macro. Like, they visit mid. Kroko says, okay, I'll lantern in, I'll look. Okay, we got flash. Okay, I'm going to go back to clearing. He's got his full top clamps to clear. His Raptors are respawning. Maybe JJ can invade the Raptors when he's seen them spawn, but do you really want to contest missing? The Thresh has been on so far in this first game. Elk will finish up the cull, so now 400 in the lead. It is what it is. It's a bit of a whatever. Both items, or first items, have been completed. Kroko has been really all over the map so far, impacting these lanes. Even if it's just a little bit of, I'm going to visit, see what I can find, pull an ult, pull a flash, pull nothing, it's fine. I'm showing my presence. My bot camps are up. 50 seconds until Drake would mean second for LNG, or this Herald, if LNG favor that instead.
I wonder what's helping Kroko feel comfortable making all these moves is the information game, right? We saw that part of the reason why he probably looked top was he was like, all right, I see JJ on his blue and Gromp, so he can't match any of my plays. Just a nice little iteration on how information can really set up for those looks for some of our junglers. But as you talked about, Rift Herald hits the Rift as we crest that 15-minute mark. If LNG want to look to contest here, I do think, back to your point about Sheer, we really need to get a base in here for Sheer before he teleports over, because you do need this Rumble online with first item for any sort of fight. We'll have to see if that manifests. I see Sheer resetting now, so maybe has a window to even walk back, as we have, actually, J Beto, the Herald and the Dragon on the board at the same time.
Same time, but both teams leaning towards the Grubs. Oh, sorry, the Herald. There's that. Leandri's completed. JJ has snuck into this top brush. Bulldog playing very careful here, though. You can one-shot Ari with the combo, and both Xiaohu and JJ aware of that. Bulldog will play very safe here, but Weibo still hunting. Might just be a Dragon for Herald trade. No, Kroko's up in the top lane. They want the Herald.
All right, he's going to find the ward in the pit as well. Immediately starts up the Herald. Both top laners going to have access to – actually, I think that's TP advantage here for Sheer for the time being. Wonder how much that assuages Weibo from trying to contest this Herald as it is rapidly depleting its health bar. First from over for the bot lane as well. You got JJ in the back of the pit. There's the Weaver's Wall from Xiaohu. They're going to separate
wall.
everybody. Croco on one side, the rest of LNG on the other, but they don't snap engage. Charm lands on Airhigh. Amelia has to commit the flash. No seismic shove on the missing. Croco doesn't want to let this thing load up for a 50-50. It's JJ that goes for it, but it's Croco that secures it. Vault Breaker's in after Croco, but that's a one-way mission. JJ goes down first, and look at Sheer burn down the bot lane. Boom goes the dynamite just like that. It's a 5-0 ace for LNG.
LNG, they spring on the back line. Croco plays this bait where he's pulling JJ in around the Herald, and yeah, he flips it and gets it. That's great, but he's pulling the front line away from Weibo as LNG is circling around behind. We'll watch when we get into this replay, hopefully, but as soon as Weibo are too far forward and Rumble TP's in, watch this. JJ goes in too far. Croco is pulling the Herald back, all of LNG's bot side. JJ goes in, Rumble TP's in, that's the go. LNG spring on the backline together, Rumble ult down. They're all caught out of position here. No one can leave. They're all in the pit. Sheer goes forward with a flash and just burns Weibo alive.
Do not give this man Rumble on blue side, all right? Do not give this man Rumble on blue side. It's a lesson that the Demacia Cup teams are having to learn, but again, it's just so awesome to see already the evolution of Bulldog and Croco together. I gotta start. Is there a way for me to gamble against my caster curse? Can we get that offline? Was I just
pretty
praising
bad.
Sheer? Oh man,
That's pretty bad.
That's the second bad one today, J Benno.
LNG, they don't want to leave that just. The hook goes wide, but missing nearly protected him. LNG still on the chase though. 1XN has great fighting guns. Red, white, time to fight. Fool said that the other day, and it still rings true. But LNG will be dissuaded a little bit without the potential for their Rumble to pop off in a fight. No TP available. It is 2 Drakes as well for LNG. Believe they picked that one up when we're in the replay. So they got Herald on Sheer. They got the 2 Drakes. It's Chemtech Drake. It's not the best for LNG. It will help some of the backline survive a little bit, but still a soul. Denying it from Ornn feels good. Denying it from the Lulu feels good as well with the heal and shield power. But LNG 7-1 now. A really big gold lead, and it's mostly on Wukong.
2K gap, yeah, holding up here against JJ. I mean, the biggest gold leads right now. Those LCK imports coming over. That is just such a big gold difference to have with those two. Croco and Bulldog. It's going to be fun, right? I think it's such a fun and compelling story that rightly so, everybody was like, Junjia and Honkyu. Wow. After that World's performance, JDG, that's the big jungle import. And then now we have Croco and Bulldog. Again, I want to put the asterisk, it is Demacia Cup, but Croco and Bulldog coming on in here is the lesser talked about imports onto a mid-jungle team's slots. And they are impressing so far, especially in the stage 2.
Oh, could be a tower. Again, Sheer playing the weak side so well. Very aware. Does he have ult? He get ult the wave here. That's so well played from Sheer. Even if you lose the tower, you collect a lot of that gold. You don't die on the weak side. Your team is up in top, breaking open a tier 2. That is very good for LNG.
It's Croco
Bulldog as well, remember, did not have a good year in 2025. Again, it's really hard to have a good year when you're on DNF and looking as bad as he did, but Weibo trying to find something back here with the Atakan, but LNG just keep going forwards.
Okay, they're gonna. It's a gold for experience trade here, right? They're not gonna get here in time for the Atakan. I'd like to think Sheer is playing a madman, just running right at JJ.
Oh my God!
JJ, hold on! Oh my God!
No way!
Gets in and takes the Atakan. Nothing going right for Weibo. They thought they had themselves an experience for gold trade, but they just got scammed.
I mean, Zika in the player camps, scratching his head a little bit. That's how that play feels. A double kill for Sheer. On the weak side, playing perfectly, picks up the wave, no ult, denies the Atakan, goes straight for JJ, takes down the jungler, and LNG not only get the Atakan, but win the fight too. They're nearly 10,000 gold up, Slayer.
Win the fight. I mean, Jay Beto, do we just call win the game off of that? That really just seems to break things open. Let's see the sheer brilliance, pun intended, of this LNG top laner.
He just walks in, overheats, goes for Jeje, takes him down. The Adicon goes to about 500. Nice smite from Croco. And Xiaohu needs to get out. Zika's just an on here. Nothing he can do. But with that as well, break open more of these towers, or the potential to. Even up a gold a little bit for Weibo, but it's 3,000 gold on Croco, and the next highest is this 2k lead on Bulldog. Again, DNF, one of the worst LCK teams of all time. Bulldog comes in here. It's always hard to look good on a team like that. It's always hard to have any kind of showing in a team. But Bulldog, a lot to prove here, it seems.
And he's impressing so far here in our first game on this RE, alongside Croco as well. Take stock of what the map looks like right now. It's full defense and the giving spirit for Weibo. They have a Chemtech Soul Drake that they are just going to have to let pass by the wayside. Baron's about 3 minutes out, but just take stock of, how close we are to some serious item disadvantages. There already are some in the jungle position, obviously that full item up, but LNG are going to likely spike onto these 3 item slots on like Aphelios and this Rumble right as this Baron comes up, Jay Beto.
Yeah, Weibo in full defensive mode here, bringing out their defensive playbook. Maybe a little cheeky stay here in the brush, but I don't think they know. LNG are 5 strong, waiting to find you.
All right, they spot out missing, looking aggressively for some of those plays, and all right, they'll fizzle out any sort of bush camping going on here. Let's see how much some of these resets can cash in. Oh, LNG not going to go for them just yet. They're tracking Weibo really well, and I wonder if they want to look for a pincer here. Missing's not going to hit the hook, but Bulldog does find Zika. Croco can get over the wall with the Trickster, and they should look to get these resets in safe and sound now. This is the window where LNG, again, I really want to see if they can cash in that gold lead heavily in items ahead of this Baron, because if they're full items up across the board for this Baron, I don't know what Weibo can do.
I mean, and Weibo also, they have this great classic combo. We saw, I think it was this year, it might have been the year before, they blur together sometimes, of this Vi and the Talia combo. Also the Vi and the Ahri, like a really, really classic combo there. And we haven't seen it at all. I don't think Jeje's pressed ult this game yet, or at least it really feels like he hasn't, because the combo hasn't happened. This is a pick comp. You need Ornn ult and then Vi Talia someone, buff your Yunara and try to fight there. But yes, you're weak with the Talia early game. LNG have just walked you over all game so far. They've been everywhere. Their map control is great. They're sweeping out bot side vision. Baron's up in 50 seconds. Weibo invested a lot of their tempo into the top side, but LNG say we don't really care about that. Even if you guys get Baron, it's not going to mean anything. We're going to try to break open this bot tower, set up vision all in the bot side, pull you out, and then if we want to, we can transition over to the Baron.
Interesting little desperation play from Xiaohu and JJ. They're looking to maybe stack up towards that top side, cover a bit to see if they can trade the tier 2 turrets, but JJ is going to be needed on this bot side, you would think. Good wave clear, though, comes out from Elk, and it's the back from Sheer that makes sure that very plentiful turret in gold does not fall. Remember, we're at objective bounties by this point, so the push and pull of the map play really on display before this Baron comes along.
Yeah, tier 2 and the objective bounty would have been a lot of gold for Weibo and Xiaohu in general. Again, Talia, one of those champions that just needs a ton of gold. But LNG have played the map really well. All their vision has been good. They've never really been doing anything when they can't see what's going on. And again, not to beat a horse while it's down, they look how BLG kind of should have looked, right? Their backline is together. Croco is playing together with Sheer and Bulldog. They're making impact on the side lanes. They look like a cohesive unit, and we're, a handful of games in. Baron has spawned. There's a pink there, but I wouldn't be surprised if LNG just play it slow and play for soul.
And what really emphasizes the impressiveness of this cohesion for LNG even further. Listen, there's been a lot of roster swapping going on, but there are few, if not any other teams that have swapped out all 5 members from their 2025 campaign. That is what LNG has done. So to see 5 members, including 2 imports, come in and already synergize like this, I wonder how much that really does speak to Missing taking on this leadership role on this new team. Again, Missing, if you think back to his career, has never been the sole veteran the sole leading voice on a team, like it really feels like he will be for LNG. Certainly the oldest member of this team. That's never happened for him in his very long career.
Blue Orb will spot out LNG. They're not on the Baron, but missing, constantly driving forward, misses the hook. That's one of not many misses this game, but everything. I mean, he's around the Baron first, pulling 1xN in, setting up or setting a bait here, and look at LNG. Wherever they move, they're always together. They've got a plan. They're spread out in a way that is cohesive for a team fight. Croco, too far forward, doesn't get caught out, backs off early because his team is backing off. They're all on the same page here, LNG are. Bulldog is pushed in the bot wave. They'll be losing a lot of gold. Weibo will be losing lots of waves here, and unless Weibo can somehow pull Baron, you can never walk in bot side here.
Missing. Oh,
that's a great hook.
Immediately, Zika's got to tank that, but instead it's the cleanser goes down, and that's immediately trigger pulled. Croco goes towards Elk, but it's actually Bulldog running down at Xiaohu. They have to get the wild growth on top of the Talia, but they've already cut down Elk. Shear's in a very advantageous 1v1 with JJ. The Vault Breaker into that seismic shove. You needed that combo earlier, Weibo. It's too little, too late by this point into the game, and LNG might not even need Baron. They've got the wave knocking on the inhibitor door. It's only Erhan to stand in the way of a dominating start to this series from LNG.
And Slayer, we were talking about this series being exciting and super close, and it is exciting. LNG, they playing so beautifully, but it's not close.
Not close at all. Our quickest game of the day. 27.5 minutes. LNG with a statement start to a very important Group B series.
I hope in the replay, like the LPL official one, montage, I guess is the word I'll use there. We get to see the play at the end there. That is
for sure
almost what we were talking about the entire game coming through in one play. They are snap engage. One thing happens, it's go. Bulldog pushes those wave in bot side. They're losing gold. He hovers in fog of war, and then missing hits one hook. Cleanse is gone. That's it. We go. Croco sends it in onto Yunara. Bulldog engages on the backline, pulls out tools, like the wild growth is gone, 1xN is front to backing on the other side. LNG are cohesive, they're snappy, they're fast, and they look dangerous.
I'm going to keep being the dead horse on this one. Here, I'll do two for one special. First one here, folks. Stop giving Sheer Rumble on blue side. Stop it. Second, this is a team playing like they've been together for like a year worth of time. That's the game. You said it. Like, that's what you expected out of BLG. Like, that's what I expect AL to look like in this tournament, because they're bringing all 5 members back. Like, that level of cohesion we just saw from LNG here. And yeah, I can't wait to hear you break down that last fight, because there were so many moving parts that were just going right for it. You mentioned, the missing hook into the snap engage from Croco, but the ball. I don't want to steal your thunder. We'll get into it in a second once we get to that last fight for you, Jay Beta.
I mean, it kind of starts here, right? Missing with we were talking about being the oldest player, the veteran player on this roster, starting it off mechanically, deciding. Again, this fight here, Croco pulls in Weibo, LNG engage on the back line, they blow up everybody. It's a 5-for-0 plus Herald. Every fight looks cohesive. They look like they've got a plan. This one was a bit goofy, I will say. This is an LPL fight for sure, but it feels like LNG pulling LCK influence. They're not overstepping. They're setting up vision deep. They pull one thing, they go. It's very LCK. This is the fight here. The cleanse gets pulled. Croco sees it. It's a go. Flash in ult. Bulldog is ready. Flash. The charm misses. It doesn't matter. It's enough. Then look at Elk. He's completely zoned away. 1xN solo kills him with the green-white combo, the range combo. And this is not an easy fight to execute. It's, like you said, many moving parts happening all over the map. I'm sure the comms are, it's kind of like we're the back line and the front line and talking to each other, but separate.
Hey, why
Great
not?
game from Missing.
Yeah. If we want to get really technical, I feel like it probably should have been Croco. But, statistically it's probably Croco. But Missing, I'm sure, Jay Beto, in our time, me and you have flamed a ton of supports. Maybe me. I had a toxic teenage era. I'll admit it. Like some supporters
Oh, yeah.
got some flame they didn't deserve. So let's start giving back. Those are the type of threat. Hit my line. Slayer hashtag play-by-play next season. Those are the type of threshes I want to be dealing with. That one for missing.
Yeah, I played competitively in a game in a mobile called Smite. When I was like 18, I was definitely the same, flaming
Okay, all right.
everybody.
All right, yeah.
But missing is... What I'll say is, earlier on when I was watching LNG, I didn't see enough from missing. I was thinking, we were talking in the Discord about a missing great player. He should bring a lot to this team. And we didn't really see that. We haven't seen that yet, in my opinion. This is a game from missing where with Croco, yes, with that top side, Sheer and Bulldog and 1xN, but he just spearheaded the team.
Yeah,
Wasn't
totally.
anything crazy fudgy. He hit the hooks he needed to. He protected his backline. Weibo could do nothing because missing was always there. The vision was great. Croco and Bulldog played an exceptional game too, but that was an absolute stomp from LNG.
Yeah, stomp following a stomp. We've had 2 straight one-sided affairs. Let's see if we can get 3 in a row here. If you're a Weibo fan, you're hoping it's for the Unk squad that Jay Beto called out to keep their, well, honestly, Demacia Cup season alive, or LNG going to make up for one hell of a Group B standings by the end of this day. We'll find out when Game 2 comes your way after another short break. back-to-back games of absolute, not, I was going to say like slob knock. I don't even know what I'm saying. Absolute blowouts. Okay, let's go with that one. I'll use the same word here. OMG ended a series with an absolute drubbing on the BLG. LNG honestly one up them. I think the most complete game we have seen tonight was LNG in Game 1, and in main part thanks to our MVP for missing. So back to the drawing board here for Weibo, Jay Beto. First thing I'll ask you, are you expecting a blue side look here for a team that's just trying to get an easy first pick, or do you like the counter pick angle?
It's tough. It's a tough angle. I mean, off the top of my head, what was like? You're not getting Nico. You're not getting Jace. Rumble's gone. If you're going blue side, was Orianna picked in that game? Honestly, that game was so quick. No. It wasn't, right? It was Ari Talia. So Orianna could be a look for Weibo if Xiaohu wants that. And Azir, that wasn't banned. And again, it hasn't really been picked a whole lot. In Demacia, a couple of times to not the best success. We saw that tonight as well. I think if Weibo want to take blue side, it needs to be something like that Yunara. If you can maybe do some funky stuff in draft and get the Jace or get the Nico, I doubt that's ever happening. But other than that, if you're not really confident in either that, maybe an Mbessa, Aatrox jungle's really fallen off. That was first pick, first ban in the first couple of days and has gone away.
Yep.
If it's not that, take the red side, take counter pick. But for LNG, I mean, I'm pretty sure that was the most one-sided game we've seen all tournament. That was ridiculous.
I like it.
And LNG have played, in my opinion, like on paper, easier matchups than what they just played then. They've really come together on short notice. Again, 2 imports off of not successful teams. Bulldog played on the bottom team in LCK all year, even in the Rise group, got destroyed by everybody, and has come into the LPL for the start, what I'm going to be calling the start of the new season, looking like a completely different player.
Let's just play some funny theory crafting too as well, right, for a second here, Jay Beto, before we hop into draft. So, taking stock of our groups, we are currently, looking at a 2-1 OMG. If LNG win here, they're also 2-1.
Yep.
That means the LNG OMG are the last match, and LNG OMG will be deciding first place in Group B, the group of death.
Oh.
If this is an LNG win, that is the stakes. That is the stakes for first place of this group. So let's all keep that in mind as Jay Beto runs us through another draft here with Weibo opting for the blue side.
I'll have to check when we're in game who's casting that game, because that will be a tune-in, like a must tune in as well.
I'll do it for you, my friend. Take over
all right.
the draft.
Syndra ban here means they're looking for that Orianna first pick on blue side, like I was talking about. LNG could ban the Orianna, but Nico's available. Oh, sorry, not Nico's available. The Mbessa is available as well, so LNG could look to flip that. That has been a combo that teams have been going towards, and I think it's really exciting. Maybe even better than the Vi or the Nocturne. It's really, really fast, the Orianna and the Mbessa, but Orianna going to be the ban away here, so Weibo won't get that.
So that will be Rafa and Quacks. That is the first series tomorrow, actually. Which is
that's a good pair.
That's a great start. Good pair. Love those two guys. Let's see if we fall in love with this first pick here from Weibo. Yeah, I mean, stock standard. Xiaohu, grab himself the Orianna. Let's see what LNG, because you were talking about it, right? You know you're going to give Orianna. What are you giving Orianna up to come back with on this one, too?
I mean, Majors, Hui, Victor more so in my opinion than the Hui, but still possible. My concern is you need to take Mbessa away. I would be really concerned for LNG if they don't take away the Mbessa here, because Mbessa Orianna is a really strong combo. LNG though, I mean, mid lane, maybe support, maybe Leona here, but Brahms up. Oh, maybe just a top pick here or a jungle. Could go the Jarvan. Feels pretty good.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked that we made it this many games through without misfortune. I know it got banned in the first game for BLG OMG, but it feels like kind of the AD carry of the tournament. Or Yunara, right? It's one of those two. We got the Zahen lock-in again here for Sheer, so that's interesting, right? The funny joke is that the funny joke with Sheer is that he's a dominant Sion and Rumble player. So Sion was up, and he wanted the Zahen. Hey, listen, you talk about, hot streaks. He played a hell of a Rumble. I'm down to give him a carry and see if he can cook.
Oh, this is the counter matchup that we watched.
And now I hate it. Yeah, now I hate it.
Yeah, this is rough. I mean, the biggest 10 million IQ play here from LNG is this is Zehen jungle and Sion last pick top here, like you mentioned. It's not going to be banned. That would be... I don't know how good Zehen is in the jungle. I don't think you would ever not go like a Jarvan if you wanted on 3 here, but... I mean, yeah, the Xin Zhao still available. Look, Weibo are making it pretty aware that they don't want to go out 0-2 tonight because that's a really, really solid top 3. The Jax counter pick. I mean...
Another Akali? All right.
If LNG are going to win, it's going to be a spectacular game.
I do love the Akali look, right? It's like, it'll. You mentioned it last time we saw it in Orianna. It's very good outside of lane if you can survive. And then it's melee top, melee jungle, like a clear threat with this Akali in the mid lane. You're going to get an AD carry to try and punish now that Elk is going to have to think about with whatever he goes here. I'm liking this Akali look, especially, again, Bulldog. This entire LNG team is playing with confidence. So seeing confident picks after that game 1, you can't hate it.
We've seen a lot of Poppy not go successful, but for LNG it would be a good takeaway because I think Weibo would like it. The Nautilus ban is because it's good into Akali, right? You want things that are going to lock her down. So things like Vi, which is obviously fearlessly banned away, but the Nautilus, the Poppy would be nice, but it's good against Jackson, Xin Zhao too. We've seen a lot of this. A lot of tonight has been support on 4-5 and these bans. Alistar is banned all the time. Rakan has been banned all the time. I assume we're going to see the exact same thing. Could be a Poppy ban as well for either of these teams. Although, again, I'm going to keep hyping the Poppy up. It hasn't really found its groove in the Demacia Cup.
I was like, I'm glad. You know what? Die on that hill. Because also, I do think with you.
Yes!
Like there's so many spots where Poppy is just Exodia. So hey, it still draws the ban. So that's the
they want Rakan now.
Over. Okay, so Rakan to look out for. Pantheon would be the takeaway from Croco. I do kind of like getting rid of Pantheon with an Akali. It's a lot in a Zahen. Like you talked about, Zahen needs the setup to kind of dive in with the Grim Deliverance and like all this stuff. So Pantheon would kind of play well with this top side for LNG, but it's again the supports that are really going to round out these comps for you.
Yeah, the Rakan ban makes a ton of sense. I think that's very needed. Leona's still great. Again, taking it away. Plus, the Poppy's pretty decent into that, like you mentioned earlier tonight. So I wouldn't be surprised to just see Leona. The Warriors Braum, though, very unplayable matchup. So it's going to be the Ambassador. This is a double flex. This is excellent. So you don't know where either one is going, and now you get the support counter pick. Do you go Leona to try to stop the MF bullet time? You're walking into Braum. Braum, this game is tough. Do you go the Braum preemptively? What's left open with the MF? This is a tough one. I mean, Leona's really hard. Rel's hard. Rakan's banned away. You can't play Lulu. That's already been picked. Oh my God, is it missing Yuumi?
No, it's not. This is not happening. This is a hover. I will not fall for this. I will not fall.
Ooh, this is good.
Bard's a good angle, yeah. It's also, by the way, one of the most fun supports to watch play. And yes, it's mostly because of Keria.
Yep.
but like Bard, it's always fun to watch a Bard play. So this is missing second Bard. He had a pretty good start to the BLG game. He actually made a critical pick onto On and Viper to get LNG going. After that, the Bard got a little bit murky, but again, how much missing wants to be a part of all these plays for LNG, like we saw in game 1. The Bard is hand in hand with that style.
I mean, LNG, their team comp is so easy to understand. It is, we are pressing R on enemy backline equals profit, hopefully. Bard there can ult the Braum shield so that he's not in the game anymore. He's in stasis, so that means that bullet time still goes through him, even if he's got the shield up. All LNG are trying to do is put all of their R buttons onto Orianna and Lucian. If that can happen, it's a real tough ask for Weibo to live through that, but laning-wise, you've got Lucian Braum, amazing mid-game duo. The Orianna, the premier mid laner we've seen so much in Demacia, and in that top side, you've got not only the Xin Zhao, which has been for the year strong, but you've got this counter matchup we just saw go so Jack's favored. I'm still not convinced by the Zahan. Maybe LNG can change my mind.
We'll have to see. With the cohesion they have, It's hard to bet against them coming into this game too. An integral second match here for Weibo. 1-2 puts you virtually out of the rest of the Demacia Cup as we start to look towards stage 3 and would again set up an unpredictable top seed bout. The next series we have between LNG and OMG, but we won't get too far ahead of ourselves. We're heading to the Rift here. Game number 2, LNG, Weibo Gaming, and we'll see what a bounce back looks like for the old heads, the Unk squad. It's got to be through Jeje and Xiaohu, as always here. Or maybe it's Bulldog face checking into that Braum concussive blow stack. Just kidding. Missing's like, how about you eat this double stun, buddy?
That's a nice stun from Missing. I'm just having a look at the schedule here. So the remaining matches for these teams are LNG versus OMG versus the Freight Train, right? That's a tough matchup now, which is an insane thing to say, but it is. That's actually, neither team is favored there. And then Weibo versus Billy, which is also, neither team is favored in that matchup anymore. So we've got absolute cinema on the remaining couple of days in stage 2. I'll be tuning in. I'm sure I'll see you guys around as well. But, I mean, I'm sure our casters will enjoy that a lot. But starting out here, it's going to be fairly standard, right? This is a level 6 game. The year kind of has been. It should be, prior for Lucian, Braum. After level 3, level 1, Lucian's pretty weak. So that'll generate the Jax matchup plus the Orianna matchup. Should be pushing lanes for Weibo. So eventually we should get 3 pushing lanes after Missing starts roaming for Jeje to get involved around the map. The issue is that Xin Zhao, not the strongest ganking jungler. He's more or less a team-fighting skirmisher. He really thrives around blocking MF ult and living through a lot of that. So for Weibo, they do have, Counter-Strike. They've got Crescent Guard. They've got the shield from Braum and the knock-up, right? Urha can play really well on this Braum to interrupt what LNG can do. If LNG don't get interrupted, they get to one item through their lanes, they're going to walk this game over. But Weibo have a lot of tools to interrupt what LNG want to do.
And they have a lot of tools to make the mid-game theirs, the skirmishes theirs, because we are now, Krako's wanting to full clear, and Bessa jungle top lane needs time. Bulldog is going to be weaker for a while until he can get into the side lanes. Xiaohu already winning some of these health trades out early on. You talked about the Jax matchup into the Zahen, and level 3, the bottom lane, going the way of Weibo. So we should expect a slow lead coming out from Weibo in these lanes. You want to see them push that into more. Can it be securing all 3 grubs, getting early objectives up often? Can it be, that's, you know what?
That's so cringe.
You're the goated support, man. He just pulls up. He's like, Bulldog, it's the season, man. You want some hot cocoa? I got you.
I should say cringe for Xiaohu. Imagine you're an Orianna in this lane against Bulldog, who's just dominated you in game 1. You're laning really well. You're level 4, right? Like the second waves come in. You're ready to start the freeze potentially, and then Missing comes in and just double heals his mid laner, helps him back up to a decent position in lane. It's a great play from Missing, to be honest, as we get the jungle trading scuttles here, and maybe just some vision here for Jeje. Croco will put down a ward as well, so almost exact mirror. It's the same ward on both sides, the scuttle and the base from both these junglers.
It's a big wave here for 1xN to catch with Missing trying to cover. Gonna have to, he gets a good job to get most of this wave, so he will be pretty competitive in that CS department. Just down a couple TPs coming out from both the solo lanes for Weibo. So just pretty stock standard start. I'm curious to watch when Missing wants to get a little more active, looking for those chimes, looking for those roams. Krako is so far ahead of his clear. He was waiting for Grom to show up. That's the pace he's at. Maybe a gank looking on the top side. Yeah, Jeje has a timer here. Sheer. I don't even know if Flash really gets him out here. He flashes, the slow still comes across. JJ when becomes lightning. Flash, hop forward, and there's Zika on the board. The counter pick just got a lot harder for LNG's top laner.
Yeah, these counter picks as well. Maybe it's a potential where she can weather through the storm of the early game, and late game it'll be a Jax favored side lane, but then you're playing for the team fights, right? But not now. You're going to be closer to that first item. The gold in the early game is so significant. Bot lane is a lot about the bounce here, so both bot laners taking an early base, one after the other, on each other's bounce and getting the cull and Elk has that long sword as well, so we'll be slightly stronger after this here. Nice little stun onto Missing. Should be all that is, though. Dragon has spawned, and Slayer, I don't expect to see these teams. They haven't gone towards it tonight at all. I don't see why we'd start now.
Nope. I do like to see just some more great teammate play. We saw the Missing roam to get the hot cocoa down for Bulldog. Bulldog walks Croco in to steal away a Raptors camp, so it's a small measure, but LNG do get something back for the gank that Sheer had to endure on that top side. Good little shockwave there from Xiaohu. Just going to get the wave up into a more neutral state here, but ultimates are starting to come online for our solos, which means they aren't too far behind in the jungle department, and the Grubs are about 2 minutes out. But again, J-Beta, we feel like whatever objective Weibo wants in these next couple minutes, LNG likely have to give.
Yeah, especially because Croco's topside now. You see Erha getting some really deep vision just as a self-ward sitting there in the brush. Scuttle respawns. Weibo will start it up, but LNG don't want to give this up.
Oh, Missing flash to get the stun. Good shield comes up, though, for JJ. And 1xN tries to walk around it. Concussive blows are going to stack here, but Bulldog swings on in first, picks up the first kill. One trade back for Elk, but low health bar on Erha. And the double stun from Missing is absolutely filthy. But the concussive blows mean that Elk can get one back out. It's a 3-3 trade. But it's the feats of warfare over to Weibo. A winning fight for LNG nonetheless.
LNG have no business stepping up there, but Missing finds not one, but two double stuns. The flash first hits the wall, and then pulls himself out. Bulldog rotates in. I can't believe that they get 3 there.
Oh, hold on.
But, wow, what an explosive start to this game.
Yeah,
we had almost nothing. So this is not a double stun, but it's just a flash stun, like Shades of Carrier there we were talking about before on the Bard. Buys time for Bulldog to rotate in. We've seen a lot of Akali, some crazy Akali, but this is the stun I'm talking about. The double stun there at the back. Bulldog does die, yes, but if Missing doesn't find both of those stuns, the first one against the wall and the double stun at the end, it doesn't go anywhere near as favorable for LNG.
And what's most intriguing coming out of that skirmish is where the gold goes. Right into those really snowball-esque champions on both sides. Elk picks up the double for this Lucian, but it's Bulldog's Akali. We've already had a day full of Akali awesomeness. He picks up 2 kills as well on his side of the bout. And it's right in time for these Grubs to spawn. So we're back to these interesting lane assignments where we keep the bot lanes close to the Grub pit. Junglers and top laners could have another 4v4 coming pretty soon.
Missing as the TP, so keep an eye out for that if he wants to make some side lane plays. It might just be a base and then TP back to help his MF push out a wave, but junglers around together. Grubs are still up, and even despite that fight, the dragon wasn't taken, so we're back here again, Slayer. Grubs spawn, and Weibo the ones here first.
Bulldog is making the run-up. Xiaohu does not have TP, so LNG can bring a 5-stack over here. JJ maybe understands that. Picks up one of those Grubs. Missing. Very thankful to get around that Braum Q. No concussive blows. So just like the last game, Weibo are going to pick up one Grub and exit, and it's going to be the monster slaying and turret pushing power over to LNG.
The dragon is still up, but Bulldog will scout it out. JJ not wanting to start that up. Cautious of the roam from the Bard potentially and the Orianna Shockwave. Sorry, the Akali that was roaming there is what I meant to say. But Croco.
It's time to commit to your flash, buddy. Oh, maybe not. All right.
Ooh.
I stand corrected. Just a nice little leap strike on out of there. Colin coming down here from Elk, trying to maybe just force 1xN out of this lane. But that Braum speed up on the Coco helps him out. 1xN still going to take his reset nonetheless. And we still have a neck-and-neck game here as we look to break the double-digit mark on the minutes.
JJ's around, but Bulldog in the Shroud, clearing out the wave fairly easily. And this is something that happens when you play Lucian in a pro game. You want to put the Lucian in the mid lane as early as possible after the Grubs are down, obviously, to just generate mid-prio permanently. That's the idea. Whenever you don't have it, you can culling to get it and rotate around to impact your side lanes. And that's important in this game because your side lanes aren't necessarily the strongest. Zika will get much stronger, but your Orianna is losing. So pushing in with the Lucian and the Braum and then rotating into just Fog of War is enough to pull Bulldog off. But now LNG TPing down to the bot lane. They're going to get this Drake most likely as Jeje is in the top side. Lucian stuck under tower collecting away by himself as Erhard rotated over. So LNG, 2 grubs and 1 dragon. That's 2 stacks of monster slaying.
Yeah, it's going to help them keep competitive in the feats of strength because feats of warfare went over to Weibo thanks to that solo kill they found up towards the top side earlier on. It's going to make that Rift Herald even more of a huge objective to play for here. But again, for Weibo, right now, clinging on to a couple item advantages. I don't think it's going to matter for the Herald. But we can take stock of where these first items are likely to come out here. Missing going to have to use the portal as he sets up a decent trade for 1xN into Elk, but nothing more to manifest there. Essence Reaver's already done here for Elk. Xiaohu's going full scale with the Roa. And again, that's going to give a bit more of a help out to that lesser degree skirmishing for LNG. The fact they're going to have a Rocket Belt, a Bloodthirster, and then I believe that's going to be an Eclipse coming through out of the jungle as well.
Yeah, should be. That's one of the times that Eclipse is just unbelievably broken. It's on the Ambessa because it's literally her W, and you can use the passive so unbelievably quickly. There it is, the Eclipse pickup. Good shout. It'll be the Trinity Force picked up for Sheer soon as well, and probably the Trinity Force on the other side for Zika as well. He's hasn't picked up the Sheen on his own right, but should be the same there. But yeah, the item spike right now for Weibo, yes, the Roa's weaker, but you've got Essence Reaver, Sundered Sky is a stronger spike now. The Eclipse has been finished, that's fine, but no Bloodthirster is important for 1xN. Doesn't have a ton of damage coming through just yet, or sustainability. Elk has the Essence Reaver on the way, so he's permanently full mana. Hold on.
All right, JJ looking for the knock-up here onto Kroko. Exhaust. Oh, they try to go after
nice
Elk, but that's
flash.
a flash out of the public execution. Kresigar going to come down. There is the Tempered Fate. The shield blocks a ton of that bullet time. But some aching health bars on the Weibo side. Still the re-engage from JJ. He sets up the shockwave onto Kroko, but the stun from Missing makes sure that Kroko can get out. Full culling in here by 1xN, but Kroko is trapped in the back of the pit, and Xiaohu will find the kill. What a topsy-turvy fight, and somehow we only come away with 1 kill or less. Oh, JJ going after Bulldog. The Shroud, the portal, he's still going to chase after Bulldog. Really wants this kill, but he'll take the flash instead.
They walk away bruised, Slayer, but only one will fall. And this is the thing with LNG's comp. There's a lot of shotgun-style damage. They have the damage, the burst. Once that's gone, that's the fight done. So Weibo are kiting. They're kiting. The flash away from the Ambassador ult is beautiful from Elk. The Bard ult lands only onto Xiaohu, but Elk is confident here. So we take a look back. It starts off with Weibo, but LNG grouped up here, land onto Elk, but a beautiful flash. Now LNG's turn. They move forward. The bullet time comes forward as well. The Crescent Guard and the shield from Braum block a lot of that, but now all of LNG's damage is done. They have to move away. So Weibo move back forwards. Elk at 1 HP starts culling 1xN in the face, and it's lucky for LNG that this only results in 1. No flash for Kroko means he has to die, but it could have been way bloodier for LNG.
And it's still a neck-and-neck game in the gold, nonetheless, after such a close, measured fight. Still cool to see Missing just so on point with some of these stuns. Again, another reason why that's only a 1-kill fight. Kroko could have dropped a lot earlier if Missing doesn't land stuns like that. So our Bard gameplay seemingly still on point here for Missing. But now we do have that Herald spawning in about a minute's time with virtually everybody on one item. Kroko throws out a bit of a fish hook there, doesn't find anything, and it's going to get Missing killed here. Great snap engage there for JJ. Elk, 3 kills deep now, going into our mid-game.
Weibo, great targeting onto Missing as well. The champion, very fun, like you were talking about. Oh, Weibo. This is a good swarm, but they'll push Sheer away. They won't be able to collapse onto him. Just do a bit of damage to this turret. But because Missing is on such a volatile champion, it can be so impactful and creative like we've seen with Carrier. If you're an LPL fan, do not watch Carrier at Worlds. He did some things to LPL teams, unfortunately.
Nice
but
things.
yeah, it wasn't pretty to watch. I mean, it was pretty to watch if you're a League fan, but it also, Bard is a champion that is so easy to catch out. You have it's a knife's edge. Can you get the wall, like the portal through? Can you hit a stun against the wall? It's very mechanical, which is why a lot of supports like it, and in pro play it's very strong because of how mechanical the players are. That's why Carrier is so good on it, because he's the best support of all time. But Missing has played it well so far. It just happens to be sometimes the champion that has to be sacrificed at the end. You'd rather it be your Bard than your MF. Dragon is Spawn Slayer, and the Herald. Looks like Bulldog is pulling the Herald right now, but everyone else around this Drake.
Remember, monster slaying is secured in LNG's name if they can get either one of these objectives, but they very likely might have to give up a turret to do so. Trying to spot out where Bulldog is on this map, grouping up with his squad. Yeah, this is LNG. Okay, they're going to signal, we are trading Dragon stacking for feats of strength. Zika is given all the time in the world to
no,
find
they're not.
break.
It's a race. It's a race, Slayer. Oh, if he got first turret, it would have been feats over to Weibo, but he didn't get it.
No,
the slaying went over to LNG.
No, they had feats of warfare, so that one went over to Weibo. Yeah, it would have been a race, but it wasn't actually one.
All right, I got to calm down here because we're only 16 minutes into this game. It's been a low-action game in terms of things, and I'm excited over who's going to win feats of strength. I mean, can you blame me? Tonight's been an exciting nights of games, but
the turret, not Xiaohu gets turned off. There's the missing stun. Good night, sweet Professor Xiaohu.
Put to sleep, unfortunately, there, but again, LNG maintained this great look of engage, of synergy with each other, and the dive is perfect. Missing with a really nice tempered fade onto the tower, doesn't hit Xiaohu, and the dive is easy from LNG. They will get the Herald Weibo at least, so that's a prize back, but LNG fighting claw back in this game. They've got 2 Drakes already. It's Ocean Soul. Look at the healing on the side of LNG. The Bard feels good, yes, but you've got Zehen and Ambessa, who both have tons of healing. Here's the Herald in mid.
JJ looking to get a crack in. Maybe look for the mid-tier 1 turret alongside Elk. Croco here to guard, though, so they're just going to take the damage trade. I think you like that if you're LNG. There's a lot more you can get out of that Herald if you find better avenues to utilize it. Instead, it's just a straight health bar trade. Or maybe they get the turret here. Maybe, there's bullet time. Okay.
Nice shockwave.
Has to flash away from a shockwave. The shield also is going to make sure the wave does get up there. Might have just been wiser to sacrifice that turret than lose a flash off of a player like 1xN.
Yeah, it's important. And the shockwave, there's not a ton of tools that can land onto 1xN this game, so I understand that. There is the knock-up from Erha, but flashing away from the shockwave, maybe you die there, but it's just a lot of trading across the map right now, Slayer. Again, 2 objectives to LNG, bit of a gold lead, like a tiny gold lead to Waver, but they're trading objectives. They're doing well, getting some towers for themselves and getting some gold. The mid tower breaking is important because, yes, you've lost your side lane towers in the top lane, but mid tower is a bastion, right? It's important for map control. You can push the waves so much further in. You can rotate quicker to the towers. So having your tier 1, in mid for Weibo is important. Despite being down these dragons, it will help you set up for the dragons that are spawning in about 2 minutes. We've got Atacon in 1:32. Seen some fun ones with Sheer so far in this series, but not on the Rumble this game. I mean, I'd like to see some Zehen action on the Atacon, but I'm not sure it's the same thing.
I think the Zehen still needs to cook a bit, right? It needs more time. That Rumble feels so powerful on those 2 item spikes. Still waiting on that second item for Sheer. We do see the Spear of Shojin completed for Croco. Again, the top jungle here for LNG, time is their friend. If they can get onto 3 items, 4 items, these champions can be pretty scary. But that same trade could be there for Weibo. It all really just comes down to how fun of a game this is going to be, because it really feels so much about execution with these 2 comps.
Yeah, look at the mid lane pushed in for Weibo. You see how aggressive that core gets? So Bulldog can't walk in on the bot side. He wants to play this 1v1 isolated, right? But he can't because of the roam from Weibo. So Weibo are going to push in this wave. They're all going to move into Fog of War. There's no objective up here. They're just threatening the Akali. Now Bulldog has to back off. Look, he's getting off of the wave because he's worried about the dive potential. Instead, Weibo are just clearing out vision. Look at how far back Bulldog has to pull. So Weibo, with this mid-prio, because of that tower, are providing space for Xiaohu here to even out this lane. If this was isolated, Bulldog could maybe walk walk up, even tower dive, catch out Xiaohu walking back to lane, but Weibo putting so much pressure on the map.
Interesting to see 1xN opt for the heel cut on his armor pen here. I wonder what the logic is there. There isn't a ton of innate
guy
healing.
broken, I guess.
Sunders, yeah, I mean that's. I'd love to pick his brain around why that's not just an LDR, but it's
Next
still.
year it might be.
Yeah, it probably will be, right? With thank God, Giant. Can we talk about how happy it makes us that Giant Slayer's coming back into League of Legends?
Yeah, that's nice. We've seen a lot. I mean, what was it? Owner, like, first timing Mundo ever. He doesn't even know what the abilities do, picking it against AL and winning. In the beginning of the game, he's reading the champ abilities. Again, you can see Weibo doing the exact same thing. They push in mid. They hover bot to give room for Xiaohu to push down this turret. LNG with an answer, though. Bulldog plays respectful, pulls back, and he's TPing up as well.
Zika's coming as well, but this Otacon's gone. I don't even think Weibo will get close enough. They could have tried to just trade the dragon. Now they're walking back to go for it. But that is a lot of lost time. They're going to try and split the map here, play for this tier 2 turret, but excellent TP coming across here. That is going to be sheer to cover. So a huge winning trade here for LNG. Yes, it's never fun to sacrifice your soul stacking, but for that huge XP gain you get from the Otacon and only trading a singular dragon, really smart move on the map.
As well as because of the pride that Weibo have, with the way that the mid lane is going there, you can't walk in as LNG without trying to send. Hold on.
Okay, Zika. Public execution is going to hit. The Counter-Strike is down. He's going to try a flashback under his own turret. Missing has the aggro. Erha's playing a really good protection job, but there's the turret turned off, and they get rid of Erha first before Zika respawns, but he comes back up with his Counter-Strike, gets a clutch stun. Bulldog has to flash and dash his way out. He sets up Kroko to get the tier 2 turret, and now they're trying to protect with Elk, and he gets the kill through for Zika. Flashes don't matter. Kroko goes down. Costly dive for LNG.
Kroko not happy with that one in the player cams, but Jeje's chasing 1xN.
Oh, I think he's going to catch him. The flash to get the knockup. Beautiful usage of the Raptors to get that knockup guaranteed. The shockwave comes across, and Weibo collect their golden kills to give themselves a final gold lead.
A really nice punch back in this game from Weibo. So the way this game is going is the mid prior was too much for LNG, so they invest in top with that Otakon. They try to go too far here, though. Missing with the ult is lovely, but the Counter-Strike both times provides so much space. Bulldog is absolutely him on these dives, by the way, just going in so aggressively, but the tower is ramped now. They don't let it reset. It gets pulled in here, but unfortunately, Zika lives because he survives because of the Tempered Fate. Elk rotates over. This is the most psychotic E2 I've ever seen in my life from Bulldog. That was a DNF play from Bulldog, but it goes awry here for LNG. And then in the mid lane as well, 1xN's caught. Weibo maintain control over the bot side of the map. They don't have the objectively, but they do have this gold lead.
And look at where so much of it is. It's Zika, who is now up 2,000 gold right now. He's got the Seeker's arm guard. You thought it was hard to kill the Jax with Counter-Strike constantly coming back up. Now he has a stasis. Errol's going to face check into Kroko, throw the exhaust out. The public execution is not going to provide any space for Kroko. The Temper Fate doesn't hit the targets. There's the redemption coming across. Kroko dies. How much more can they get? There is the Zahed ultimate down for Sheer. He has the Cultivation War fully stacked up, and he's ready to brawl. But his AD carry is not close by enough yet. The health bar comes back up, but they just can't get 1xN into this fight. And it's going to give Weibo the big-time win in the jungle.
No bullet time for 1xN, so he can't step up. It looks like he's kind of baiting his team there, but really he needs that bullet time that would have done so much damage to the to the Weibo roster here. But you're right, missing with the Tempered Fate, it doesn't find the value here. Kroko caught out. Weibo, the control they have in this mid game is just devastating. The Tempered Fate, it doesn't survive. It doesn't keep Kroko alive here. So Bulldog has to go in by himself, just gets the support, and a really nice culling from Elk will take him out. But 1xN's arrived now. He just can't do anything. He can't walk in. He'll be killed immediately if he walks too far forward. Zika is very fed, and this is the second time tonight we've seen the Jax into a Zahen matchup be this Zahen favored. This Jax favored.
And it really has Weibo in position to force this game 3 as Baron spawns. They are just so much richer at this point, and you're starting to see it come across in some of these items. It is virtually a full item lead right now for Elk right now, holding onto that Black Cleaver over this Misfortune. But into a Bard, into this Misfortune with the bullet time, you have the threat of Croco always. I do want to caution Weibo about how they approach this Baron.
This does feel like a Baron startup, though. Missing Court, he'll be able to get out pretty easy, but look at how dark the map is. Like, where are the red wards for LNG around Baron? There's literally zero, so Weibo play this macro very well. They put up all their wards, they base for more wards. Can Zickett find anything?
I mean, he wins this so easily up against Bulldog. There's no turret for Bulldog to get back to. There's the perfect execution to provide some space here. But, man, so much damage out of Zika. He's going to respect Bulldog. Just kidding. There's another crazy E2 from Bulldog. Somehow Xiaohu actually picks up that kill. But a really good side lane threat there from Weibo, knowing the LNG can't do anything with the Baron on the top side.
Yeah, they try to get some vision back. That's all they'll get. But Weibo will collect the mid prio and force the wave back in their favor. Now they can break open this tier 2 and mid, and all they're going to do here is just transition and sweep out all the vision LNG got. So Bulldog dies completely in vain there. It's a tough ask. Weibo have done such an amazing job of covering for the side lane. Akali is great on side lane and might even potentially at this point be able to win against the Jax if Bulldog plays it well, but the cover from Weibo is great. They're not even going for the Baron. Instead, they're simply going for this dragon, denying more sacking from LNG, starting up themselves. But again, look, they've completely denied vision on the top side. LNG used their tempo to collect the vision. Up here top, it's completely dark again.
It's just playing into what the map is giving you for Weibo, because they know that they're so far ahead, especially in the top side, and it's really hard for LNG to make a lot of these fights work. The Braum value, I'm so glad you called it out in the draft, how integral Erha has been to, sort of jamming that shotgun-style damage you talked about from LNG.
I will say as well, Erha is, I think, the person who played Poppy first in Demacia. I might be wrong, but he played it, and it did not look good. Erha had a game to kind of take over the game on that Poppy pick in that game and didn't really do anything. This game on the Braum, feeling a role. And oftentimes that's what Braum does. It's kind of Braum duty. We talk about Nami duty or Lulu duty. This is Braum duty. I'm standing here. I'm ulting. I'm using Glacial Fissure to interrupt the dive. I'm protecting my backline, and my backline is going to carry. It's trust in your team to do that. There's a pink ward at the back for a TP. That's been spotted out again. The map goes dark for LNG. Weibo at any point could be on the Baron. One ward goes out. Eventually these run out and let LNG have to either base or face check. But Weibo biding their time, holding control over the map. They aren't sending it too aggressively. They're waiting for Infinity Edge for Elk. They're waiting on Pen for Xiaohu. And they continue to make this game so difficult for LNG.
Yeah, they're daring them to either go after Zika, who is going to win 1-1v1 against Sheer, or answer them at the Baron. Erha already having used the Redemption, though. Some decent poke, and it's an immediate reset come off here. So a bit of a win there for LNG. They're going to call the Baron bluff for now.
I think they're trying to get the TP out of Sheer. That's all they're trying to get, these tools. It's a slow game of inches here for Weibo. How much can we pull out of LNG? Again, the map is dark. LNG have no idea where Weibo is. Are they on the Baron? We have no wards. One blue orb for 1xN here. There it is. No vision. There's no vision anymore for LNG.
Nope, and they still have so many pink wards to deal with. There's the pink ward from Croco to actually spot out another Baron start. And this time they do get the TP. Oh my god, missing. Oh, right. That is a certified int TP I've ever seen it. Or maybe it's set for the bullet time into Croco flying into the background. Down goes Elkin just like that. The fight turns on its head. But you still have to worry about Zika. This big, bad Juggernaut Jax is really hard to deal with. And he hops right on top of 1xN, chasing him down. Counter-strike up. 1xN has to flash away from that one. But Zahen has the full Cultivation War stacked up. Stasis comes across. Zika has to flash back out. Re-engage from JJ. But the revive comes across. Croco re-engages. But how does 1xN get into this fight? He can't step up with the threat of Zika's Jax until he has Sheer with him. But even at that point, it's so hard to kill the Weibo top laner, and the fight fizzles out to a dead even 3-for-3. Or maybe
that
not.
goal was even. Oh, Sheer, careful. Gets over the wall, but Slayer, if that gold was even for LNG, I feel like they would have won that fight. You can see the shotgun damage there. It doesn't get protected, and it tears through the backline, missing an ambitious TP, I'll call it. Does die here, but this is without their support. He completely dies, but Glacial Fissure is done. There's not a whole lot of tools to interrupt this bullet time, so Croco and Bulldog are ready to engage directly with the bullet time. Erha misses the shield. It's not perfectly placed. The dive comes through. Erha dies. The backline dies. If 1xN had more damage here, he could absolutely clean up, but I will say this might be a long replay here. The mechanics on display here, flash rate from 1xN, both these teams are playing with everything on the line here. Sheer pulls in Zika off of the flash. Croco will Q in here, and then flash away from the counter-strike again, right at the last second, as JJ flashes as well. Everything is being used, and it still only results in a 3-for-3.
But maybe some confidence inspired here back for LNG, that they can still contend. They bought there's some time for their items. I'm pretty sure 1xN did not have that IE in that last fight.
No, he didn't.
So that's a big damage boost. Now those autos are much more of a threat. But I still just am so fearful of Zika. You talked about the biggest scaling factor in this entire game is Jackson. He's 7-0 at this point.
He is destroying this game. He has a massive build now too. And even if you try to kill him, he has Zhonya's, right? LNG, will you find another fight like that where Weibo overextend into places they don't have vision? That's the crucial part. That's the one time that Weibo did not have vision of that brush. LNG catch you out. Weibo go back to this push mid style. Dragon is spawning up. Do LNG flip a Baron here? Do they try to contest the Dragon? Because they're just bleeding out, Slayer. They are sitting here and waiting. But what are they waiting for? They're 3 items deep on all of their strong members. This is the time. You're down a little bit of gold, sure. It's impactful, yes. Mostly on the Jax. That's kind of it. If you can win a fight, it's now. But Zika's starting the Dragon by himself. How does LNG even play here? The macro from Weibo is just so good.
Oh no, Missing's getting caught again. You have to flash out of the same spot he took the portal into, but Croco has found Xiaohu. Redemption's coming across. Elk is here first. Croco does not have the support of his team. Can he at least trade Xiaohu out? No! Blinking 1 HP health bar for the General, but he walks out to the Redemption snipe from Missing. All right, Worth. Nice trade. Nice trade, Croco.
That was all in the script there. Calced the damage, but Baron started up, and LNG have no jungler.
All right, Shear's TPing back in. It's going to have to be a fight. There's no way to win the smite against JJ unless he really griefs his smite key here. And again, who engages for this team if it's not Croco? You got to find a way in here. A Bard stun. Zika's going to channel the Counter-Strike. Bulldog is chilling in the Shroud. Gets knocked out of it. Has to go into the Stasis alongside Zika. Tempered Fate is going to hit the back line. Shear's trying to go forward so he get towards Elk. There's the Grim Deliverance right on top of JJ, but he does have the GA. He is willing to drop here. Shear is as well, so go into the revive. The bullet time gets rid of Zika.
Zika's dead.
Huge play for 1xN, and now he can finally free run, trying to find some of these low health bar members. Elk dashes out. Shear cannot get the pullback on the W.
Croco's alive.
Finally, LNG have a first strike on the Baron, and yes, Jay Beno, they have their jungler now.
Vision is tough for Weibo here. LNG actually see a lot. Weibo walking back forward, but Croco has ult.
Croco trying to play around the fog, see if he can find an angle in. LNG, they can get desperate here. They can look for the Baron. There's the poly execution. It's blind from Croco, and it does still find Erha. Xiao, who's going to be the target here, goes into the Stasis. The Glacial Fissure trying to buy time to get their Orianna back up, but this time, Xiao cannot walk out. This time, 1xN can use the full power of his Misfortunes kit, and Zahed has been unleashed. LNG are not done in Game 2.
LNG wait 34 minutes. They wait 34 minutes, Slayer, biding their time, losing waves. They find 2 good fights, and one of them will win the entire series.
Zika, you have been the juggernaut of this game all game long, but you cannot stand up to the full might of LNG. This Jax is not that powerful. He gets rid of Missing, but that's all he'll get. Comeback of the Demacia Cup. LNG sweep Weibo.
Oh my god. And you have to pick an MVP for this game. Who do you choose? LNG. Weibo play the most slow-paced, chess game of League I've seen in a while. Vision set up base, vision set up mid prior, rotate to side lane, and Weibo pull up, find gaps in the vision twice in the series. They win both fights, and the second one wins them the entire game. The mental fortitude as well. Croco dives mid onto Xiaohu, dies, missing, gets the kill with Redemption, but Croco was not happy in the player cam. I was watching. Comes back out, finds a gap in vision, and wins the game.
Blind. Like, I'm pretty sure there was no word in that push. I think he. We'll get to see it, right? You'll go back through that whirlwind of the last fight. We said it. You know what, Jay Beto? I called it too early. This is an LPL gold grab.
Oh my god, that's insane. I mean, it was Infinity Edge on MF, right?
Yeah,
One fight.
I guess that's all I needed.
They don't win it. It's like a 3-for-3. It's so close, but that's the only good fight they had all game up to that point. 1xN finishes Infinity Edge. The next fight, bullet time kills everybody.
Yeah, how about 1xN, right? What made me so excited about him as a prospect on Thunder Talk was, I always call it like, you know what I'm talking about, the AD carries. Good clicks, right? That's all the AD carry really is about, is like the right clicks. Even in that game, you called it out. It's like, it felt like 1xN was playing too passively, but he had to, because he knows if he clicks forward, he dies. The only time he had the opportunity to finally unleash onto Zika, the final fight, it's just so poetic. He bided his time this whole game long. But let's relive it. Let's relive what I'm willing to call the most cinematic game of the Demacia Cup so far.
This was an LPL game if I've ever seen one. This was a Fry's Group game. I mean, LNG bringing in some Rise Group members from the LCK. That's what we're getting here. This was the closest fight of the game, to be honest. Everything else was Weibo. And this was a good dive, sure. But Weibo had control. Go back over that game. Every wave was going to Weibo. They were rotating to side lanes. They were picking up vision control, catching out missing. That was a tough game to play Biden. They were constantly looking for him. And it's two fights. One, where it's the vision gap around that red buff pit. Also, Bulldog is a psycho for taking these E2s at some time.
He does it.
He's out.
He has like 3 of them in this game, by the way. He does it in this fight too. Just wait for it.
It's ridiculous. The thing is, again, it's one thing to like be that aggro, that be hyper aggro, but again, he's just come off the back of an awful LCK
right
year,
here.
like results based. Goes back in, dies, dashes into culling. He's probably dead anyway. He's just loving the Akali here. Akali's looked really good so far in the games tonight, but another fight, Weibo just handedly win. This is the first fight LNG have any business controlling. Missing instantly dies. Look at the damage from MF. Here's the vision gap at the top. No vision for Weibo. LNG go. No, we don't get to see.
Damn, we didn't get to see the last fight. All right, missing.
Oh, well.
I guess. Int TP to MVP.
That's true. I will say as well, it's been double back to like both MVPs. Missing got both of them, and in game one, in series one, who was it? It was, can't remember anymore. It's been a long. It's been some games. Both MVPs have been won by, Yeah,
it's been 4 games. It feels like it's been like 6 or 7. Had to get one in. I had to get one in. I'm losing my mind.
Deducted.
What a day, though. Yeah. So you came into this second. Let's have a fun pretend of like you're an LPL fan for 2025, and you came in to watch the Demacia Cup, and you're like, oh yeah, it's Weibo against LNG. It's BLG versus OMG. I don't think I need to tune in. Wake up, because tomorrow, Jay Beto, our first series of the day decides the top of Group B. Is it Weibo? Is it JEG? Is it BLG? Nah, man. It's LNG and OMG. Those are the only 2 teams that can top Group B. Wow.
Imagine if you were telling Cubby this, by the way. I wonder how he'd react. But if you're looking at, not even just looking at the schedule, if you're looking at the results, ignore the OMG one. Obviously, you're going to watch that. Those games were ridiculous, especially that last game. That was an insane match. I think for both teams in this series, to wrap it up, I want to talk about some good things for both these teams. LNG look unreal. They've completely woken up in this tournament.
Yeah.
They have so much synergy. the fact that you're able to sit through a game like that where you can't, like, you literally cannot walk anywhere. 1xN, imagine being that 80 carry in that game. I pressed ult twice that series, that game. He just bid his time the entire time, but the patience, the mental fortitude, and when they were given the opportunities, they sprung. For Weibo, the control they held throughout that entire game was exceptional, and they got 99% of the way. They just couldn't toe over the finish line in that second game. The game one, though, that's a look back for Weibo for me. You got ran over by a bulldozer. We've got the bulldozer and the train coming head-to-head tomorrow, and I'm definitely tuning in.
Yeah, won't want to miss that one. It has been, man, what a start to, again, not the calendar year, but like the start of the new LPL splits coming in. Yeah, whatever you want to call it. Demacia Cup has not disappointed in cinema. It has just disappointed all of the top teams that the LPL will have to offer in 2026. It's been an absolute pleasure chopping it up. The first ever Slayer J Beto cast did not disappoint at all. It was fun, you know, holding down the Pacific Ocean with you, my friend, down under.
True.
Shout out to our still sick, recovering, amazing producer, Ice Fire Ride, championing through the whole day of 6 games. It's back-to-back 6-0 days. We'll see if that streak keeps up. But again, the thing I'll leave you with, tune in tomorrow, please. The top of Group B will be OMG or LNG to start off the day. We'll see you guys back here at LPL English then. Take care.